Stream starting.
Oh wow.
Looping. Why is it looping? Oh man. This is what happens when I don't have a prep show. I'm just doing a Q&A night. Stuff just start going haywire. Welcome everybody. It's Tuesday. Usually this will be Zack Attack News Live, but all the news topics I was looking up is not great, and I don't want to really talk about them that much. So I'm going to do a Q&A night. We're going to have a few guests coming in. I already have some here. Two of my favorite YouTubers on the planet, Kal-El, Krypton King, and Chill Monger. How are you guys doing?
Good, man. Good. Thanks for having me. You know your loop. It was probably a little all that mess we was talking about back there. Probably was like, oh my god. It was just,
There needed to be a longer cooldown.
Yeah. Yeah, we were having some spicy conversation about it. Well, started about Kendrick and then it talked about authenticity and then man, hip hop. Something that I don't get to talk about a lot on stream. But I want to ask you guys, what the hell? Oh, man, everything's going technically wrong. I want to ask you guys, in terms of like movies, television shows, stuff that we cover, what are you guys watching that you like? It could be old, new, stuff that ain't come out.
Go ahead, Chill. Take it away.
Game of Thrones right now and House of the Dragon, with the anticipation for the new one. It's a month away, a month and a half away.
Yeah,
I've been checking out a lot of clips of some of my favorite moments, and we'll see what they bring in the next season. I'm into that of the current day stuff, and then if you go old, man, old Naruto episodes. I'm sorry, man. After the news of the movie, because Destin Daniel Cretton has been doing it, I remember going back. Oh, let me see what happened in the war arc. Let me see when the 5 Kage summit. Let me see. So a lot of Naruto stuff I'm checking out, and early Naruto also.
Nice. Yeah, Naruto's a classic. I might have to rewatch that myself.
Have you not rewatched it ever?
No, I've only watched it on the original run, but I've never gone back.
You like it? I mean, it's Naruto, yeah.
Yeah, it's Naruto. It's like Dragon Ball Z. It's like.
And Zach, I don't know if you got family or young people in your life, but imagine watching with your son. Hey, check out this show. It's brand new, and you'd be like, hey, you can't watch the next episode unless I'm around, and you have 700 of them to do.
I had that with Hunter x Hunter. I was doing that with my niece. She was like really when I was showing it to her, and we got up to the almost the last season. She had to go back to Minnesota, and then I was like, okay, when you come back, we'll finish it. And then she came back. She was like, I finished that bad boy. You opened my eyes to anime, and she just moved on. Watched Full Metal Alchemist. She jumped into this. She started jumping to stuff I never even heard of. I was like, oh, you are now the master. You're the teacher.
She come back speaking to you in Japanese. Oh my wa.
And I'm just like, damn, that's crazy. You put me to shame. But yeah, Kal-El, what are you watching, man?
I mean, I just want to say, nephew, anytime you want to watch something with your uncle, Uncle Cal got you. Okay, Zach? You know what I mean?
You ain't talking to me.
Ain't no way. Man, Zach, you already know. I ain't watching too much new. You know that. I did watch
too old in there because I know you.
I did watch Prey though for the first time about 3 nights ago.
Okay.
Fire. That was super fire. Yeah, I knew I was gonna like it, and I seen some people complaining. This is a complaint I saw. They should have made the whole movie in Comanche, or I'm like, why? I don't know. I think that would have took
the that out there though. I don't know why they're complaining.
Yeah, and I think that would have hindered a lot of audience. But I had a lot of fun with it. I still might slightly got the 2010 one over it, but boy, that was super fire. A lot of people want to see them go different places with the Predator, but I kind of wish they would just pick up right there too. I would like to see how that story fills out. I would also like to see them do one in Japan, but I don't know how you do that without subtitles. But I think that would be really good, like Predator versus the Yakuzaku. Like that would be kind of dope. But Till Death. I watched a movie called Till Death. Fairly new. Nobody that we really know, but it's one of those thrillers / action. the chick could beat like 20 guys. It's one of those. But I
I
had
already
fun with it.
I never
She couldn't
watched it.
act that well. Yeah, she couldn't act that well, but still was a fun movie. It was yeah, it was a fun movie. Had that Ready or Not feel at times.
Mm.
And I watched that and just a lot of old stuff I've been catching up on, like Slumber Party Massacres and Sorority Massacres. So really all those are is just kills and boobs. So if you're a fan of boobs and kills, you know, because they're not great movies, but they're like, for some reason you're like, I kind of like this though. Maybe it's the boobs. I don't know.
There's no wrong with boobs.
Nothing wrong with those. But that's
Yeah,
it. That's all I can think of off the top. It's really ringing a bell. I know I've watched more, but that's what's ringing a bell. The boobs and the Predator.
boobs and the better. And it was boobs and Predator. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, put them together. That's not a good combination, but you know, either way.
You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious. Did you see Prey, Chillmonger? What do you thought about it?
Never saw it. Saw all the reviews and I said, because it's not really my thing to go watch those kind of things.
And when you say those kind of things, what do you mean?
Anything scary, anything thrilling.
Yeah, not for you.
Thrilling. He said anything thrilling. You don't like to be thrilled?
No.
Some people are like that. They don't like the whole intense feeling and anxiety that it comes with, and the whole jump scare situation and seeing people in distress.
It's not an earned emotion. Anything when it comes to like low tone and then loud sound. Yeah, of course I'm going to feel an emotion, but like it's just not sophisticated anything to it.
But
that's not Prey.
You categorizing Prey as because Prey is almost, I think you could fit that more into action superhero genre more than a horror genre. You know, this movie in particular. You know what I mean? Like it has the same beats, kind of, as a small like hero story or action story. You know what I mean? Am I wrong, Zach? It doesn't feel horror to me.
Prey, thriller, adventure. Roman, his brother Albert, and their friends go on a hiking trip into the wild. The group soon find themselves in a desperate bid for survival when they realize that they have fallen prey to a mysterious shooter. That's a thriller.
Whoa, I think you're reading the wrong.
You're ringing the wrong Prey.
Yeah,
about the Predator Prey.
Ain't nobody shooting Prey. This is back in old times when they had bows and arrows.
He said it so confident too. I was like, am I getting schooled here? I was like, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Cool.
Let me see. Yeah, Prey
movie. You see, I just scrolled to the first one, and it says here it suggests Prey German movie. My bad.
Gotcha.
I saw that Prey too. That Prey was actually good. The one with the shooter.
I heard that it was actually good. Yeah.
It was pretty good.
This is an action sci-fi. Never mind.
Yeah. It's more. I would say this is like Captain America versus Hulk.
Yeah, it has that feel to it for sure.
Yeah.
It's really fun, man. It's really fun.
Yeah, and there's no jump scares really that I could think of. It's not trying to be scary. The scare is that I'm a regular person and this giant alien thing I've never seen before because it's back in the past. And there's no technology. It's chasing me. So
yo, but like there's some good like scenes in there. They were really creative because Predator's in a space where it's almost like they're running out of stuff. It felt like they couldn't make it, palatable again. And they really did with this one. So I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that is hilarious though. The way you read off the description, I was like, hold up.
Yeah. I was like what?
I was like,
yo, well, I was getting ready to argue, like, well, it's labeled wrong. You know what I mean?
No, I thought maybe that's how they described it because they wanted to kind of hide what the movie was about to people because they do that. And then when you watch the movie, you're like, wait, that's not what this is about. But hold on. Have you seen What's Up? Your channel debut.
I made it.
Made it. You was fighting the highway.
I was fighting trains, man. It's crazy out here in Texas.
Yo, we're everywhere.
Is the T for Texas?
No, the T is for Terrence. But
I had a feeling. All right, well, good to meet you, Terrence. I always see you, man.
I'm around. I've been wanting to do one of these. It's just always trying to make time. And then my kids are gone, so I don't have screaming kids in the background, so I could talk now.
Oh, this is perfect.
All right, that's what's up. Some people, they become part of people's show nowadays. The madness in the background.
Yeah, that's true. Anytime Kenny Sparks is on there, his cat, his dog, and his wife is a part of the show. I just expect it and count on it.
Yeah,
Dude, they do it so much to the point where when the kids aren't there and it's kind of quiet, it's like, yo, this stream don't feel the same.
So where they at? Hello, I'm working on math. Oh, you doing your math homework while you watching me? Nice. I'm not in a good mood because I found out I have $900 credit card bill. Woof, boy.
What are you
Yeah,
doing?
interest will get you.
You need to get that under control, my guy.
He gonna
Credit.
sue the movie community.
My day has been kind of meh. Oh man. Well, hopefully you can have some fun, Dave.
Damn, Dave.
So close to 1,000 subscribers. Also, I have 600 lists on my letterbox. Seem overboard. 600 lists? About what?
That's a lot. That's a lot of lists.
That's
I can think of a few lists like favorite action movie, favorite horror. That's
like
the-
even if
that's-
you do every genre, I don't think it's 600.
I did one because I'm not a letterbox guy, but I did make one. I was trying to make it for a different purpose. So I was just, for some reason, I don't know why the hell I did it. I think I was one of those, you'd be so tired, you feel drunk. So I was doing that, and I listed about 1,900 things. So it was just movies that I have because I got tired of purchasing stuff, and I don't have an app for that. So I was just like trying to like put movies that I have in there, and I was thinking, when I'm out and about, I will pull that up and use it for that purpose. But nah, because there's stuff on there. Everything's not in that system, and they don't do TV shows, so it didn't work for that purpose. But for him to have 600 listings and like you actually wrote stuff, like you're just not listing them, that's crazy. Like you actually got full reviews.
That's
crazy.
dedication.
That's deep.
That's cinephile stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, Kella, I have an app for you that I don't know if you found something to pull up all your stuff that you bought, but I have something for you that you can keep that
Okay.
together.
All right.
And they should they pull from the internet, so they should have any movie that you put up there.
All right. Nice.
I'll DM you. Chill, do you have a letterbox?
Nope.
No.
I don't want to get Iman Vellani where Marvel signs me and all of a sudden I have to answer to what I said about the Brie Larson movie. You remember that? When Brie Larson did Captain Marvel, she had like a negative scathing review about the movie. Yep.
No, I didn't know that. That is hilarious.
He said it like you ought to know.
I think I heard about that, and she was on there like, looking forward to House of Dragon in June. I'm actually ordering myself a big meal that night. Nice. Everybody watch House of Dragon? I know, Chill, you just said you're watching a combination of Game of Thrones and that.
House of the Dragon, yeah.
I have not. My wife watched it. I'm over the dragons. I'm over Game of Thrones after that last season.
Gotcha. What about you, Cal?
Cal has not dipped his toe in a single episode. Love me some Lena Headley, however you say it, but nope, haven't checked out an episode.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen Game of Thrones at all. But I've watched House of Dragon.
That's funny.
That's crazy.
But you
That's
don't
different.
have to watch Game of Thrones to watch House of Dragon, honestly. It just feels like its own thing. Obviously, there's ties and stuff like that I don't understand, but they don't do it where it's not enjoyable.
I think Winterfell is a city that they've mentioned in House of the Dragon, but Winterfell and the Stark family are just passing moments. So, what do you really need to watch Game of Thrones for?
No, you can.
And it was nice. House of Dragon happens first. So after you're done this, maybe if you
can
want,
watch
you're gonna want to know. You're not
Yeah,
gonna have had enough.
But as a fan, though, I think things you don't have to. It's not required watching, but I think things just hit differently when you do. Like, I don't think you have to watch all the Star Trek to understand one from the other. But if you do, there's little things in there that's going to hit harder for you. In the same with like Breaking Bad and all them other shows. I don't think it's required, but it'd be naive to say it doesn't hit harder if you do. Because you see the little nuances, the little Easter eggs. Like, oh, that's what It doesn't matter in the big scheme, but for a fan that's really a fan, it probably really hits.
I get it. But if you're a fan, you already watched it. That's the thing. Like if you're a fan of the show, you watched it already.
Yeah, you watched.
I mean, I forgot who I was talking to on here, and I know who it was, and he got into Sons of Anarchy very late, like during their last season. I think, and he stopped watching it, and he went back and watched the beginning. So I mean, some people do arrive at stuff late, and then they just say, okay, I like this, so let me go back and watch all the rest. But I mean,
That's true.
like Zach, like you starting on House of Dragon, right? So it's like, you're not a fan, so you might become a fan though. You might go back and rewatch Game of Thrones. I'm sure you will. I'm sure almost everybody will at some point. But
we'll see. Because I started the first episode of Game of Thrones 7 times and fell asleep every time. I just like, you know what? Maybe this is not for me.
Zach, I as well watched the first episode the first time and just cut it off. It took me like a year or 2 years later until I got started, and I liked it.
Yeah, I think maybe when I tried, I needed to mature my taste a little bit, which I think I have now, and I might be able to bear through it because I know it's going to get good.
Knowing it's so popular helps, right? Knowing that the world is in it. There's podcasts on the side you could be listening to on the treadmill. There's like a world that many are telling you it's good. Everyone who watches it says it's good. We all complain about the ending, so that'll help you get through some of the, oh my god, okay, they're all in freaking fur and it's super cold. You know how lame the first episode is. Yeah, you'll like it.
Yeah.
Dark movies. Toby, what's up?
What's up? Yo,
Avengers lineup. We were just talking about Game of Thrones, House of Dragon. If you watch it, if you don't watch it, are you a Game of Thrones aficionado?
I have never started it.
Oh,
I do have it on Blu-ray, but never started it.
It'd be like that.
How did you receive it on Blu-ray?
I bought it.
Oh.
I bought it. So I want to see it.
I got a couple individual seasons of it too. I think I got 3 and 5. But so when I finally get it all together, there's other stuff on my list. I keep hearing good stuff about Black Sails.
You're collecting the Dragon Balls. I got 3. I got 5.
All together, I'll finally fulfill that wish. That's hilarious. Yeah, I heard good things about else too.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. But you said y'all know what?
Oh, I'm sorry. You guys know how the collector game go. I don't know if you guys do physical media, but it's like that for physical media collectors. We just buy stuff with the intention of watching it, and it just sits there. But we feel our condition feels better knowing that we have it somewhere.
I've done that with comic books where I know there's 12 issues, right? But I'll see a number 8 and I'll see a number 1 and I'll see a number 5. And I just know that one day I'll have all 12 of the issues.
Oh, that's facts. I actually collect seasons of stuff I want to watch. I collect backwards because it's always the later seasons that are, if the show's a little older, those are the harder to find, the later seasons. Like the first and second season of anything you can find anywhere. But,
Yeah.
T, do you collect anything?
I've so gotten out of the collecting game. Like I moved around so much. It was I threw away probably about 4 or 5 boxes worth of DVDs, Blu-rays, like anything, because they would just take it. They just take up too much space, man. I moved too much, and then my family started taking up more space, and we just,
He said it. He said it.
No, I no. Trust me, man. My wife, like, if you see my garage right now, it's full of more stuff that we've acquired. And like the space don't get bigger. Like, I mean, I would, they just don't. Like, so I had to purge a lot of my necessities, because like everything's digital, and I get it. Everybody says, oh, you got to collect it because it'll go away from Netflix. If it goes away, then I just won't watch it.
No, but you can always pirate it. Like the pirating sites are still going to have it on there.
Exactly.
So we're good.
Exactly. The only physical media that I have right now is the entire Cosby Show. That's the only that's the only thing I own. I threw everything else away.
When it comes to video games,
donated. Sorry.
Ubisoft was talking about how you guys shouldn't get too comfortable and too used to owning your games. And that's when the world just said, oh, okay, you know what? Physical games may be the right thing to do. And that's going to cost PlayStation, Xbox, and everyone else who's been selling the games. Now, they sell the games on digital for the same price that they would if it went to the store. So they're really, they're cutting out a middleman, and it was really good. And these are gamers. They're sitting at home. Well, I can pre-download it and it'll be right available at midnight. This is great news. And it was a great move for the games. Sucks for the stores, your local shops. But with that, the physical media, especially the Reddit conversations, have been there's a resurgence. I don't know how impactful it'll be, and I don't know if that keeps shops from closing, but the physical media importance is being felt.
And I want to piggyback off what you're saying, because I think that there was a complaint here and there, because remember PT, a demo that everyone loved is gone, right? Like if you deleted it off and then they took it off the store, you can't have access to it no more. Luckily, if you kept it and they took it off, you still have access. Stuff like that is happening where games are being changed or edited or taken off the store and you don't have access to them anymore. I think stuff like that was happening. It was like a little talk, but Ubisoft saying, yeah, gamers have to be comfortable with not owning stuff for things that really pop. Oh, whoa,
That's
okay.
crazy, low-key.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why whoever Ubisoft decided to say that out loud, but you effed the game up.
Yeah.
I think
The fact that games are created and not
Yeah.
finished, like you're buying an unfinished product and they update it. The fact that that's a thing and it's so accepted, like that's the norm, is crazy to me. But
Pokemon.
Okay.
And if it's digital, you can't return it. Like if you get a game that's broken and it's physical, you can like, you know what? It's been the 5 days. It's not past the 7 days. Let's return this to GameStop. I want my money back.
almost
So
all
you
the
can get
games
your-
are broken though on day
you can
one.
get your money
It's
back.
just they upgrade
It
them. They
depends.
fix them.
Because I think Gotham Knights dropped and people wanted it because that was a terrible game. But people wanted their money back. They had to. It was either Gotham, another video game where it was so bad.
Cyberpunk 2077.
Well, yes, that was another one. Yeah, they
Yeah.
refunded people because it was completely broken. Like I got a broken game, but like that game was broke. Now it's dope because I play it on PC now. Now that they've fixed it, like a year later, I didn't purchase it till like probably a month ago, and now it's
Did
good.
you guys try that RoboCop game? That shit looked crazy.
I heard it was good. I haven't
Awesome.
played it though.
I have a YouTube friend that does streaming of he does movie quizzes and he does video game streams, and he was playing that and I was watching him doing it. It looks fun.
It looks crazy. Yeah.
I think it's in between RoboCop 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's even cooler.
Yeah. Let's see what the chat is saying. Wilkie Movies and Music. What's up, man? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Dark Movies, even though he's here now. Prey is phenomenal.
It is.
Luke Ponto, what's up, man? Just did a live stream with him. Was that yesterday? That was yesterday. The Movies That Made You. That was really, really fun. Go check it out. Really informative. Have you seen the Knuckles show? I thought it was disappointing and wanted more Knuckles. 6 out of 10, and Wanda was an ass shit character. Damn.
I've heard nothing but bad things about the Knuckles. Like I refuse to watch it now.
Fair
Yeah.
I'm still going to watch it, but
Okay.
I've also the bad things aren't looking promising. I think I just don't know what they messed up on. Yeah, how the movies are so good,
It's very easy. Remember, the people who write in the movies ain't writing the show.
That's true, but still.
It's like if you don't have that continuation, it's definitely good. When you hand it off to somebody else and they don't understand why the original property worked and they want to do whatever they want to do with it. And like what I'm hearing, they made the same mistakes that the Transformers movies make, the Godzilla Kong movies make, where they focus on the humans too much. And you're there for Knuckles. Like I heard that there's like episodes where he's just a side character to a human character's like bowling party. Like who asked for that? You know what I mean? So
I take back what I said.
When was the release strategy all 6 at once?
Yeah. It's a binge.
But I mean, like, who really asked for a Knuckles TV show? Like after watching Sonic 2, I got it. Knuckles was there, but like, did anybody really ask for a Knuckles TV show?
No, but I'm not gonna lie. I was excited when they announced it because I really like Knuckles in the movie. And I was like, oh, let's explore him because he's not going to get explored that much in these movies. It's like Sonic, Tails, they're bringing in Shadow. Knuckles is going to start getting knocked down the line of like importance. So for him to get his little side story, I thought that would be dope. But
come on,
I'm hearing it's not good. I'm hearing it's not good. And then also here it has nothing to do with Sonic 3. Like there's nothing in this show that's going to go back to Sonic 3. So it's not like I'm missing anything.
You can't say that until we see Sonic 3.
Look, Unless Sonic 3 is about the human characters doing regular life stuff, because that's what I hear that most of that show is about. Like even through the final villain of the show is like at a bowling alley and is interrupting a bowling match. I can't see it really tying into Sonic 3. Yeah, I could be completely wrong, and they find a way. But just based on what I'm hearing, I don't see how they're gonna shift it
Yeah,
over.
it sounds kind of whack, but I can understand why they would do it because Knuckles. I mean, when I was a kid, I always preferred Knuckles over Sonic. I used to always put that cartridge on top so I could play with Knuckles inside the Sonic game. So
That's a throwback.
You know the
you know
Sega
about
Genesis. Go
I
ahead.
said, you know about cartridges?
Sega CD.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
he
'cause
said,
I
"I
know
know."
I'm up to
You got to
date,
say, is he
okay?
about that life? He said, "I know that life, but I ain't about that life."
He said, I can't watch House of Dragon. Plus, my dad hates Game of Thrones. Whew. That happens. It's hard to watch stuff when your family don't like it, man. House of Dragon takes 150 years before Game of Thrones. Yeah, so much time that they can cover that you don't need to know references to anything. Oh, he's rewatching House of Dragons in May now because I think second season come out in June.
June 14th.
June 14th. Also, did you know that SpongeBob turns 25 tomorrow? Kind of crazy that we got 4 spin-off movies in the works and a theatrical movie. So any SpongeBob fans?
You know how many of those Super Bowl SpongeBob like clips I saw that day? That was amazing.
My son loves SpongeBob.
Yeah. Toby, that's the jam, right? That's your Looney Tunes,
yeah.
right? SpongeBob.
Basically, I did watch Looney Tunes too, but but I did, yeah, SpongeBob definitely was a big part of my life when I grew up younger. I'm running
part of
off
my
to
Looney.
you. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Go ahead.
What are you
Okay,
about
well,
to say?
part of my Looney Tunes is still going. That X-Men 97 was like my childhood. X-Men original run was my childhood, so it's turning me back into a kid seeing some of that stuff. But yeah,
Yeah, man. Everybody here watching X-Men 97? I know Toby is.
Yeah.
What about T?
But man, I've tried my hardest to watch X-Men 97. Maybe I just watch it too late at night, but I fall asleep every time I watch it. I've watched every episode at least like 2 or 3 times. Yes, it has to be. Because I grew up watching X-Men. Yeah, I grew up watching X-Men. I've watched every episode of the original X-Men series probably twice in syndication. But like every time I've tried to watch it, I've gotten through, I want to say 4 episodes, but and I've heard the spoiler, like, because the internet's the internet, the 5th episode, but I'll make it. I like to binge though. I'm not a big watching every week thing. I like to wait generally till they're all out.
right.
I'm gonna be a devil's advocate on the X-Men 97 thing here, right? I think up until that 5th Genosha episode, the show's kind of weak. Just gonna be honest. I think that the dialogue is not great. I think that the show is rushing through things, so I don't really care about some of the conflicts because by the time they started, look at chill. By the time they started, it feels like we moved on to the next thing. Like just even that episode 5 with Genosha, it was just like this thing of like, oh, this relationship drama, and then it doesn't end up mattering because they rushed through it. You don't explore anything. It feels like they're rushing to get to the end because they didn't know if they were gonna be able to be renewed again. Which is they got to season 2 and 3. So it's like,
yeah, they should have known they should have known that was gonna be a success because there was so many people asking for it. But I would say to that point, the old X-Men series felt like they took a lot more time with them because they would like. For instance, like the Shi'ar, the Shi'ar War, like that I felt like that took like 2 or 3 seasons of them it felt like it took forever. Yeah. Like with this, it's a lot quicker pace. Like, and maybe it's because our attention spans are a lot lower now.
Yeah.
But like back then, they would many episodes.
Yeah.
You know?
I think that's it.
Animated shows get 22 episodes. We were getting what, 8 this time? It's a big difference.
And I feel like they're trying to hook us. I think as it goes on, well, they don't have the original guy anymore, but I feel it's going to be better as it goes. It'll take more time to flesh things out, but I think they hook us fast because we're quick to say, oh, this ain't it. 2 episodes in, so I think they had to, they gave us fast food. I think it'll catch back up with itself.
Yeah. Chill, you was about to say something?
That they're gonna give us 3 episodes tomorrow. That'll be a 3-part finale.
Oh, nice.
Then I'll watch them all.
Well, I'll say like
short.
I don't think it's bad. I just felt like it was rushing really fast to get to the end, and it just slowed down. Episode 5.
Yeah, we get what you're saying, but like him saying that's it though. So how many episodes is that in total? That's a short run for a
10.
season.
10.
Yeah, for a cartoon anyway. I mean, I guess because I'm still thinking of the old X-Men. I'm thinking how many episodes was there for there to be this many. It's like wow.
They don't even do TV like they used to. Like very few shows get a 22 episode season. Like a lot of them are 10, 12 at the most because they've tried to strip them down to 45 minutes to an hour instead of 30-minute blocks. Because just the way we consume, like the way people consume TV now is totally different than going home to watch Martin on Thursday nights.
Also, too, that helped a lot of actors with residuals too. So, being that you don't have them large episode counts, that actually cuts into a lot of their money too. So they don't get paid like they used to, unless you're like a top actor. You're getting your money. But everybody, like the third guy, fourth guy on the show, they don't really get the money like when you used to have those 22 episode runs. So they, a lot of that was coming out during the strike. And it was just like, oh wow. So it's like I thought it was partly because how we consume and TV feels more theatric now. Like they feel like movies now. I thought that was mainly the reason, but I think it's a little bit of everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of shows that's not made like shows. It's a 4-hour movie that they just stop at this point because this is where the episode got to stop. But it's not cut up in a way where it's like, oh, this is the ending of this story that was in this episode, and then we have a little bit to set up the next one so you can continue watching. It's just that one long plot that they chop up into 8 pieces. I think MCU's been a crime of that. They do that shit a lot. Like almost all their shows are like that.
Maybe it's just comes down to what kind of viewer you are. If you're from an older generation, you might like that 22 episode thing, and you feel like you like quantity more than quality. But I mean that's a talent too to keep you engaged for 22 episodes. There's going to be some filler but to keep you engaged all the way through a season, that's a talent too. And I'm not so sure people can do that anymore. I'm not so sure people can tell a story that long. Shit, I'm not so sure people know how to end a story because the movies that are long now, they feel like they could have ended 2 or 3 times during the movie. So,
yeah,
fair point.
Yeah, there are some movies I watched. I was like, wait, we still going? Hold up. Like that was it. I'm satisfied. I don't need no more. You about to ruin it for me.
Right. Even if they're good, you still can see points as like, yo, all right, this is just extra. It's like even the Batman, right? The Batman felt like could have ended 2 or 3 times. Still good though, but it just was like, wow. But my opinion.
Yeah, the Batman was definitely about 25 minutes too long. Like that movie was a good 25 minutes too long, especially the final scene. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I'd love to see that. I don't personally agree. 25 minutes off that movie sounds crazy, but I'll give you like 5 to 10 minutes off.
You wouldn't. You love that Batman. I think it's the Catwoman stuff. Not saying that it was bad, but it really stretches, like blows the movie a little bit. But but it's still the movie.
I think my biggest issue with the Batman is the way they end it. Like that whole scene with them flooding the city. If it doesn't pay off in the next movie, what did you even do it for? Like,
it's paying off in the next show. Like the Penguin show goes directly off the flooding.
We'll see. Like we'll see how much that plays into, because like I'm thinking No Man's Land, like, and because there's so much time in between the 2 movies, it just and it's so much. Like I thought the Penguin was supposed to come out last year, and of course the writer's strike had a lot to do with why it didn't. But now everything's gotten pushed back. Like what? Like how is that really gonna play into? Like I can't wait to see the Penguin show. that trailer didn't show me enough to tell me that whole situation really is gonna play any part. Because I just assume that's gonna play a huge part in the Batman Part 2, especially like the way they ended it with the Joker in jail, like as if it was gonna continue almost immediately after, like the story was gonna continue almost immediately after the end of the Batman.
Batman. Okay.
So were
Speaking of
the
trailers.
rumors of Freeze real? Because I stopped listening to rumors because I kind of want to be surprised. I kind of want to walk into something with some surprise nowadays, so I don't keep up with everything. But was that true that they were talking about bringing, or they are bringing Freeze in at some point?
God, I hope not.
I don't think so.
This
I mean,
is-
there was
Mm.
many rumors out there who would be the villain.
Yeah, they had
So-
Hush. They had
Yeah.
Freeze. They had Clayface. They had Ivy.
Mm.
Yeah, I heard the Hush rumor, but Mr. Freeze, I really hope this universe doesn't need a Mr. Freeze. I don't think.
I'm just wondering how they would do it. Like with the city being flooded, I thought maybe they can try to
Okay.
flip Freeze in there. I don't know how to ground that, but it's interesting. He needs some type of justice at some point. They need to redeem that character on the live action role.
I feel like James Gunn universe can redeem him. I don't know if the Matt Reeves one is the proper place to do that.
Yeah, I can agree with that too.
I just don't want to skip over the irony that we're talking about Mr. Freeze and Mr. Zach Freezes.
It was like perfect timing. I saw all the streams going black, and I was like, "Oh, here we go again. I'm gonna have to fight Optum soon." Well, did you guys like the Lion King trailer? I haven't watched it.
Me too. I didn't watch it. What's the point? We already know what's happening. They're animated animals, but they're not really, they're photorealistic, which means that they're not going to emote. Why spend my time on this? I didn't see the first Lion King, the Jon Favreau 2019. I didn't see that. I don't need to see the Mufasa sequel. I don't need to see Lion King Timon and Pumbaa 1.5, where it's like, I don't need photorealistic lions. It's not interesting to me.
Wow, he had a clip again.
Yeah.
A whole nother clip. It was
He
just
was
ready.
waiting.
So, as the resident dad here, my son is so ready for, like, my son eats, sleeps, and breathes Lion King. So we are so
Wow.
there. He's watched every single one of those animated movies. He watched The Lion Guard on Disney Plus, so he loves that. So as an adult, do I care? No. Like I didn't want to go see The Little Mermaid. My daughter wanted to see that. Like this is definitely made for kids. So the trailer was the trailer. I showed my son the trailer, and he's already asking me when we're going to see The Lion King, because that's all. It just said Lion King. He don't know. He doesn't care if it's Mufasa. He don't care if it's not Simba, whoever his kid's name is. He don't care. He's just ready to see some animals run around and just be animals.
Yeah, I had this conversation before about like a lot of people were like, my friends, oh, why are they doing this to our childhood? I'm like, bro, there's other people who are childhood grown up on this. There's 10-year-olds that went to the 2019 one, and that's their Lion King. They don't want to watch the animated shit. That's not for them. Oh, it looks too old. I don't know who these actors are. I know who Beyonce is. She's in this.
We're so selfish. It's ours. Leave it alone.
It happens all the time. Like, why are they remaking this? Because you know how many remakes that we liked, we didn't know was a remake, and we ended up loving it.
Facts.
And then people 20 years older than us like, why did they remake my black and white movie? Because we didn't want to watch black and white movies.
And you know what? The beautiful thing of that all is even if the movie sucks, for some reason we always go back and watch the original, and we'll love the original. So it still like brings people back to the original sometimes,
Yeah.
But
it never takes a dump on the original. If there's that's why we should recast T'Challa, right, Zach?
Oh
nah,
God,
we shouldn't do that.
Yes.
That
was a good.
He stunned him, The Spoiler King stunned him.
We don't all have to be
assassinate you.
correct. Some of us can be dumb, ignorant, and want for not the greatest black character ever to appear again in movies, and that's fine.
wow,
Who Blade?
that's a
Blade?
crazy statement, bro.
It's cool. The most profitable,
I agree.
most positively impactful character whose skin is dark. We don't need that. Just do his sister, do his little bastard son. That's much better.
I feel like Miles has been more impactful than T'Challa when they've been put to the mainstream.
That's a stretch.
Nah.
That's
Yo,
a
Zach, you
stretch.
love your Spider-Man, bro, but nah.
No, I'm not
I
even
respect
talking
it.
about Spider-Man. I'm talking about the kids I talk to.
Okay.
When they talk about the superhero they want to be, they're not trying to be T'Challa. They're like, Black Panther's cool, but Miles is
But it's
my
it's
guy.
still Spider-Man
Like,
though.
I
That's
see him
part
on
of
the
it too.
street. I see him on the street. I don't see my T'Challa on the street, and I get that. We wish we could, but unfortunately, T'Challa through the 3 or 4 movies he didn't inspire people to act like him.
Well, you listen to this
Mm.
anecdotal evidence as this New York-based YouTuber is gonna tell me about how Miles Morales is a representative highly
But
instead of
But
T'Challa.
he's a Spider-Man fan too. That's his favorite stuff, so that's part of
Not
it too.
about. It's
No, but
not
he said
about.
that's what the
I
kids.
love Spider. I mean, I love Spider-Man, but I also love
Yeah,
Black
the
Panther.
kid in him. The kid
But
in
I'm
him
talking
is what
about
he's talking about.
kids other than me, right? Like I've worked in a school. I've talked to these kids when Into the Spider-Verse came out, and I took the kids to go see Black Panther. I made sure that was a thing. Like, we have to go see this movie, and I want to take almost the whole school because they need this. They live in Brownsville where people getting shot up. They seeing drug dealers. They need to see Africa in a positive light.
Brownsville is in Brooklyn too, isn't it?
Yeah, that's part
So
of
it's your home borough. Okay, you see how this doesn't really hold water
How does it not hold water?
because anecdotal evidence. There's like they would be more in line to like the guy who's from the place they're from, Miles Morales, than they would with the other guy.
But that goes for everywhere. You're in Canada. You're not
Yeah.
from
Well,
Africa.
what
Or
about
from
these children
Michigan.
though? What are the ages of these children that you're speaking of?
It's from 10-18 I was working with.
No, because I was getting ready to say, because it's anime, it might click more to younger, but they're pretty older. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I think that's a stretch though. Like T said, I think that's a stretch. But if it is true, it got to be part because Spider-Man, and now they see themselves inside Spider-Man. But I still think Black Panther.
I think
Now when they make a
Miles
live action,
is a good
Miles
role model.
different.
Well, I still agree with Zach that we don't want to see those old stuff, the old black and white stuff. So there's a reason to do the whole thing new, do the whole thing updated, and keep them relevant, right? Keep those old movies that were popular once and make them more accessible for new generation.
Who needs for the new generation?
I like them old movies, but I still don't think we need to be selfish. If it's good, it's good. So what's a remake? But I do put it this way. Don't just remake it to remake it, though. Please try to at least be better or at least as good as the one before you. Please, just if you're not going to have those intentions, don't do it.
Yeah.
The
But I don't
intention
mind
is to
if you do
make
it.
money. They just want to make
Oh,
money.
for
They
sure.
don't.
For sure. But they could do both, bro. Some of this stuff we see is so bland. It's like, y'all could have did better than this. But,
Because look at, so you could say like the Batman movies are remakes, right? Like the remakes,
Yeah, they are.
Each iteration has a fresh take.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
and they're
But
good.
they're making
For
a
every
movie.
generation, they love them. Yeah.
Yeah. So like
I mean,
they can
there's some bad ones, but, for the most part, every generation has a great Batman. So.
Yeah. So other franchises and other things need to take that upon and try to do that.
Yeah, Ghostbusters need to figure it out. They'll figure it out.
Chill.
Ghostbusters does need to figure it out. I co-sign that. Star Wars, except Star Wars. I don't want to see New Hope reshot, scene for scene, except there's some younger actors. No, we're fine because we can still have the Star Wars.
Update that. You just said update that old trash. Force Awakens was fire though. I don't care. Nobody said.
I love Force Awakens. Then they just went completely right with the Last Jedi. Like they went the wrong way. Instead of going against nostalgia, they went against nostalgia. They did an original idea, and it was terrible.
And what's worse is that it comes to episode 9, and then they went left. It could have just continued on with what we were establishing in Last Jedi, but
that was the job though. They hired him. They said, "Please put us back on what you were trying to do," and it was too late. But he did what they told him to do. There was no saving it.
Well, one thing they talked about, and it's like news that came out, so we could talk about that, is like, anybody ever seen 28 Weeks Later and 28 Days Later, the zombie movies? So we're getting a 28 Years Later, written by Alex Garland, who wrote the first one. I don't think he wrote 28 Weeks Later. And now that they're going to make that a trilogy, and we're going to get it directed by the original director. We're going to get Nia DaCosta doing the second one, and then Alex Garland's going to come back and direct the third one. What is special here is because I was like, oh wait, 3 different directors. I was scared, but Alex Garland's going to write all 3, and that's what they should have did with these Star Wars movies. Yeah, you want to have a different eye on each movie, but you should have one person writing each one, so that or each movie. So this was through line. Like, there's no reason Daisy Ridley had a different dad every movie. You know what I mean? So hopefully they take that under consideration. Like, have one writer, but you can have different directors to change it up a little bit.
For sure.
Yeah.
Because Star Wars wasn't it.
I mean, but the thing about Star Wars, I don't think it's ever a wrap, because there's so much to play with in there. That's the great thing about it. There's just so much you can do with it. You don't have to keep using these same characters. Yeah.
And also, those movies made $1 billion each. So they're good. Yeah. I know people acting like the franchise is over, but they all made $1 billion. Mandalorian is one of the most popular shows on streaming. They're all right.
No, I mean, I enjoy. You know what? Maybe I'm just this guy right now with Star Wars. I remember a time where we weren't getting more than what George Lucas was giving us. It was like he's finishing this saga and that's it. So to be getting Star Wars content, I'm just happy about it. Granted, it's not always the best, but I just appreciate it. Like, I like Solo more than most people did, So, I just enjoy it. I don't really, Last Jedi is I don't think it's a bad movie. It's just a bad Star Wars movie. But on its own, it's fine. They did some dirty things in there to Finn, they did. But the movie as a whole, I don't hate it like most people. But when you put it in, line it up with the rest and how the story goes, it's bad. But I still don't. I'm not going to turn on that whole thing for how bad that movie is. You know what I mean?
Okay, it's an interesting take. I also agree that one movie shouldn't ruin the whole franchise.
Yeah.
Can we all agree with that? Or I see Chill looking around like, I don't know.
I don't think.
Do you remember that Terminator movie where all spoiler? No, who cares? Who groaned right now when I said that?
It was me. I'm like the biggest Terminator fan. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, do your thing.
One movie can ruin a franchise. There it is.
Nah, I don't believe that, man. Because if that's the case, Wakanda Forever ruined Black Panther. Just me. Because that movie was whack. So, just saying.
Wait, I'm agreeing that what Wakanda Forever did, it ruined it. Unless they undo that in some Avengers movie or they make
there's no saving it. If we're going off your logic, there's no saving it. Recasting and all, there's no saving it.
Well, recasting would mean undoing Wakanda Forever. So yes, if you were to undo what happened, you can save.
Only way. Man, I don't believe that, dude. I don't believe that one movie can just completely destroy a franchise. But because that Terminator movie wasn't that bad, man. Come on.
Which one are you talking about? You just
John Connor dies.
The last
one wasn't that bad. I thought it was okay. It was okay.
Right. I like it. You're never going to get a better one than the second one.
I'd agree.
Chill's like, what?
No, so 3 of you talked at the same time. So what did T say first?
Yeah.
I said I agree that the second one, like that was an event. That was a moment in time you never get back. Terminator 2.
Yeah. It's unfair to put other movies up against that. That actually changed the course of a lot of things, like far as what that movie did. So like to think we're going to get something like maybe close, maybe one day, maybe, but I don't think we'll get a better Terminator than that. But that doesn't make the other movies trash, like people say.
Fine. Retroactively doesn't make the other 2 movies trash. That's pretty hard to do.
No, I'm talking about Salvation is dope, man. And okay, and you're saying going forward, you're saying Dark Fate. Nah, I like Dark Fate, man. I still don't understand if that was the Terminator. I don't know what that was, but I still enjoyed it.
I have a question. Did anybody here enjoy the Matrix Resurrection?
No.
Or was that exactly that's the movie that ruined the franchise? Like that's the only thing I could think of.
That was easy correction though. It's a computer. I mean, just hit reboot because that's confirmed, right? They're doing another Matrix.
Yeah.
Oh, they are.
Was that
with some fresh eyes?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if people will go see it. It was pretty trash, but I don't know. I think they can fix it. It's just, will anybody care? I don't know.
Hey Arnold over SpongeBob. Toby, you agree?
I've never seen it.
Oh,
Matrix?
that hurts.
Yep.
Zach, have you seen The Matrix?
No, I haven't seen any of the Matrix. I started the
What are
first
you
one
doing,
and
man?
fell asleep, so
Mhm.
I went back.
You got to get on that, man. It's just, I mean, even if you don't love them, like most, it's just something like you have. It's a bucket list for a movie. You have to watch it.
I'm after I'm done the Lord of the Rings franchise, I'm going to do Matrix and review.
You're never going to be done with that, bro. It's
So
too long.
50 years, right?
I'm gonna prove you guys wrong. Rosal Comics, welcome to the live stream. Never seen you before. Watching Mufasa is like watching a vase of flowers. You know they're gonna die. Damn.
Oh,
It's a good
Oh, real
word.
quick, like I didn't get to say what I want to say about the Lion King. The last movie felt like it was lacking a soul. Like it just felt like it's the same movie, but it wasn't. That was the crazy part. So I didn't really enjoy it. But like Zach said, it's probably made for somebody else. But at the same time, I haven't heard any kids or anybody really raving about this Lion King. But it's regional. It might be different where you guys are at. But this new one, not that the trailer looks so great, but the idea of what they could do, like, can you imagine if they did a movie with Scar and Mufasa, like a trilogy, or like, them growing up, like first them as kids, then them as, a little bit older, and then maybe the last one leading right up to the Lion King. I think that could be really cool, like them tag teaming to defend Pride Rock. I think that could be cool if done right. I don't know if that's what they're doing. There's not much you can tell what they're doing from this new trailer. It's just like, okay, he's back and he's smaller. It's Mufasa. But I think it'll be better because there's no expectation. You can play with the story as much as you want. Only story you got to tell is that your main characters live, but you can do anything you want because you're free to do it. So I think it's going to be better, but that's not saying much.
No, you didn't watch Hey Arnold or SpongeBob SquarePants, but did you see Phineas and Ferb? Like, what is the kind of for that next generation up? What is the hit cartoon animated show?
I think that's for you, Tobes.
Oh, I mean, I have seen SpongeBob, but say that question again. I'm running off 2 brain cells right now.
Ooh, what cartoons were you watching when you're? Is it Fairly Odd Parents? What cartoon was like the show?
Oh.
Avatar: Legend of Korra.
I jumped around many. Definitely Fairly Odd Parents, Adventure Time,
Paw Patrol.
yeah, Paw Patrol, definitely.
That's still
Many
going
others,
on, isn't it? Isn't
Yeah.
Paw Patrol still happening?
They just dropped a movie last year.
Yes.
Remember Paw Patrol?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Paw Patrol. That was.
I liked Arthur on PBS, and I know that ended a couple years ago.
I think it was last year. That's crazy.
25
I ain't gonna
seasons.
lie, I'll still watch Arthur every now and then. See it on TV early in the morning in the
Yeah,
background.
man.
You know what I mean?
I should do some
But
Arthur trivia
y'all
too,
made
just to
me
make sure
old.
you're a real fan, huh? What did DW stand for?
I don't know, dude. I really don't. Give me another one. I really don't know. What
Who
is
was
it?
the rival team to the school in Elmwood?
Oh shit, I know this. It's something. I forgot, man. Don't make me go
Okay.
full Binky on you, man. Don't do me like that. I forgot. It's been a minute, man.
Oh, you're a tough customer, huh? What instrument did
Yeah.
Binky play in music class?
Oh, was it the trombone?
It was the
That?
clarinet.
The clarinet. Okay.
And the school that they faced was called Mighty Mountain, and Dora Winifred is DW. Come on, man. You make me
I
want
thought
to
he was
ball my
gonna ask me. I thought he was gonna ask me something like, when did Powell start speaking, or something easy like what is the teacher's name, Professor Ratburn? Like he gonna ask me something crazy.
Who sings the theme song?
Well, how about this? Who voices DW?
I don't want to talk to you. I don't know who does voice DW.
All right, here's an easy one. Who voices what's the girl,
I don't know.
Francine?
I don't know.
Have you ever seen Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Oh, that actress.
Yeah, the little young girl.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
All the young people watching, I know you're like, what are these old men talking about?
It'd be
Nah,
like
yeah, I
Magic
felt the same way when y'all said Paw
Get out of here
Patrol.
with your
I know
black
what
and white cartoons.
was it Adventure Time. I know, but with the other one you guys said, he said something Ferb and the Family. What did you say?
Phineas and Ferb, yeah.
And there was
That was
another
nice.
one you guys said before Paw Patrol.
The Fairy Odd Parents.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that. I've never even heard of that stuff.
You never heard of Fairy Odd Parents and like Jimmy Neutron and stuff like that?
Yeah,
Heard
that's
of Jimmy
Nickelodeon.
Neutron.
It was around the same time. They even did a crossover.
Yeah.
Right. I left Nickelodeon. My era of Nickelodeon is Doug, Alex Mack, Are You Afraid of the Dark, like all that, and I was out. I didn't even see Kenan and Kel show.
Wow.
Yeah, I got up out of there.
LL always jumping out of stuff.
No, I was like a Fox Kids guy. I mean, I was a Nick guy up to that point, but I was like Fox Kids, like we was the Batman animated series. Even when they turned into the WB Superman animated series, like that's where I was at. We didn't have cable TV, guys.
He said, I think X-Men is just matching the pacing of how anime is very fast paced nowadays compared to how it used to be just getting with times. That's probably true. I feel like animated shows are trying to match the pace of animes. Because I think anime is starting to overtake American animation. Do you guys feel that way?
Especially, yes, I do feel that way. Especially because TV is being overtaken by kids on this thing where you don't have to wait for commercial breaks. Yeah, and anime is all over the internet.
Yeah. Sometimes a commercial is for anime. You know what I mean? You rarely see a commercial for an American cartoon.
Yeah.
Watching Mufasa the Lion King is watching natural documentary turned into a Christopher Nolan movie. Oh my god. I'm also looking forward to see if they improve on the animation over the different seasons or if they're just going to keep it the same for budget reasons. Oh, it's talking about X-Men 97. I can see that. The animation can get a little better.
I think they're doing it on purpose, though. I think it's purposefully shot like animated the way it is to completely match the 97 style, like the old X-Men style.
Yeah.
There is little nuances to it too. It has evolved. If you really look at how the animation style is, it's like 97, but it's slightly evolved. Like you were like, I think they did a good transition.
Yeah, it's cleaner. It's cleaner than the original.
For sure.
X-Men 97 doesn't give the story time to breathe. That's what I was talking about. Yeah. He said you're only seeing 20 plus episode seasons with animes nowadays. Yeah. And I feel like that's enough. We don't need more than 20 episodes for one season. When you go past that, it's a little crazy. I think, Chill, you said something, but your mic's paused.
No, I wasn't saying anything.
Okay. Lion King 2019 is the highest grossing animated movie of all time. Is it? I thought, well, I guess, it's not live action. It's not real lions. Made $1.60 billion on a budget of 260. How well do you think Mufasa will do?
I think it's such a business decision to go, well, since that made so much money, this will too. Yeah, it made so much money, and fans were turned off. Fans were like, oh, that was a weird experience. Fans are not going to spend the same amount of money, the same amount of not money, not outcome. What do you call it? The showing, the audience won't be the same for that movie because they left going, I can wait for it on streaming. I can wait till streaming is like the death of movies, and they thought with a quick turnaround time and in 60 days it'll be back at home on your Disney Plus, and they thought trying to sell Disney Plus. The idiots took a shot at their movies, at their movie industry. They're trying to make money off of a box office, but can't. It's I guess that's not the point of this guy's comment. It's just
no, but it's part of it. He's wondering how well Mufasa will do. Streaming is a part of it and everything, like competition. There's 2 other movies coming out that same day. I will say, though, I had this conversation about this movie, I think either yesterday or the day before. The critic score for Lion King 2019 is bad, but the audience score is high. So, and I looked at the reviews, people like it. So all fans didn't turn on it. And like you said, with T, little kids who don't know anything about the original love the movie and will go watch another one.
Last year, this is unrelated. Minions had a movie, and all the youth who were kids when the first one came out started dressing up in suits, and they were shooting their TikTok videos. It was a cultural movement. You need movies to be that, so that we can dress up, go take the photos, and have the TikToks. If you are not
Like
doing
Barbie.
that, Barbie had some of that also. But when it comes
Yeah,
to a
like-
kids, in a kids movie where a parent is paying for the movie ticket, a parent is also knowing that, okay, that's just the movie ticket. That's two of my kids with popcorn, and then the bill, and it goes, do I really want to spend $100 on a freaking movie experience for 3 hours, or do I wait until it's on streaming? And it is very easy for a parent to decide what is and isn't gonna be watched for their kids. And kids' movies have been taking a hit at it. Mario, shout out to Mario though. Mario was
It is.
not.
Mario
It is
did
the
what
Lion
we were
King.
talking about. It
And-
just came out and killed it.
It is the Lion King, and as T said, his kid is ready, and they're gonna be there. So I mean, it might be regional because I don't hear nothing about the Lion King, but like Zach said, there's a good audience score, and T's kids love it. So there's still people clamor. I don't think it'll do as well, but I think it might be close.
It doesn't have to make $1 billion. If the budget is 260, it has to make just 5.
It'll
Oh.
it'll definitely make more than it's cost to make.
Oh,
It'll
yeah.
definitely do.
Oh yeah.
I think it'll do well.
So I think what's really gonna affect this movie, Moana 2. Moana 2 comes out, I think, in either October or November. If that does well, the Lion King's gonna make a boatload of money because it's Christmas time. Like I think Moana is right before Thanksgiving. If people go out and that movie's really good, I think that more people are gonna have more faith in Disney to then endorse. Because like I don't know if y'all have kids or not. I don't know if y'all hang around a lot of kids, but when you mention the Lion King, young kids, my son is 5, my daughter's 8. When you mention those things, their face light up. Like they know. Like my son's watched the original. He's watched all of that stuff. He just loves Simba. He loves Mufasa. He loves all of those things. So like, if y'all like us grown men, I'm not looking like I would never be looking out for this. Like, but kids are gonna eat this up. And parents, yes. If your kids, as a parent, maybe not in the 80s or the 70s, those parents were not spending money to take their kids to the movies. But now people don't want to hear their kids yell and scream that they want to see something. They're not gonna wait for it to come on streaming. They're gonna take their kid. Like when I went and saw Barbie, there were a lot of kids there. When I went and saw Little Mermaid, there were a lot of families there. It might be regional because I live in Texas, so it could be that a lot of people are taking their kids there. But
I believe
every kids movie, when I went and took my kids to see Paw Patrol, that place was packed. Like they show up for those kids movies, man. I didn't believe it until I had kids. And I started taking my kids up. Like they show up for these kids movies. I mean,
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Mario. Yeah.
Five Nights at Freddy's did way better than they expected. That's a lot of kids. It wasn't us. And Kobe.
Yeah. I mean,
well, I mean, that was I don't know. It seemed like there are a lot of older people that like Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah, because like, all right, as he was saying that, I do remember people being excited about the first Lion King, and then because like for me as a viewer, I will go see. I don't know if I'll go see, but I am looking forward to the Toy Story movie, and everything that was capsuled in my era. The Lion King's, like the first Aladdin, I enjoyed the hell out of that, and I was very excited when that came out. So all those movies that were big for me when they did them in live action, I was excited. Beauty and the Beast, I was excited. It didn't pan out great, but you know, I think my excitement was there, and I think so. Certain parents are excited, and I think them having children is a plus because, like, you know, you push that onto your kid a little bit, like, oh, these are the movies I watched, and they see it, and so they grow up to love it too. And so I think it's still there for certain parents of a certain age. I really do think the excitement. But now the sequels, if you didn't enjoy the first one, I don't know if it's for, you know, like, all right, for me, I was excited for the first Lion King. Now it's just like, I'll see it when it comes out. You know, like when it comes out on physical media or streaming, I'll see it then. But, you know, I'm not going to see it. But when the first one came out, I was like, hell yeah, I want to see that. It's the Lion King. So I feel that that is a real thing, what you're saying. And I feel like some parents, depending on their age group, are excited, you know. and to have somebody, I was actually happy I could take somebody to see Toy Story 3 because I was too old for it when it came out. But it was cool to like, oh, I could watch this now. I could take somebody to see this. So, I mean, not that you have to be, I'm not shaming anybody. You can watch whatever you want to watch, but it's kind of cool to have somebody to experience that with.
The fourth Toy Story movie also came out in that year, 2019, and it didn't make it made a huge amount of money. It made $1 billion, and it didn't have Disney Plus. Disney Plus only released late 2019, I think in December or whenever Mandalorian started, November maybe. That is when Disney Plus started. Ever since then, Elemental made maybe 500 million, I think. I don't think Wish made too much money. What? Did you know?
No.
Elemental did like 600. Wish bombed.
Wish bombed. Haunted Mansion. We can wait for it to get to Disney Plus is real. But Moana, you see, kids, Moana is one of the most watched things on Disney Plus. That is the reason they said, well, what the hell are we doing? This has sequel potential. And so Moana 2, even if it doesn't, it will make money in the movie theaters, obviously, because so many kids are watching it. Even if it doesn't, when it's on Disney Plus, it'll be watched so much times that they feel like it's worthwhile to add. So Moana is a surefire $1 billion. And if it's not, I don't know. Who wants to take me up on that bet? Anyone doubt Moana? Because it's making $1 billion.
When we say Moana, are we talking about a live action, or are we just talking about a straight up sequel to the animated?
They're making a sequel animated, and then they're doing the live action the year after, right?
I'm talking animated.
Yeah, the animated movie's coming out this year.
I think the live action will do crazy. I think the first iteration of these really big movies are going to do crazy. Like when they finally do live action Frozen, it'll do big, just like The Lion King and Aladdin did well. Now, if they're bad movies, I don't know how the sequels will do as well, but I think it will. Like, I'll take you up on a bet of a live action one for sure.
Hold up,
but I don't know about
they're making a live action Frozen.
Yeah.
No. Are they?
What?
Yes.
I'm just saying when
He
they
said
find
make that up?
After Frozen 3, there will be a live action Frozen 1.
When?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
After Frozen 3.
Yeah, my
We
kids
all
be in
know
high
that.
school.
We all know everything will be live action rebooted. That's just the pattern they're on. We all know that.
Yeah.
But
Touche.
nothing announced.
This when they were doing D23 last year, they talked about Frozen 3, and they said they're in early development of doing Frozen live action.
Oh, my bad. That's
Yeah.
so that's relatively recent. Then
But they don't want it to come out before Frozen 3. I think it's a thing of like we don't want to deflate 3 before and then have live action. I think live action can deflate the animated.
Yeah, don't James Gunn your product. Yeah.
We all can agree that James Gunn definitely wild out on his product.
That was nasty. He didn't have to do that. But yeah.
And then out here talking about The Flash is one of the greatest comic book movies I've ever seen. It's too late, sir.
He was reading off a script too. Yeah.
Tom Cruise said it though, so it had to be true.
Oh, yeah. Tom Cruise.
I don't know how much money they paid him to do that. And then he got a Warner Brothers deal after that. He definitely got paid to say that.
Bro, he better be Iron Man. All I'm saying. I want to see that in Secret Wars. I'm just
What's happening?
or
It was happening in Multiverse of Madness. Yeah, he just got delayed because of COVID.
oh, okay. Yeah. I just want to see how that looks. I for some reason I think that'll be kind of cool.
Yeah. I want to piggyback off what T said in terms of Moana doing well, so it will transfer over to Mufasa. I've been talking about this for probably 2 years on my channel. Talked about it everybody else live stream. Franchise momentum is the most important thing. Your franchise has to have momentum from movie to movie in order to carry over. That happened with the MCU. Even the movies that people like, the Thor Dark World still did $600-700 million because of franchise momentum. Everything before it was really good to great. So people was like, watched it, like, it's a little bit of a miss. Let's move to the next one. Next one's great. Okay, so we can just overshadow that one. And I think with the MCU, like if you think about how it looks, after Endgame, we had Black Widow. That kind of hurt franchise momentum. It was anticipated. People thought she should have had a movie, and it wasn't that great. It was what's the word I want to say? Winter Soldier
Trash.
Light. Winter Soldier Light. It has same beats as Winter Soldier, but just not done in as well. And then when you go into like the other movies, you take the shows out.
Share screen.
We have like No Way Home. Yeah, we're looking at. We have Black Widow, hurts the momentum a little bit, but not too much. Then you have Shang-Chi, did really good, but then Eternals hurts the momentum a lot. No Way Home comes
But
out.
are we
Bang.
taking it? Are we taking an account of how COVID has affected these movies at the time, and how even going forward, COVID is still real because it changed the way people like. He was just arguing how people could wait for streaming. Like people see that now more than ever. So,
But he's talking about
like these
reception,
2019 numbers.
Yeah, I'm not talking about numbers. I'm talking about reception.
Okay.
like critical acclaim.
Because the reason why I'm not going to talk about numbers is because we go from Shang-Chi. It did well box office wise, but the reception was mostly positive. I know I see some people hating on it now in retrospect, but when it came out, it was mostly positive.
They were always hating on that
Eternal-
movie, dude.
Eternals is trashed a lot, right? Like what I feel about it personally doesn't matter. A lot of people don't like Eternals. No Way Home is one of the biggest events that the MCU's ever had, right? Which then I think transferred over to Doctor Strange because it's another multiverse movie, but the reception for that was divided. So then you go to Thor: Love and Thunder, and while that movie did good, the reception was divided and it didn't make as much as Multiverse of Madness. Then you get into Wakanda Forever, they make the decision with not recasting T'Challa. People are upset with it. Some people in the panel think it's trash. I think it's good. Whatever, right? Then Ant-Man comes out. They promise one thing, the movie's a different thing. Movie does not do well. It's actually just like a mediocre movie. Guardians does well, but Guardians feels so separate from the MCU. This could have been its own trilogy, and people are just Guardians fans, not fan. Like they don't care about the rest of the MCU. They just want to see the Guardians of the Galaxy do their thing.
Can I add before you get to Marvels? Guardians did well, he says, and it only made 800 million. That's because franchise momentum was so
Should've
low.
made $1 billion.
A good Guardians is supposed to be $1 billion, not a 800 something.
Well, has any of them made $1 billion? I don't think any of the Guardians have. I think 3 is the highest.
No, yeah,
Didn't
none of
the
them
first one
have made $1 billion. The first one was only a 600 million. I think the second was in the 7. Not I think. I know it made more, but it was 700 million, and then this one is in the 800 millions. Inflation as well, so that 800 million isn't as impressive as the 700 million from 2017.
Yeah, and I'll say this: while on the internet, universally, Guardians the franchise is loved. I've talked to a lot of people in real life that don't like it. I just had somebody that said that they watched Guardians 1, they turned it off after 20 minutes. Too goofy, don't like the sci-fi space stuff, too weird. So that's the thing.
Thing. Yeah, I've heard that.
And then the Marvels come, and this was the biggest experiment that the MCU decided to do. People, saw Guardians Volume 3 as an anomaly. It also didn't do as well as you thought it should be with the quality of the film because of franchise momentum. Also, there's shows in between that hurt it, like Secret Invasion, and there's just a downturn on it. And then also, people don't like Brie Larson as Captain Marvel, right? They don't know who Miss Marvel is because it's the lowest watched show in the MCU's shows. They don't really know who Monica Rambeau is because
they wasn't having 3 female leads, bro. You can just say it. No, I'm just joking.
I'm not going to blame it on the women. I'm not going to blame it on the women.
I'm not blaming them.
Captain Marvel made $1 billion because women went to go see those 2 movies. Women did not turn out to go see the Marvels. The demo was 60% male, and it was highly white male. So black men didn't really go see this. Women of any color didn't really go see this. And the highest will watch MCU films are Spanish people, and they didn't go see this.
Trailers didn't look good to me. I'm just saying.
I have some deep thoughts on that whole Marvels thing.
I didn't think the trailers looked good, man.
I know. I hear that. I totally understand. The trailers didn't do that well views wise. Usually when a Marvel trailer comes out, especially the first one at least, it goes crazy numbers. Oh, this trailer broke a record. Just happened with Deadpool and Wolverine, right? The first trailer broke some kind of record for R-rated trailers or whatever. Happens all the time. Multiverse of Madness breaks records. But it's just not the trailer. Yeah, even when there's a Marvel movie, when Thor: Love and Thunder trailer came out, people were hyped because Ragnarok.
Is it fatigue though? Is that playing a part in a lot of this stuff?
No, there's no such thing. As
not with the Marvels. The Marvels, I feel like the Marvels are something different, man. Like I almost feel like they sabotaged the Marvels. Like they're just the way it was marketed.
It's marketing.
The way it was written in
the experiment. Who knows what the Marvels is?
Terrible.
It's Marvel 2 is the Marvels. What is that? Right? Then you have the 2 other leads other than Brie Larson, who's not liked that much, and they haven't done the job to make her liked. It's 2 people a lot of people never seen. A lot of people didn't watch Miss Marvel. So when she's on the screen, like, who the hell is this? And then Monica Rambeau is a side character in WandaVision. While that is a awarded show, it's not highly watched. It didn't reach many numbers.
But why did they name it the Marvels to begin with? Why would you not like Captain Marvel made $1 billion?
Just call it Captain Marvel 2.
Exactly.
See how Winter Soldier, Black Widow was there, Winter Soldier was there, Falcon was there, and they were all involved in the plot heavily. This should have just been the same thing.
Actually, I did like the name had me excited. I was like, "Oh, movie about the Marvels," but the trailers just didn't do it for me. But it had nothing to do with Brie Larson. Like that shit, the trailers didn't look good. But to be fair, the first trailer to the first movie didn't look that good either. But it was okay. First movie was alright.
The name had you excited. What is exciting about the Marvels?
Well, dude, it's the Marvels. Like, I mean, maybe because I know what was going on. Maybe that's part of it. Because I'm aware of the TV show. Maybe that's part of it. But I don't know. I don't like
and who are in the know. Get it. In the comics, the Marvels is a thing for me. I'm a fan of Monica, Kamala, and Carol together. Comics, and then I watched the TV shows and I like them in the shows they're in. So for us who's like in the know, it's exciting.
Yeah.
But for people who never read a comic, who are mainstream fans and just watch movie to movie, don't want to watch any shows, do homework, that means nothing to them.
I mean, because take it back a few years, Guardians of the Galaxy was coming out. I was like, what the hell is this? I thought that was gonna be trash. And the trailers to me wasn't that good, but the movie was fire to me. But the name didn't capture me either. I didn't know what the hell that was.
It's not about all right. So the Guardians of the Galaxy, when they first came out, that wasn't a known commodity. Captain Marvel was a known commodity. Why would you switch it up? There was so many different things that were done because of this Brie Larson hate, which is another story for another day. Like people hate Brie Larson as if she's Ezra Miller, and it cracks me up. Like, but Disney did so many wrong things with the way they marketed the Marvels, the way they like just the way they marketed itself and the way it was written. It was poorly written. They greenlit it. I don't know. I enjoyed the movie. I just think they could have done a lot of things different. They could have done a lot of things better to help it instead of hurting it. They divided more fans with the way they did things. Especially just with the title itself, like that's showing you have no confidence in Brie Larson. You might as well just have taken her out of the
Marvel though. Marvel company, Captain Marvel. I mean, you still see the correlation. Like that wouldn't stop me as like if I'm watching these Marvel movies and they're all doing pretty well, we can agree. I wouldn't still that title's not going to make me not see it or not be aware. Like, oh, what's the I don't know. I don't think the title's that big of a thing. But I hear what you're saying.
I think it's multiple reasons. I think everyone has partly a problem. You didn't like the trailers. There's a lot of people who didn't like the trailers. You think it's marketed bad in multiple different ways. I think it's all that plus franchise momentum. I think all these things encompasses why that movie failed. If the franchise momentum was strong from Shang-Chi and moving like it, Shang-Chi hit, Eternals hit, No Way Home obviously hit. If Multiverse of Madness was the $1 billion movie it should have been and where people were excited for it, if Thor Love and Thunder was so goofy, and Ant-Man was so goofy right before, and then you see these two goofy movies, people are tight about goofy movies, and then the Marvels look goofy. So that doesn't help. Everybody was waiting. They should have made a Winter Soldier-like film for Captain Marvel at that point. Like, they need a serious movie.
I agree.
Instead of doing a fun girl power. It's not even a girl power movie because they didn't really talk about them being women at all. They just happen to be women.
Guardians power. It feels like everything is Guardians-like. Since the Guardians have came out and done well, feels like that tone has leaked into every other property. I don't know. That's what it feels like to me.
I think Ragnarok changed the way MCU. Like when Ragnarok came, everybody was so excited that it was funny, it was irreverent, and Kiki, whatever the hell his name is, whatever. Everybody was so excited on how he made that movie fun and how they made Thor fun, and then it just was like I really felt like that movie affected so many different things, so many projects after it because of how well received.
More than Guardians?
No, I think because after Guardians, there was so many other movies that didn't take those tones. like after Guardians 1, there were a lot of different movies. I don't remember times, but like what came after Guardian? Did Civil War come after Guardians? Did
Yeah. Black
like
Panther.
yeah, those movies weren't that same tone, but after Ragnarok, everybody decided, like everyone wanted to, they let Taika go full Taika with Thor Love and Thunder. Everyone tried to take this wacky zany approach to it because of how well Thor Ragnarok, like people love that movie. I don't understand
I love
why.
Thor Ragnarok.
I thought it was solid. Like I'm a big Planet Hulk fan. The way they did that story upset me a lot because it was kind of a Planet Hulk story, but it wasn't a Planet Hulk story.
Yeah.
But it was a good movie, but everybody I felt like that tone, people they went extra with it. Quantumania went way overboard. Love and Thunder went way overboard with this idea of you have to be super funny. And I get it. Like I love comedy too, but all of the movies, Captain Marvel is not the comedy movie. It should not have been, like you said, it should have been more of a Civil War or a Winter Soldier type movie.
I
Chill, how you
I
feeling about
really enjoy the Thor.
you've been
Third- Rag-
in it, but Joe,
What?
how you feel about all the conversation about the movie and stuff like that? How do you? Because I don't remember if you talked about the movie itself. I know you talked about Monica and things like that and representation because that's a lot of focus on your channel. But
I did a review about it. It was a fast pace. It was a like a edited chimera. It was just boom, we'll throw it out there 90 minutes, but still flaws and all. I thought it was cool. I liked it enough. I also know it wasn't heavy stakes or nothing until we get to the ending. But yeah, it was all right. I did a live stream about it also, so you can check that out also. So
I got it in 5. Like if you told me to do top 5 MCU, like Ragnarok's up there for me.
that's fair. A lot of people's number one. Dave
No,
Show.
I don't say all that.
I know you've been waiting with your CM Punk shirt, best in the world. Yeah. How you feeling?
I'm okay. I figured I'd pop in and join you guys.
I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. We're having a fun time at the party when the Dave Show arrived. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Is his
somebody
arms long
said-
enough to box with God?
A bars.
We will
I
see.
need some Russell talk because that's going to be a whole 30 hours.
Oh, jeez.
Right.
I heard the Quarter Owls is possibly going to be one of the villains in the next Batman movie. I can see that, especially after the flood, them coming in,
Yes.
doing things. It could be multiple
I
villains. It
think-
doesn't have to be. We have multiple villains in this one, right?
Mhm.
They could kind of do like a long Halloween live action situation because we haven't gotten that. Whereas the Court
Right.
Owls, you can still do Hush. You can still have Joker floating around and he busts his Riddler out. You could do a lot of different things.
Yeah. I think they're in it. I think we're not getting out of this trilogy without some type of Court of Owls involvement.
Perp just dropped a hot take. How you guys feel about that?
I agree.
I completely agree.
I agree. Yeah.
As
We
a
got two
whole,
agrees.
is that what we saying?
We got Chills shaking his head no. Kello's asking questions.
Yeah.
No,
It has
I haven't seen
potential.
Dune. I haven't seen Dune. I'll keep my mouth shut, but I don't see it though. But okay, I'll be quiet on that.
It has potential.
I have
movies?
enjoyed any Star Wars content out of all 9 movies and shows. Like I've enjoyed Dune Part 1 and 2. So I agree with this.
There's a reason why I have sand of Arrakis. The spice of
Nice.
Arrakis.
The spice.
That space
That is-
cocaine?
Yes.
Space heroin?
Did you know Minions
Zach,
made more
you-
money than Captain America Civil
said-
War? Not shocked.
Zach, you said you didn't enjoy any Star Wars movie. Did you say that?
No. I said I enjoyed Dune Part 1 and 2 more than any other Star Wars content.
That's crazy. But I got to see it. I won't say nothing, but that's crazy.
I agree.
It just speaks to my sensibility. Star Wars is there's nothing like deeper there in Star Wars for me. And Dune and Dune Part 2, they talk to me differently because it's a little deeper messaging in those films.
You don't know the deepness of Star Wars? You don't know? Okay, that's a different conversation.
5 movies I'm looking forward to this decade is Toy Story 5, Avatar 4. What about 3? We didn't get to 3 yet.
That's gonna be trash. He jumped over it.
Oh yeah, there it is. He has it higher up. He's ranking them. That's why. Avatar 4, Superman, Avatar, Frozen, and I guess the list got cut off. How do you guys feel about him dropping the legacy off of Superman Legacy and just calling it Superman?
I'm still calling it Superman Legacy.
Why is that? Is it just because that was the name it was first called?
Yeah, so that people know what you can't name things. You can't rename things, guys. That's not allowed. Like X-23 is in a lot of comic books. They refer to her as Wolverine, and I'm like, no, that's X-23. Once you brand something as something, when I talk about it, just to make sure I'm talking about this thing, I'm talking about Superman Legacy.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah,
talking
Superman,
about
Superman,
Wolverine
Makes
right
sense. Very, very logical.
It's funny
I-
because
if you
called
got to
Wolverine right here, and then right here I have X-23.
I feel like it's going to be easier for like the casual crowd. If you call it Superman Legacy, it's not going to confuse them. If you call it Superman,
and it's gonna be a Superman for a new generation. We keep talking about the youngins.
you might have to go back and do some homework.
Well,
Yeah.
the casuals don't know Superman's new movie is coming out until they're watching football and it shows up on a commercial. So to the people I talk to,
Oh man, I don't know about that. I think there's levels to the casuals. I do. I mean, there's dumb casuals for sure, but I think there's still but I think, in my opinion, I kind of like Superman Legacy because it differentiates the what it is. Like, this is a new iteration of Superman. So I kind of liked that, and it feels that from what we hear he's saying, he's telling a different story. You know what I mean? It's a legacy. Like, you see the Kingdom Come it feels that this is going to be a legacy. So I kind of wish he would have kept that in a way, but hey, what can you do? Still's not better than Man of Tomorrow. That's a better title though.
Because we have Superman, obviously, which is the Christopher Reeve film, right? And then we have Superman Returns, which is Brandon Routh. And then
Batman
we have
Returns.
Superman Returns so underrated, man. I enjoyed that movie. I don't care what nobody say. That's
the first movie over again. It's a retelling of the first movie.
Not really.
Come on, man. Him going back to save the world. They're doing the same beats through the whole movie. I mean, it's cool. I don't know. The movie looks a little muddy to me. I don't know why the movie's so brown. I don't understand that, but
that was the thing back in that day. A lot of movies, cinematography and feel was a little muddy.
Yeah.
No, I just feel that Batman makes more money, and they were trying to darken him up a little bit, ground him a little bit, and that was their way of shooting him through that lens. I just feel like they were trying to put the Batman effect on Superman for a while. So, anyway,
Mama Bear, I agree with you. Thank you. Yeah, the Sky Dome, the Air Canada Center, both of these venues have been renamed, but we go by the original name because that's what it's colloquially known as.
Yeah,
this is true.
Shout out Metro Housing.
Bryan Singer.
And I said hi to everybody.
Had a huge effect on
Mama.
Say that again about Bryan Singer, T. What you say?
He had a huge effect on Superman Returns. He is the reason why it looked the way it looked. I'm not a big Bryan Singer fan. Hot take. The original X-Men movie, while it was good, it was poorly written and poorly directed. Great characters we loved, but Bryan Singer, he's just not my favorite director. I don't like him at all, actually. But I enjoyed the story. I just didn't like the way, like you said, the way Brandon Routh, I think, was a great Superman. I think he was a good choice because he was a good Clark Kent, but I wasn't a fan of Bryan Singer as the director.
Yeah, I hear that. And I didn't like the suit either, but
Oh, am I gone again? Oh. Am I here?
You're not gone. I
But,
just have
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I froze it again because you guys just disappeared. Okay. Movie theaters will never allow people to actually dress up anymore, especially in costumes, because they're afraid of people bringing in weapons and stuff. I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotten pretty crazy over the years.
Well,
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I was scared to go to Civil War. I live in Texas. I was scared to watch Civil War in the theater. I'm not gonna lie. Like
I'm kind of glad that movie
kind of
wasn't
wild.
about what people thought it was.
Yeah.
Because I think it saved those kind of reactions, like people fighting in the theater.
Right. But that has nothing
People
to do with
don't-
costumes. But
People
Well,
don't
last
realize
one
how
was
dangerous.
Barbie and sorry, go ahead, Cal.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say like Barbie and Oppenheimer was the last time I remember people dressing up for anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, when do you guys think that became a thing again? What was it, Batman, Dark Knight? When you think you start seeing that again?
Dressing
People
up.
dressing up.
I noticed that it started with a lot of when the new horror movies came out over the last few years. I think it started with Scream, and then I think it continued on with like Smile and Terrifier and stuff.
Jigsaw.
Mhm.
Jigsaw was another one, yeah.
Yeah, horror people. Yeah, they are certainly a backbone. But I don't know. I start seeing it around 08. When was that? Dark Knight Returns. I was seeing people dressing up for that movie. But yeah, because you remember that was a thing back in the day too. People used to dress up and like Scream when it first came out. People were, and it was dangerous. People were doing some wild stuff. People were getting killed in the theater. Theater has always been a dangerous place. It's amazing how people forgot. Time passes, and now we're getting back to it where it's like, oh, it's dangerous again. But yeah,
You crazy
you live
Americans.
I was
Yeah.
thinking the same thing. I'm just
I
like,
mean, he's not wrong.
I forgot we have two non-Americans here that are like, we don't live that
My-
life.
I'm sorry, folks. I had to open the door or open a window to our craziness. But yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, because remember when the Dark Knight came out, there was a shootout inside the theater and people died.
which they say hurt that movie. So you guys believe that really hurt the movie?
No.
helped.
Just
That
the
dude-
medium,
that
man.
dude killed a lot of
Like
people,
this-
He
Yeah.
killed like 7, it's like 5 or 6 people he killed.
But
Yeah.
anyone with a
Yeah, that was a
brain
lot.
doesn't think this movie promoted that action. It was just free publicity that there's a Batman movie out. That's all.
No. Yeah, but I mean, I lived through COVID and I seen what the media could do. So brain or no brain, it hinders things.
You think that the media during that time was making negative out of the movie? I don't think that they were ever relating the two. I think it was, wow, what a tragedy, not Batman is bad.
No, I remember the Joker.
Yeah,
when
they
that movie
weren't,
was
but people
tied
were
to
scared.
that stuff. I remember the Joker being tied to some of that stuff. He wasn't well received by like certain media outlets when that movie first came out.
Mm-hmm.
That cinema in
Yeah.
Aurora, Colorado wouldn't play the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, respectfully,
Yeah.
I wouldn't either. I mean,
Is there any like negative
I'm not-
thing when it came out because of the whole like clown thing?
Yeah, I mean, just like
Mm.
Joker recently had negative things people were tying to, I mean, because that happens even at urban movies, should I say? When something bad happens there, they always blame the movie. Meanwhile, the shooting or something might have happened outside the theater, but they always blame something. They've been doing that forever, but people do go for that though, and you will hear it. I think
I mean,
sensible people will probably say no, but people do fall for that.
People are still trying to ban GTA after all these years.
Really?
But that connection between violence and real life, for video games like GTA, is a much realer threat. It's more credible to me than it is for the Batman movie.
Understandable. I can see where that is.
I don't know, man. When that came out, like the Joker was he's a terrorist in that movie, and like when that stuff happened, they really were like saying that was inspiring. But then again, I mean that's nothing new. Remember they were saying things about Batman Returns inspiring dark things, so for children. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the rite of passage for Batman at some point. You got to always do that.
they just that for a lot of movies. There are a lot of
Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, all these narratives have been on these things. Pokemon,
Dragon Ball Z, Full Metal Alchemist. I mean,
all
Yo,
of it.
Yu-Gi-Oh, depending on how deep you want to go, Yu-Gi-Oh do be doing some stuff though. Dang.
I was gonna say, but the show that was showed on 4Kids wasn't that bad. Like, if we're talking about the original Japanese cartoon where he was killing people, yeah, but they didn't show those seasons like that on 4Kids. So,
Oh
like,
my kids, so god.
oh yeah, no 4Kids.
heck, even wrestling isn't safe sometimes.
Oh my god, Attitude Era.
Ooh,
Yo, the commercials
So
we had.
first
Please do not do
Sean
this at
name?
home.
The story behind that is Monday Nitro had for like in a span of 2 months, multiple fake scripted fan comes inside from the guardrails, and that brought the attention. Seeing that, it incited fans to actually jump the guardrail, and so they had like to fight that over the weeks and weeks, and it became known like as a hard rule. We don't do that fake fan coming in, but it happened again and again in the WWE. I remember Rusev said something anti-American, and they had a fake fan, because he was a soldier and he was wearing his little like army veteran stuff, and he jumped in to the ring to fight Rusev, and it was stupid. I remember Shield. Remember when the Shield had a fan come in wearing the tactical vest, because the storyline was who's going to be the third member of the Shield because one of them was down. Who's going to be the partner? And in
Yeah.
comes the fan. Like, well, you can't do that, but you reminded fans, or you put this in their head, and without that imagery, they probably wouldn't have done it. It kicked off another wave of fan interference that you don't need.
Yeah.
So you talking about the trash era, the PG era? I missed a lot of that. But what I was referring to was like the don't try this at home. Like when we used to actually, when we were kids, we used to actually jump off stuff and drop the elbow, and people was trying to be Jeff Hardy, like they really were.
Backyard wrestling.
Yes, backyard wrestling. That is the reason for the don't try. That was huge. That was actually really big in the late 90s for some reason.
I did that when I was a kid. I did the much more PG version of it, but I still did it.
We did. We were serious. We had belts.
Cracking my back.
Nah, these cats were jumping off their roof.
We were serious.
Oh man,
we used to travel to it. We used to go to different neighborhoods, and we used to do it. And we had belts. And if you won, like we really did it. We were crazy. And so
we had those $10 Walmart belts, so we weren't exactly like.
That's crazy. I ain't never went that far. I ain't traveled to another neighborhood to fight some man.
Yeah, neither did I.
Well, our neighborhoods is like 15 minutes, bro. You can get to them, bro. But we all went to the same school. We went to the same school, but we were all different neighborhoods.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, wrestling was huge. Attitude Era was different. It sounds crazy that we did stupid shit, but we had fun too. It wasn't like, nothing bad, but we really did wrestle. We body slammed. Like this shit. That was stupid.
I mean, the aggression era was very chalky too. I mean, Hassan, the person who shall not be named, JBL. I mean, it was crazy back then too.
Yeah, I love that aggression era. That's where I jumped out though. But I did like it.
That's where a lot of people left.
I feel like it was after. I feel like after the Ruthless Aggression era ended, is when
The Rock left, I was ready to leave, and then I stayed a little while, and I left. Then I came back, and I seen Benoit and Eddie do their thing, and that was cool. Then it just, I don't know. I came back in 2010, and I realized that I'm done with this. It was so garbage, and I guess it was the PG era.
You came back in the Ring of Honor era to come back to. That was a rough era to get to.
Ring of Honor is what got me back into wrestling in like 2013. Like I have a whole different respect for wrestling because the wrestling was so different. It was like, it was real. It was pure wrestling. It wasn't about all that other stuff. And, and that's what I've been watching it ever since, they turned me off though. When they were doing what they did to Kofi and then they did it to Bianca, I was out the door again. But Roman has kept me.
Leadership now. That guy doesn't run things anymore.
Thank God.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to leave though, because Cody kind of trash. I'm getting ready to leave though, but they better pick it up.
He hasn't even had a title defense yet. Jesus criminy.
Yeah, and they talking about Roman don't wrestle. He's wrestled one time since he's had that title. Okay. We ain't gonna wrestle Zach Stream out. I don't want you people to jump.
No, we're not gonna do that.
That's hilarious. Let's go to some of the chat. She was talking about Captain Marvel. She says, I'll blame it on the women. Female-led movies don't do well. Wow. A woman blaming it on the
women. Damn,
Ember. Captain Marvel made $1 billion because it was heavily implied she was important to Endgame. I don't agree with this.
That actually is very true.
Like, that is kind of true. Like
that's extremely true. Like because
okay,
she was She was the only one who was gonna be like strong enough to fight Thanos. So people thought that she was gonna be like they thought she was
Mhm.
gonna come and be the one who saved everyone in Endgame. And that's why
Yeah.
like that was one of the reasons I went and saw it, honestly. Because I was like, man,
Yeah.
like this Captain Marvel, she's going like this
Yeah. She was the
Superman
secret
level.
weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would that is a fact.
That
I
sounds
do
right
believe.
for us. I feel like we don't make movies make $1 billion. It's the casual people. And I think they went to go see this movie because they liked it. Because for a movie to make $1 billion, it has to be repeat viewing. It wasn't a
Zach,
billion.
I
Watch it.
think too is true because I think certain movies that people are so invested in us, the people when I'm saying us, the people like us, there are some of them who don't always go out to these movies. And when you can pull everybody in of all tiers, of all ages, like there are comic book fans that really don't go to theaters like that. They're just into their older stuff. But the Endgame and the Infinity War bring everybody out. So I don't know. I think it's a combination of
But
both.
Ant-Man
You
and
know
the
what I mean?
Wasp did not do $1 billion. It didn't even do 700
Ant-Man
million.
is trash. I keep telling you that, Zach. The movie is
Ant-Man
trash.
1 was well received and
It's
did well.
okay.
Love that
It's
movie.
okay. 2 is trash.
That's your personal opinion. I'm
I
talking
mean, I
about
thought all
Black
3
Panther.
movies were good, but that's just my opinion. So I
Boom.
mean,
See, general consensus is that Ant-Man 1 is good. We're talking about general consensus, not your personal opinion, not my personal
It's
opinion.
okay. It's okay.
But Ant-Man and the Wasp did not do well. And it was in between Infinity War and Endgame. And Ant-Man ended
Exactly.
up being more important to Endgame than Captain Marvel.
That is,
Exactly.
but that wasn't known. Hold on, which came out first? Was it Captain Marvel or Ant-Man 2?
Captain Marvel came out first, and then Ant-Man came out after.
And I think that's why Ant-Man didn't do, because a lot of people went and saw Captain Marvel, and Captain Marvel was a solid movie, I would say, but it wasn't a great movie. And a lot of people didn't think
Yeah.
Ant-Man was gonna have like the running joke was the Ant-Man joke of the Ant-Man was gonna go up Thanos. Like that was a running joke before Endgame. But like there weren't people going to see Ant-Man because they thought he was gonna like it was almost to me that was almost a throwaway movie because it should
Yeah.
not have came before Endgame.
They were almost
Captain
making it like it
Marvel,
was filler. Like it was a filler movie.
yes.
And ended up
I mean,
not being-
another good example was Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle was fantastic in my opinion, but nobody went and supported that movie.
DC is
it's
totally
not
different.
it's not about the casual fan going, I think Captain Marvel is going to be important to the next Avengers movie. They went to go see it because they watched it and then they went to go bring their friend and they rewatched it. That's how a movie makes $1 billion.
Yeah.
But like, okay, at the end of Endgame, I'm sorry, at the end of Infinity War, how did you feel at the end of Infinity War when Thanos just sat there on like there was this feeling after Infinity War. There are a lot of people went and saw Infinity War.
Well, that's
And
what
that's I think, like you said, the franchise momentum, that was franchise momentum at its peak. Was a lot of people went and saw Captain Marvel because they thought, and especially that other post-credit scene where Nick Fury goes in the dust and he hits that beeper, and it was like, man, like that.
Yep.
I'm telling you, that is what created it. And I think it did well overseas too, if I'm not mistaken. I think Captain Marvel did really well overseas.
That's where it makes most of his money. I totally agree with you, right? For me, who knew what that beeper meant. But for a lot of casual fans, they were like, what the hell is this? Because my friend turned over to me and was like, what the hell is that? I was like, oh, Captain Marvel's coming. And like, I don't know I don't care. And then they saw the trailer.
Man.
And look, I go to the movies with people who do not care about the MCU. They watch these movies because they're gonna have fun.
Yeah, but they seen the last 3 movies before. People knew Captain Marvel was coming, bro. They knew, man. Like,
I don't know.
and that scene, like he said, when he faded the dust and the phone is ringing for her, it was like, oh, and you know what it felt like when Ant-Man came. It felt like, okay, this is the breather movie. You really don't have to catch this movie. You could take a breather. I mean, go catch it, but it felt like Captain Marvel was that was a must see to tell why she's going to do, why she's going to save everybody. I swear everybody felt like they knew that.
I don't know.
I would agree with that one. Cause I only say once again, there were a lot of people who after Infinity War, once it just that was just like I felt like that moment in time was so unique between Infinity War and Endgame, with how especially with how they uh positioned Captain Marvel, first female lead, like, and she was gonna play a big part in Endgame, which she didn't, which is pretty funny to me. Like she did, but she didn't. Like but it just I truly believe that Infinity War had a huge part to play, and not all of it, because for what it's worth, it was a pretty fun movie. I was more interested in the scrolls in it, which turned out to be a MacGuffin. Like the whole scrolls part of it, like that was completely misdone, and we won't even talk about Secret Invasion. But
Please no.
Like I'll leave it. I really feel like Infinity War is what pushed Captain Marvel to $1 billion. Like I really do.
Toby, how do you feel about all this? How do you feel about Captain Marvel $1 billion? How do you feel? How was that back in that day? When did those movies come out? 2018?
I think Captain Marvel was 19, right?
19. So you were like 10 years old, right?
I was it 10? No, is it? No way. I'm 17. No, soon 17 right now. I can't do math right now, but
he was like 12. How did you feel as a 12-year-old at this time? In Infinity War.
I definitely was seeing Infinity War. I did not actually know about the Nick Fury Beeper thing, so I just went to Captain Marvel because it was an MCU film. That's basically why I went to the theater to it. I remember it well. And Captain Marvel is underrated a bit.
Thank you. This is why I banged with Toby's. I'll say with Captain Marvel, the only thing I wish.
But you want to iterate? Is you gonna put up that he don't speak for all of everybody like you do for me?
No. But
thank you. Like you really shut us down.
I didn't know he was gonna say that, right? Like I didn't know he was gonna say that at all. I'm just saying that you two were talking about how you feel and how you feel a lot of people felt. And I'm just showing this as an example of somebody on this panel who felt different and was younger. And I think a lot of younger people powered that movie as well. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a mixture. That people definitely went to go see that movie because it was like, she's going to be important to Endgame. This is a new character. I'm excited. But I do think there was a lot of people who went to watch that movie just because it's a new Marvel film. And that's why it made a billion.
Okay.
Yep.
Chill, you good?
Yeah, it made $1 billion. The logo, they've had the fans who saw it in Infinity War, they had 9 months to discover what that logo meant. Maybe more than 9 months. It was probably like 11 months. And they watched Captain Marvel. She was the last hope.
I really don't think anybody researched what that logo was.
Thank you.
I don't think anybody did.
That's wild that you say that.
The scenes.
If you go to YouTube, if you go to some of these like comic YouTube channels, like you see the views that they get with these heavy spoilers and stuff like that. Like they go in these deep dives on these characters. So there are a lot of people who go and just research because they don't read the comics. And if they read the comics, like Captain Marvel to me is totally different in the comics than she is.
I think Zach thinks that people are more naive than they actually are. Maybe 15 years ago, maybe, but I don't know. Like, yeah, it's with the internet in our hand all day long. I feel like a lot of people know more than you think they do, Zach, or aware. They're more aware. Put it that way.
I'll agree to disagree on that because I feel like there's no real way to debate that. I personally think that casual fans are not aware of stuff. Like, I just don't think they're aware of these things. I know someone that the difference between Grant Gustin and Ezra Miller. That's totally fine. That's not their fault. That's not their thing. They're into other stuff. They casually watch comic books. They see a person in a red suit that run fast. Oh, it's the same person. I remember watching Black Adam. My friend was like, wait, why is Falcon in this movie?
these people, are you asking them to watch it, or is it they genuinely have an interest in these movies and they watch them from time to time? Or are you like,
The
hey mom,
new
hey uncle,
superhero
hey
movie,
hey
and they're
dad,
gonna go watch
when you watch these?
That's all it is. It's a new
Okay,
superhero movie. Let's go watch it.
okay.
Like you're talking about one person, right? Like it's
No, I'm
this
talking about
person.
different people. I don't watch the same movies with all the same people all the time.
I don't know that. Like I don't know your movie habits. But what I'm saying is like you're not talking hundreds of people. You're talking 10 people, 12 people. Like like each one of our perspective is totally like we could all be wrong. Like we could like because we're all just speaking from our tight little bubble, right?
Right.
Like I talk to people I work with, like and I happen to have worked with a lot of people around around those times, like being like I just work with and I was the movie guy. I would talk movies, like that's what I did. I talk movies to anybody who listened. Like so I know the difference between a casual and a person who like, man, all right. After you talk to them, did they go research it? Chances are they did, right? So if you have that 9-month, 10-month in between, or they might even go back and rewatch it after they watched Endgame or like Ant-Man 2, totally like to me that was an anomaly because Ant-Man is such a niche character, and the first Ant-Man was I enjoyed the first Ant-Man, but like the second Ant-Man was like Ant-Man and Wasp was marketed it really weird, like that, and it had a really weak villain
Because it
too,
was filler.
Ghost. Like, yeah, like it just
Yeah.
the weak villain really to me killed that movie. Same thing with the Marvels, like such a weak. Does anybody know the villain's name in the Marvels? I don't. Can anybody
Nope.
name the
And that was
villain's
always
name in the Marvels?
Or Ben.
yeah.
I knew
Marvel.
Killmonger had. I knew he had it, but I can't remember. I watched the movie, and after I left the theater, I could not remember her name. When I did my review, I was like, I don't remember her name because one, they said it maybe once or twice, and it was just she was just there.
She's forgettable. She's very forgettable.
Very.
Yeah.
Should have made a villain a man. That would have gotten the message across better.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No.
That's the opposite. Like I'm like I wanted that movie to do well. I went and saw the movie twice. I paid for the movie twice just so it could like because I want like I don't get the Brie Larson hate. I really don't. Like nobody will ever convince me of the hate that she gets. I've heard some of the things she said. So what? Oh man, a woman should get paid as much as a man. You're right. I believe that. Like acting wise, like she doesn't get paid. Like Taraji P. Henson said the exact same thing. Everybody tried to vilify her because Oprah and Tyler Perry, like that whole monster
The part
behind
of it
them.
was when she said, you know, there's so many of the same people I see at all these conferences interviewing me. And she said, we need to pull up more chairs so we get more diverse conversations so this thing is more fun for us.
I don't remember that.
Everyone agree with that?
I agree.
I do.
I agree because I'm talking to all you guys, and this is a very
Against Killmonger.
He was like, wait, you agree with
Like,
Okay.
I'm done with all you guys.
I guess women should not.
but why
it
not
should be
agree?
no-
You guys are diverse. He's from the South. You're from New York. I'm from the East Coast as well. They're from different countries. I'm not sure what countries, but he's from Canada. This is pretty diverse opinions and regional. Like when we were talking regional, like it's a good take on like, you know, I don't know. I don't think there was anything wrong with saying that.
I'm not from the South. I just live here. I'm from New York.
Oh, my
I'm a New Yorker.
And then I just live in a state that doesn't exist.
Oh man, Dave, we got to get you out of there.
I know, right? This place sucks.
Nah,
I think it's a universal thing of like, no, okay, maybe not say universal because there's a lot of people who don't care about diversity, don't want to see people of different colors, religions, and stuff like that there. There's a lot of people like that, but I feel like amongst us, and I feel like it can't hurt to have more seats. No, she's not saying to pull away seats from people that are there already there. They can keep their job. There's space for add other people, and that's what we need to do. Don't pull.
Chillmonger. I've watched your content and you've swayed me, and not too many people can sway me on the diversity piece, right? When there was a specific video you were talking about minorities being cast in certain roles, and I don't like. While I love it, like there's nothing more. Like Miss Marvel, for instance, the lowest rated Disney show. That was one of the best Disney shows to me. Like I thought it was fan. It was fun. It was a kid show. Like it was more towards teenage girls. I thought, like because it was a teenage girl. I'm not a teenage girl. The show really isn't for me, but I enjoyed it. Why when they recast, say for instance, what's my man's name? Steven Yeun, that was supposed to play the Sentry. That's gonna cause more of a headache because they're gonna be the ignorant people who are like, oh, that's not my Sentry, even though nobody reads the Sentry. Like, and I say that and I mean it. Because like
Even
how
if
many
you
people
didn't read the Sentry, if you know that that's a character who's supposed to look like that, and you are looking like that, like you're a white guy who's blonde, and you know that your blonde representation is being taken out. I don't care if I have never read that comic book. My blonde whiteness is threatened, and I can see how you could be upset with it.
Yeah, like I think Idris Elba is Bond, right? That whole conversation, it was like that's gonna cause more issues for the movie. I'm sorry, that's gonna cause more issues for the movie because he's a black Bond. Even though I would love to have seen Idris Elba.
I think that'd be
James
cool. I
Bond.
don't see what the problem is, but
You're the one person. There's millions of people who would have had a coronary if their beloved James Bond was played by the coolest black dude.
No.
And
But
the
they would
reason
have
why
had
it
an aneurysm
matters,
if it was a
the
woman.
reason why it matters they'll have a coronary is because what they're gonna do is start calling out to others and saying we're being replaced, and it'll add to their numbers, creating more enemies to representation. And the very thing that you think that they're tackling by hiring Idris Elba as James Bond doesn't do anything in the long term. In the short term, sure, yeah, casting, that's great. You know, it's not James Bond doesn't, the race is really essential to the character, and I have all those sayings. In the long term, where is it? But if James Bond, or rather, excuse me, if Idris Elba was cast in a movie with the same budget of a James Bond, with the same writing staff and the talent as a James Bond movie, except he's playing a character that's brand new that we never heard of. So pick a name. Starts with the letter J. Jerome
Why did it have to be
Bernard.
Jerome?
So there's the new spy, and his name is Jerome Bernard. I like it shaken, not stirred. Or maybe he likes it stirred and not shaken because this is Jerome. Jerome likes it differently. And we're watching this spy movie, Idris Elba's cast, and he does such a good job that it becomes what 007 was. It becomes this franchise where we get another actor. I wonder who can play Jerome next time. And that's the solution. And it doesn't take seats like what Zach was saying, Brie Larson. Let me finish.
Equalizer?
But 007 is interchangeable though. Like for that character, why would they be mad about that?
That has nothing to do with addressing what I was talking about.
I was gonna say the Equalizer is a good example of
not
that.
essential for the character. Like, sorry, was Toby saying something? Somebody said something while I was talking.
That was Dave's show.
It was Dave.
Oh, I was just saying the Equalizer is another good example.
Yeah,
a black franchise.
But that was a white guy. That's the TV show. There was a white guy.
Originally, Equalizer was white. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yes.
There we go. Then I'm not in support of it anymore. Just like that. Robert McCaw was a white guy. I should have known McCaw.
But what about the characters they have whitewashed from the very beginning? So the first iteration of them was already whitewashed. They stole the content from somewhere else. So now that they're reverting back to changing it back to the original content, people don't want to see that though. You get what I'm saying? So it was taking from this culture or this. It's based off this person, but they whitewashed it.
Why do you think I'd be against that? You're arguing it like I was going to be against that. If something
but
white
speaking
Jesus
for them, so I'm treating you as you are them. You're speaking for how they think right now. So you're them right now. So I'm asking you as if you were them.
Yeah, I'll tell them originally it wasn't a white character. It just was a white guy for like the Deep from The Boys, right?
It's still the same cry and moan though.
I don't know. I think we're speaking two different languages right now. It's cool.
No. I see what Cal is talking about. You're talking about those sector of I'm not even gonna just put all specifically just white people, because there's other people who don't like representation of that's not of the white ilk as well. I've seen it in conversation, but it's just mostly them, and it's not even just white people. It's just a section of those type of people, and I think they might be louder than the numbers actually are. He's saying if we have a conversation with them, right, we bring up James Bond or even Equalizer, Robert McCall, and we go like, hey, the source material, like the reverse version of this was a black man, like April from Ninja Turtles. She was black, turned to white. That was what we saw for a long time. Then they turned her back black, even though she was originally black, and people had a problem with it. But this character was black.
I believe that's a myth that April O'Neil was always white. But let's just pretend like what you're saying, just for the sake of not arguing. Yeah, continue.
Yeah. When you have that conversation with them, what is the argument there? Is it irrationality at that point that we're having with these kind of people, or can they argue anything?
Ignorance, just simply ignorance.
So at that point, you just don't talk to them anymore, and we just move on.
Yeah.
Because I feel like the Little Mermaid, right? So
the take on. I'm sorry. Go ahead, T.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, go ahead, T. It wasn't important. No, Zach has this take about at this point people are just miserable, and that's when you realize it, because it's like if they have this way, like, the character's not originally like this, and then they don't even go back but so far, and they find out the character was originally like this, and then all of a sudden they're arguing that point. If that's your stance, then why are you mad when they take the character back to what it was originally supposed to be? Even though you've had this whatever iteration of it this way for 20 years, but when it was originally this way and they go back to that, you're upset. I've seen that a lot.
And the answer to that is that they are very hateful people who don't want to see the likeness of people whose skin is dark, and they're looking for a reason. Now, they have a reason in some cases, and in this, they wouldn't have that reason. They would have to find some other, what did the actor say? Okay, good. Let's take this clip from 2014.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's what they did to Rachel Zegler.
That's how they do it.
And then they're just coming at her super hard. Just
I'm sorry, T. You still got your thought, T? You want to say what you were going to say?
I was just going to talk about The Little Mermaid, right? The Little Mermaid, while it was 20 minutes too long, it was the exact same movie as the animated Little Mermaid. The Lion King made $1 billion, right? The Lion King was animated animals. You have a black Little Mermaid. There was so much vitriol for that. I feel like that's why that movie didn't make more money. It's the same movie. All of the Disney movies are the same movie. Like, but you have a black Little Mermaid. Of course, I took my daughter to go see Little Mermaid because right when she saw her, said, "Oh, Little Mermaid looks like me. Let's go see it, Dad. Let's have this proud family moment."
Oh, it's a proud moment. Interesting. Let me know how proud she is when they start doing the White Little Mermaid all over again. When the merchandising changes to the White Little Mermaid, when you guys go to Disney World and it's the White Little Mermaid greeting you guys, and whenever we have the new movie and it's a White Little Mermaid again, like, it's a setup for a heartbreak, because if what was liked about her was, oh, look, she looks like me.
But chill, as people of color, as you want to, whatever, we've seen that. It's already been happening over and over. We won't be surprised.
She understands the difference between, like, she's seen she's seen the animated Little Mermaid, and she understands they're two different things. Like, and that's my job to teach her that, right? Yes, we can have diversity, but it's really good when you see someone who looks like you. It really is, right? No matter what the situation is.
Anyway, it's really good when you see it and it's a lasting franchise. When I get it, for the temporary year of 2023, Disney gave a black movie. Actually, there was two of them. There was Haunted Mansion as well. They did a movie, big budget, black, except it's for a franchise that is white, and that is not progression. That is stagnant. We have just as many black franchises as we used to. That's not moving anything forward. You see that? And you're getting the hopes up. I don't mean to make it personal. It does sound like I'm getting personal about your kid, because that's like the second time I've said it. But so I won't do that. But I'll just say that long term, there's no benefit.
I have a question, Chill.
What, can he address me though?
Huh?
Can T address what I said?
Oh, sorry. You got a response?
I just disagree. Like, I mean, because it could.
You disagree about the long term? In the long term, this is going to be a black franchise? It's a white franchise.
No, but it doesn't have anything to do with the franchise to me. Like I'm not getting our hopes up. Say, hey man, we're gonna go see a Little Mermaid movie every year with like it's just that movie. Like it's a movie. It's a moment in time. Like each movie is the exact same. Like
Right.
it doesn't have to me. It doesn't have to be a franchise. Like it's a moment in time, right? She's gonna have that memory, like just like she had the same memory when we went and saw Barbie, right? Like there's certain things, at least in my naivety, like there's certain things that are just moments in time, right? Doesn't matter like what it is. That was a moment in time. She will never forget that. First movie I ever saw with my dad was 48 Hours. I should not have been in the movie theater seeing 48 Hours at the age I was in. But like the whole Eddie Murphy, like that was a moment in time for me. I understood that every movie wasn't going to be like that. Every movie wasn't going to have Eddie Murphy as a lead. It wasn't going to have a black lead. I just, for that, like she's not thinking about, she's 8 years old. Like she's not thinking about the next Little Mermaid or
Long term.
she's thinking about the next movie. Yeah, she's
It's
thinking about
gonna
the next
happen
movie.
though,
And
because
I
No,
do.
since we live in a world where Little Mermaids are gonna keep happening, the moment in time is what I'm arguing. Unlike the moment in time is the issue. The moment in time, the shortness of it and the temporary nature is the problem. There
I
will be a
respect
time afterwards where Little Mermaid is happening and it's not a black girl,
But
and that
I
comes. Well, can I not? Like Kal-El, can I?
yeah, you can. It's the same thing, but you can. Go ahead.
The moment in time is short term, and there comes a heartbreak. There comes like that feeling for the Eddie Murphy movie. You're gonna go back and watch that Eddie Murphy movie again, and you're gonna feel like, wow, this is great. There's a black lead, and should that movie be rebooted, it probably will have a black lead again doing the same thing. You can't do it any other way. It's temporary. It's the moment in time shit is the problem, and because they'll see Little Mermaid again, why are we subjecting our kids to such disappointment when they and celebrating these race swaps and focusing on, oh, we see those angry racist people are angry, which means that it's a good thing? No, not really. They could be angry, stupid, and be and we shouldn't factor their happiness as like a measurement of anything when it comes to progression. When it comes to progression, we need progression. We need franchises, and I know you said it's not about franchises, but we need to stop celebrating this form of swap casting just for the moments in time. We got to have foresights.
I have a question. I've heard you talk about this before a lot of times, and you have a great point. He's talking about the moments in time, which is important. Black Cinderella, Brandy has inspired a lot of black writers to do films. Cinderella is white right after that, but it inspired someone. So he has a point there where it inspired his daughter, made that moment, and maybe she becomes a creative and decides, I need to make that moment again for other people, because that's what Black Brandy did, right? But your point is the same in terms of long-term ramification. It doesn't help us long-term in media. Totally understand that. But my question for people who argue this, right? Are you supporting black actors in films just this year? Did you go see Origin? Did you see Love Lies Bleeding? Did you see Challengers? Did you see any movie? ISS? Damage? Did you suffer through Mia Coppola? Are you watching these movies that are starring black people? Because that's how white people get franchises. They what's her name? Saoirse Ronan, who's about to be in a Marvel movie. Anya Taylor-Joy, who's about to be she's in Furiosa and might be in a Marvel movie, getting these big franchises. She started doing these small movies. People watched them. They made enough money. She moved on to the next small movie, so she kept getting bigger and bigger. She got her franchise. We are not supporting them at the grassroots level in order for them to build up. So that's a conversation we really need to have. Let's stop talking about the things that we don't want to see. We need to support the things we want to see.
I want to retort with talking about something we don't want to see. Share my screen for Cinderella, the 2015 movie. No matter how many inspirational movies that it was, in 2015, no matter what Brandy did, this was the live action Cinderella film. It was a moment in time. It was temporary. Now you're saying that it could have inspired a woman or inspired a generation. Well, if in 1998 Brandy was cast and she did a princess movie, it wasn't Cinderella, but it was her own original concept, and it was the same amount of resources, that movie also could have inspired said people that you're saying is inspiring. I'm not coming at what I'm preaching for isn't at the expense of what you think it is.
But you just made my point. I'm asking you personally. Did you go and support these black actors that are starring in these original films?
Not everyone, no.
But the white people who you're talking about are doing that. So as black people, we have to put our money in these original films to support it. So these actors can now, Katie O'Brien is now in a Marvel film because her film did well. She's mixed, whatever, but she's still black. The girl who was in Origin, that movie was Oscar shortlisted. That actress now is going to be going on to do a bigger movie. That's an original title. That's really, really important. I think you would love. We gotta support these smaller movies starring people that look like us. Leonardo DiCaprio didn't start doing it by getting into Titanic. That wasn't his first film. He started small, and then he showcased that he was awesome. People paid to see him because that trailer was entertaining. He moved up, and now he's Martin Scorsese's boy. Timothée Chalamet, child actor. Shows I've never heard of, but the fact that he started there and people supported those shows he was in, then he went into Beautiful Boy. No one saw that movie, but enough people saw it for him to get the next role. Then he gets Greta Gerwig. Greta Gerwig goes, okay, let's put you somewhere else. Why are we not doing this with the talented black actors that are in small movies? When Daniel Kaluuya directed The Kitchen, did you go watch that on Netflix? No.
So I hear what you're saying. Like, I hear what you're saying, Zach. I completely hear the point that you're making. But like the point that you're making is saying to say that Timothée Chalamet is given the same opportunity as, to me, a superior John Boyega, right?
Okay.
Right. To say those two, like, I don't think the two are. I just think that the initial point you started making, I understood, but then once you started mentioning white actors, bro, we just started in movies. Like, movies have been around for 100 years. Like, this is the 100th year of so many different movie studios.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been there for 40 of those, maybe. Leads, we've been there for about 30. Like, where we're leads in movies. Like, there is a distinct head start. A lot of it's nepotism. There's a lot of in, you know, who you know, and who you know looks like you. So bless his heart, I support Tyler Perry. I don't watch Tyler Perry movies, but I watch Tyler Perry movies. I'm the dude who turns on my Netflix and I just stream it, right? Before I go to sleep, I stream Vince Staples Show. I love the Vince Staples Show. Like, no, not a lot of people watch the Vince Staples Show, but I stream that every night for like 2 weeks just to try to get, like, I'm the dude who, I have AMC. I buy movie tickets and don't go to the movies because I don't have time to go to those movies every day of the week. But I get three a week. So that counts as a number, right? It has to. The ticket sold. So I do support, and there are people supporting, but like, support only goes but so far. Like, support for us only goes but so far. Like, there are a lot of people
I'm not
who
saying
already
that
have a
white
leg
people
down.
have an advantage. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, we are at disadvantage, but we also still need to support to help at that. We're already up in an uphill battle. Like, did you watch They Clone Tyrone?
Of course.
I
We watched it
stopped.
together.
Woman King, Breaking. These are all John, because you talk about John Boyega. He's a phenomenal actor.
Oh, I
He
know.
can do
Woman
what
King
Timothée
was
Chalamet
amazing.
does.
Can I
You
draw
need to watch
something?
Detroit. Like, that's a phenomenal film.
Yes.
He should have been
I've
nominated.
seen all of those.
But
I've
people,
watched,
I'm not
like,
talking about.
I'm
I know. Well, I already hear you. I'm not talking about you anymore because you buying tickets and not going to the movie. That's dedication that I don't even have, right? Because I don't got the money.
What's Detroit
but
about?
Detroit is about.
It's about the
you're
riots.
talking about
the
the
cop
subject
kills
matter?
the guy. Yeah, cop kills a guy, and like they're trying to hide. Like, man,
All right, it's got a lot to do with historical type stuff.
yeah.
On the
Detroit
list
riots.
of the movies, does it have on your list of movies that Zach was doing? I mean, you know, you got a plethora. You can add more to the list.
Yeah.
Name the ones again, but that have nothing to do with going back in time or slavery or trauma, and like are the I see T smile because he sees where I'm going. Like, what I'm saying is that a lot of these are not worthy of support, but also when you do name the ones that are worthy of support, there's also like a low marketing push where I may not even heard of these things. Daniel Kaluuya, I know him from the Jordan Peele movies. I've seen him in Black Panther. Didn't know about he directed a Netflix movie either. Like, and I'll check it out now. What give me a list of movies that are worth supporting? Challengers. I really want to see a girl who cheats and is promiscuous and is. I mean,
That's not what the movie's about.
Okay.
Mm.
That's what it was
You both can
advertised
be-
as.
You both can be right. Yeah.
But that was the advertising's fault, and it was false. That's not what the advertising was supposed to be about, though.
Cool. But the question about the list of movies that are like, gotta support because they're positive representation. Like I can go on a tab and look black movies, and we can I can just show you just how shitty.
But
Are you taking
saying
the
the
risk
movie's
to watch?
shitty is different than saying you don't care about the subject matter. That's different. Detroit is not a shitty movie. That's a great film. It's just something that you personally don't want to see anymore, right? Beautiful
Yeah.
Boy by Timothy Chalamet is a very white movie about white trauma, right? And it's things
White
that they
people
do.
don't have the. Sorry to interrupt, but white people don't have the same trauma. White people don't have the same.
I didn't say they had the same trauma. Don't mix up the words. I'm saying there's a crack cocaine issue in white middle America. That's what that movie's about. They just went to support that film, right? Lady Bird, another white film. They went to go support that film. That is about a lot of white issues in middle America that they can relate to. It's not a positive representation of those characters in there. They're literally fighting each other crazy. But it's a great film. You know what I mean? Like, and this is movies that Timothy Chalamet has been in, right? If we want to talk about the different actors and these different movies that they have to do, Hot Summer Nights. It's about promiscuous white people and serial killers. Because a lot of white people, no offense to you guys on here, I know you guys on here, but a lot of white people are serial killers, right?
Oh, I agree.
Not a lot. Not a lot.
Insane.
The percentage of not a lot of, like the way you said that.
Yeah, sorry. There's a higher percentage.
Yeah, I mean,
every
I
race
agree.
has serial killers, but the higher percentage is white. So just him, Timothy Chalamet alone has done movies, The King, set in the past, talking about their history and the shitty things that they did, not a positive representation of white people. They go see these movies.
Yeah. Okay, you're misunderstanding why I said that. Because white people have shitty history movies also, but because there's such an abundance of positivity and they're not the ones in the jails and the type of imagery isn't resulting in real life negative shit and the dehumanization, especially from the international audience who have no idea what anything is black because they're from freaking Japan. But what do they know from the movies and what do they see? It's enough to create a perception. White people don't have the pattern or the abundance of such trash representation. So where one of those shit movies that you were saying about or shitty, circumstances, they could slide through and no one's gonna cast the whole group as.
I completely agree with that. Like the point I was gonna bring, there was a movie I watched a few weeks ago. I can't think of it, but it was a movie about nothing, right? Sometimes I think about dying. Sometimes I think about dying. That is one of great movie, right? But it's one of the most mundane movies about like The Office, the whole office space, like that, all of those scenes. Nothing is happening in those scenes, right? This movie got made, but like a black movie in the same vein doesn't get made, right? We can't like we're not at the point where I feel like we can have a movie about nothing and it gets made by a major Hollywood, conglomerate, right? They're not making those movies for us. And I really didn't want to turn this into like a big race talk, but it's a true fact, right? Like saying that we don't support, like we do. I feel like we do. Like I do. I know people who do. I know independent filmmakers who are supported by us. We support, we just don't get the same opportunities. Like even when we do support, like they say black don't travel, right? That is a true saying, right? Black don't travel, right? Other than Black Panther being like, nobody thought Black Panther was going to make what it made because they were afraid that it wasn't going to translate in China, which is a huge, travel, like travel movie wise, right? I can't even think of some of the movies that should have made a lot more money because they're really good movies, not about black trauma, which I don't like. I don't like oppression movies. I don't see. I hate slavery movies. I really do. I don't watch them. I try my hardest to stay away from that because I don't need to see that. That's not 12 Years a Slave. No thing. I actually supported the movie. I bought it.
Wow.
Because that's what I bought it, but I never watched it.
You didn't need that image.
Yeah, like it's something like I watch Glory. That's good enough, right? That's what you got from me. You got Glory, you got Roots, and let's move on. But we just I don't feel like we get afforded the same opportunities. Didn't want to make this a huge race thing, but that's my opinion on it. And you make some really good points, Chillmonger. I really enjoyed this conversation.
Yeah. When you have chill on the stream, this is the conversation is going to go here eventually. give him 40 minutes. He's going to find a way.
I like movies that Jordan Peele does because they've got nothing to do with the people's race. And look, he cast Daniel Kaluuya, Kiku Palmer, right?
Get
Stephen
out.
Yeun.
Get out.
Get Out was huge. That was all about race.
But it was. I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm way.
It was
wrong.
elevated. It was elevated.
Get Out was creepy, but it was a good movie.
Yeah.
I think Nope was a fairly racially agnostic movie.
Anybody could have been in those roles.
Correct.
And it wouldn't change the movie. Same thing with Us. Anybody could have been in those roles. And it wouldn't change the movie too much. Because everyone thought Us was going to be about, another black, like they're swapping out black people, but it was just about everyone. So I get what you're saying.
And when
I
we're
still
talking,
need to get to that one.
No, you didn't see it yet?
No, I haven't seen Us yet, but I'm going to get to it. I've seen almost all of Jordan Peele's movies, but that one.
What's his next one? Because he's due by now. It's been 2 years.
He has one coming out this year, but I don't know what the name of it. Like they
got People Under the Stairs.
I don't know if it's been announced yet.
He was supposed to have one this Christmas season and then another one next Christmas season, but they both got shifted a year.
Did you say he's doing a People Under the Stairs? I love that movie.
Yeah, he's redoing that, and that should be right up his alley. Yep.
I was also going to say, I saw that Palmer is going to be an MCU movie.
I hope she gets an original character. Like Chillmonger would say, don't cast her as Rogue, because just already we seeing the backlash and everything like that. Give her a character that is from the comics. I know there's not a lot of black popular characters in Marvel. They're more in DC. Just find somebody.
Yeah.
Storm.
Yeah, don't do that. Let them elevate our characters though.
I can't see Keke Palmer as Storm, but she can.
I could see her as anybody. I actually think she'd be a great Rogue, but to your point, like
I do too. But like you said, the backlash already is just. I don't want to hear this shit. I don't want to hear it at all.
I can see Kiki as Jubilee. I can see that happening. It'll happen. They're gonna take a swing somewhere.
Yeah, they already did. They already put a Spanish man as Mr. Fantastic.
Pedro Pascal.
No comment.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't care that he's Hispanic. I just don't like the casting. I just don't care for the casting. But I don't know.
We've been ignoring the chat. Yet. Let me see. CC Clemens was in here like 30 million years ago. How you doing? Oh man, I watched Marvel recently. I turned it off after 25 minutes. I couldn't even watch it. That's fair. The Marvels failed because it didn't appeal to the general audience, not into the MCU. Some who were purposely didn't watch it to make a statement. I agree with that. My big thing with that film is that. Yeah. It was an experiment. And you know what's crazy? You know what pissed me off? Because I like that movie, right? I think it should have did better than it did. It went on Disney Plus, and on Twitter, everybody's like, oh, this movie's not bad. And I'm like, they did the same shit with Eternals, too. I was like, you motherfuckers.
They do that with a lot of movies, man.
That's the streaming culture right now. That's what it is.
And they're like, why we don't get more movies like Monkey Man? Well, because you didn't go see it.
You're going to wait till streaming, and they're like, oh, this is great. Duh.
Well, they ain't making the money now. I think they titled the Marvels because of Brie Larson hate and tried to dim her spotlight.
What about Abigail? Didn't Abigail bomb? They said that bomb, right?
No, it did well.
It didn't bomb? Oh, okay. Because they're saying it. I heard it didn't do well, but it's just like they do the same thing in horror. Oh, why do we keep doing the same characters? They the same argument is over there. What?
Yeah, why we keep getting nun movies? because you keep going to see the Nun movie, so they can keep making more.
The thing I'm hearing about Abigail is people is complaining, "Oh, we have already seen everything in the trailers." Well,
Yeah, well, just
Not
I
for
don't watch them
nothing.
too much anymore.
If they didn't show Abigail as a vampire in the trailers, a lot of people would not have gone to see the movie. I think more people went to see it because of the trailer, and
that's what I'm
that's
saying.
like more people. Same thing with the American Fiction, right? They got people in the seats because of the bombasticness of the trailer, and then it was a completely different movie, which I'm so glad it wasn't what I thought it was going to be from the trailer.
Yeah, it's so funny. I never saw the trailer for that movie. I need to go watch it.
I did, and
I went to go see it based off word of mouth, and I was like,
Uh-huh.
and it was starring Jeffrey Wright, and I was like, I want to see Jeffrey Wright star in the film.
Did
And
Dave
the
see it?
girl from, huh?
Did Dave see American Fiction?
No, my theater never got it, but I don't have any excuse anymore, so I'm probably gonna go like rent it here soon.
Ooh.
See,
Ooh,
my
that's another issue we could talk about. You know, places like
Yeah, no.
other places in the middle of the country not getting certain movies.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
get
my
half
fa-
of the movies you guys talk about, so it's like it's not like I don't want to support them. It's like I just don't get them.
Yeah,
Generally,
it's
though,
there.
statistics.
And then and the numbers.
Yeah. Toby, like you're in Norway, right? There's tons of movies you don't get, right?
Oh yeah.
Did you get American
I-
Fiction?
I did not get American Fiction. I did not get Imaginary. I did not get Late Night with the Devil. I did not get just so many more.
Yeah.
And even other like Immaculate is I think it's coming out this Friday for me. So
I got American Fiction here when it was streaming. I think it came out here a week before it actually hit streaming. And because they just, once again, Texas is Texas. Same thing in Florida. I got a friend in Florida. They weren't playing in any theaters near. Like they just certain places. They just
Small
they-
town?
No, I live in a military town. Like I live in a pretty big town, but it simply didn't come here. Like like they might be a Texas thing. I don't know.
Yeah, but it was a low
Literally-
budget film.
Yeah, it came here a week before it came out on streaming. I remember it vividly because I saw it on Fandango. I was like, oh man, American Fiction is finally here. And then I read an article that it was coming out on streaming the next week. And then I rented it on.
They do that stuff around the Oscar time because it's an Oscar movie. Everyone is going to be interested in watching it. And so there's like a secondary push for Oscar films.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
When the
That's
nominations
exactly
came
why
out,
they showed
they
it.
put everything in the theaters again.
That's how I finally got to see Poor Things after not getting it for like 4 months.
That didn't show. Yeah, exactly. It was the same thing with Poor Things. Everybody was talking about Poor Things, and it simply did not show here until around the same time American Fiction did. And I just didn't have the time to go see it.
I'll say though that Norway, small town America, the demographic of people who live there aren't that likely to be watching movies like American Fiction. So why even bother putting it in there? It's a smart business sense. Generally speaking, there's going to be a few pockets of people who would be interested.
Yeah.
But what
And for
about
my state, we
Imaginary?
only cater to like comic book films and Disney movies. So, or the big, somewhat blockbuster horror movies, but
Yeah.
other than that, it's hit and miss.
I think it's just they can't take risk on those small movies because not enough people are going to come out to see them,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Because I was seeing the trend, it's like American Fiction. It's like, damn. But then you say Poor Things, like that is not a black movie at all. Or even like Imaginary is not a black movie.
Well,
So
like
it's
Poor Things was low budget. Like that was a indie film, as they say. Like it wasn't a mainstream movie. I don't think, at least because they didn't show it here. Like it was.
Yeah.
I was like, man, I was really surprised they didn't show it here.
It's
because
not
I
an
was
indie
looking
movie. It's
forward to it.
It's $40 million. That's a lot of money for a movie.
Searchlight is
doesn't-
considered.
Indie, yeah. Searchlight is the indie offshoot of 20th century, not 20th Century Fox, is it?
Disney.
Is it Disney?
Yeah,
No,
Disney's
Searchlight
little...
was originally Fox. You're right.
Okay. So,
Oh, and
but
then
it-
when they bought them, they bought it. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
they brought it in.
But yet the weird thing is we got Sasquatch Sunset, no problem. So it's like,
That's wild.
that's what I'm saying.
They was like, they'll be interested in this. And no one went to go see that movie.
That definitely was playing here too.
I had a full packed house for my showing for a Sunday afternoon.
You were talking about this statement, right? About the echoing the name changes.
Oh, she's Canadian too? Oh, okay.
You can rename things, doesn't mean people use that name. But in 10, 15 years, they will. And then you guys will be phased out.
So being
New
a
generation.
military person, they just renamed a lot of army bases from Confederate generals.
Yeah.
And that has been a topic of discussion. I would say Fort Bragg is now Fort Cavazos, I think it is. And that is, I'm not gonna call it Fort. I'm gonna call it Fort Bragg. It's Fort Bragg, and that's where I was.
It's fine. It's gonna take some time, sure.
Yeah. Nope. I like Star Wars more than Dune, not including 7, 8, 9. That's fair. I'm not telling you to like Dune more. I just personally do like it more. That's all.
Just like when they renamed the Staples Centers to the Crypto Arena. I thought that was the dumbest thing in the world, but
Yeah, that's weird.
I'm like, nope, it's still the Staples Center. Sorry.
The laser gets it.
Dark Moon's gonna get some of that space cocaine. That is hilarious. Don't flag me, YouTube. It's a joke.
Money.
We doing deals
Hey, a
on
lot
my
of
screen.
cocaine
That's
glare on
crazy.
here, so you should be fine, Zach.
Yeah.
Hey, Hitsy, hey, what's up? He said, I feel like Wakanda Forever did. Why did I say it like that? Wakanda Forever did pretty solid given everything around it. Yeah, it did 800 million. That's not bad for a Marvel film.
It definitely made money.
I wonder if Captain Marvel was replaced in the release calendar with Black Widow, how much better Black Widow would have done financially. Ooh. I just don't think that movie warrants it doing better in anywhere you place it. I think the further you put it out away from Infinity War, it gets worse.
I think COVID had a huge part in why Black Widow, it literally probably made no money because it was released. That was the initial movie that was released at the very height of COVID. Yeah. I vividly remember, like, because they were placing everything where you could stream it, and of course, people like me, I'm not paying $30 to stream this movie. This movie in my house.
Me too.
Okay. Bless y'all. You guys are good citizens, because boy,
well, you buy tickets and don't go to the movie.
No, I have AMC Pass. I pay $21 a month, and I get 3 tickets a week. That's
you didn't give me that tidbit. That makes more sense.
I
have Regal Unlimited.
Exactly. So, yeah. So like like you go in the site and you purchase tickets and you just don't show up to the.
You don't go. Yeah, Black Widow did 380. So.
It would have. I think it would have done if it wasn't for COVID. It would have definitely doubled that. At least at the very minimum, would have doubled that.
I agree.
Can we also say that from those premium purchases on Disney Plus, I think they made 60 million in the first weekend, and I don't think they made, like, you know how in movie theaters, your first weekend is that, your second week. I don't think that it has the same trajectory. I think once if you didn't buy it in the first weekend, who's gonna wait a second weekend? So like that, like look at that, 60 million off of the Disney Plus purchases, plus the 300 that they got from the box office. It was profitable.
What's a movie you think should be remade every decade? Showcase young upcoming actors. Mr. and Mrs. Smith comes to mind. I can see that. The show was really good.
How many people here watched that show?
No,
it
was a hit. It was a hit on Prime Video. Just because same thing we talk about, like where you talk about me and I'm talking to certain people and it doesn't count.
No. The only reason, because I didn't hear that it was a hit. I didn't think it. Like I heard people that I knew who watched it, and I watched it, but I just didn't. It wasn't Fallout, right? It wasn't.
No.
It wasn't one of those big Amazon Prime hit. It wasn't Jack Reacher. Like Reacher, everybody heard about Reacher. Everybody that was a hit. Mr. and Mrs. Smith on Amazon was not, to me, at least from what I've heard. Like I don't do streaming numbers that much, but like it didn't, like, hasn't been greenlit for season 2 already.
Yeah, me personally, I just don't like to pay for a bunch of streaming services.
It got 2 and 3, season 2 and 3.
Okay. Oh, that's what's up.
Because it got into the top 5 streaming numbers on Nielsen. but it's not a Reacher or a Fallout. Like, those are anomalies. We don't get those all the time.
Yeah.
I bet Nielsen is one of your bookmarked tabs.
Well, I cover box office news and streaming numbers, so I have to. My wife and I watched Captain Marvel because Infinity War ending. Neither one of us really liked Captain Marvel movie, and Ant-Man 2 was underwhelming. So both of them are just meh. That's fair. I only watched Captain Marvel because it was implied she was important to Endgame. For me, Cara Dune was a vehicle to get Rogue. Don't care about her beyond that. Damn, she's a comic book fan.
I wish. I wish they tie. I pray they did that. They can tie that in there because I need that Rogue. I don't need Anna Paquin Rogue. I need Rogue. I need Southern Belle punch you in the face and punch you across like 5 buildings.
Can you imagine if the movie ended instead of Monica in the other side of the world, it was just Carol and she's stuck in this other universe and the X-Men are trying to contain her and keep her down. Hold on, sugar, it's gonna hurt, but you're not gonna like it. And she gets the powers out of Captain Marvel and we end like that. What?
Oh my God. You just sold me. You just sold me.
People would have went to go see that.
But
The word about
Monica
that would have been crazy.
It would have been doing something, following comic storylines, but no.
Oh my God, that would have been so.
That's a big conversation I've been having with people, and some people have been pushing back on me. Like them not following comic book storylines have hurt the MCU because the fan excitement that they know the stuff is like going away. So the casuals are like, "Well, you guys are not excited, so I'm not gonna get as excited." Because it was water cooler talk. You go see an MCU movie, you go to work, you talk about it, and then your friend who loves that stuff can break down all the intricacies and it's fun and all that stuff. Now it's like, well, I don't know this story. Like for me, like Thor: Love and Thunder was a disappointment because I love both the stories in the comics that they were doing, and they did not do either of those well. Gorr the God Butcher is a badass, and Mighty Thor, which Natalie Portman was playing, is also a badass, and they did not do that at all. So I think that's a big part of it.
I think I'm in the minority of people who thought Christian Bale was pretty good as Gorr the God Butcher. Like him as an actor, I thought he did a lot for what he was given.
Oh yeah, 1,000 agree. 1,000. I just think they should have did more. They should have shown Killing Gods.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
He got one. He
got one.
He got one. Yeah, he got one. Come on. Can't be.
But I gotta go. Yeah,
all right. Oh yeah, it's like 4 a.m. where you are.
3:30 a.m. But
I was close.
See you guys.
Go to sleep, man.
Later, man.
I love Captain Marvel. Has to be one of my favorite MCU films. I find myself rewatching it more than others. Ragnarok is still at the top of her now, but Marvel is slowly inching up there for me. Diverse.
CC tripping.
CC's not tripping. She just have a different opinion from you.
I think the movie might have been made for her.
Yeah,
I watched Captain Marvel's. When I did my MCU ranking, I had it up high, so I like Captain Marvel a lot.
Wow, it just it has nothing to do with the women lead and all that other stuff. Just to me, the ending was just so lackluster. It was just like, wow, like we definitely need another movie because this is not satisfying for this character with an ending to this movie.
Gotcha. I felt it fit the storyline, but I get what you're saying. Doctor Who was interchangeable. Look,
yeah,
what
I'm not saying
they stepped away from the white guy role. Interesting.
What did happen?
The new Doctor Who's black, and they're going nuts.
Okay. And he's gay. It's like,
gay.
Man. No, I say that I don't mean any disrespect to anyone who is a homosexual. But like the stuff that I've heard, like that guy's great. I love Sex Education. The dude is a great actor. He was in Barbie.
Yeah, I like that show too. That show was good.
Great actor, but he is put in a bad place, man. He like the hate that he is probably already receiving, and he will receive in the future, because Doctor Who is like one of those niche. They have one of those niche fan bases, like who either you. No, I've never watched an episode of Doctor Who. First episode I watched was the Christmas special, and it was only because he was in it, right? I don't know the actor's name. He's a British guy. He was in Sex Education. But I watched it because of that, and immediately Doctor Who is a person who can be male and female because there was a female Doctor Who that she got a lot of backlash because she was female Doctor Who. But they could be like they jump between bodies, but because it is a black man, like there was a lot on Twitter I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His name is Kuti Gatwa. Just put so people know. Great actor.
Dope actor. Really dope.
The problem with using April as a reference is that the two artists couldn't agree on what she looked like. One drew her like a white girlfriend, other drew black. She was Irish. Yo, Mama Bear Doll, that was amazing.
Legit. That is definitely the comment.
Hey, how do you guys feel about The Last Ronin?
The comic?
I can't wait.
Being a live action, yeah, that's amazing. So excited.
We already got the animated. We don't need two different animation versions of Ninja Turtles. Let's have the kid animation, have the grown-up live action.
Facts.
I would definitely be there for that day one.
And we're getting a game, so
yeah.
I won't be there for that day one, but I'll be there for the day one.
It's nice to know that a well-received comic book will translate into, okay, we should probably do a movie about this. Okay, someone's listening. Good.
Yeah, for once, right? Even though I feel like I'll say James Gunn is helping too with like translating Woman Tomorrow immediately, and that was well received. And now, look, I didn't even know about the comic. I went to pick it up, and I'm gonna start reading it now. You know what I mean? And I think that him showing the comics that inspired the movies at the end of trailers, and showing the comics that's inspiring the movies he's doing, like on his social media, because people are really looking at his social media. I think that's the smart play, and that will help the comic book business, and then in retroact help the comic book movie.
So my thoughts on the comic, right? Being closer to the comic, some of that stuff simply doesn't translate though. Like some of the earlier stuff, like Woman of Tomorrow that's fairly recent. That was what, like 7
A couple
or
years
8?
ago.
Was
like
it
5?
Okay.
Like 5 years
Okay,
ago.
or even better, right? So that's written by somebody who understands the present, right? Writing this All-Star Superman Legacy, whatever you want to call it, right? Whatever James Gunn's going to call it. Superman, the character, which is my favorite. Superman is my favorite comic book character, but that character simply doesn't translate. Like, I don't think anymore, right? In a post Winter Soldier world, they tried it with Man of Steel, and that, to me, that didn't work either. Like, that's a really hard character to nail down. Like, I thought they did pretty good in Superman and Lois. Like, I really enjoyed that show, but that was completely different from the comics. Like everything, they had little characters that were comic-based characters, but none of it was comic-based. They've tried to do the Death of Superman a billion times on screen, but it never works. It never has hit the way the Death of Superman, the comic itself, worked, probably because of rights, because of all of the characters that were in the movie. I'm sorry, in the comic. But it's just, to me, it's just hard to do some of those older comic stories. The X-Men stories, they don't really hold up. Like, in all honesty, like, to me, they really don't. Anything in the 90s, those shits were terrible. Like, they were very 90s based comics, right? There was a period in the 90s where everything looked the same. Everybody was going. I think it was you, or it might have been Kenny, who posted about the Evangeline, or I think, and whatever her name is. Margot Robbie's doing. Margot Robbie's doing that movie. That's a 90s. That's like a 90s, early 2000 comic that doesn't really translate. They tried that with Bloodshot. Those comics, those Image comics, and those Top Cow comics, those really don't translate for the mid 2000s anymore. Like those 90s comics, the animation was great, but I just don't feel like those stories hold up. Like, so it's hard to put something, you know, that was done in the 90s or the 80s on screen now, because it feels dated, it looks dated, like the story itself is dated for the times.
I mean, if you're free to update, you know, like to play around with it, and the fans don't bitch about it, I think a lot of the stories can be like, because I always wonder what Civil War would be now that they can use more characters. I wonder what Old Man Logan would be now, you know, that they can use more characters. So, I mean, a lot of those stories, I just think if you're able to update them, and you're exactly right, because I don't think Wolverine's mask is going to translate well in Deadpool. We'll see. I hope it does, but I don't know if it will because the yellow spandex, as they say, it's cool. It's so nice that we finally got it, but it just ain't really hitting for me either. It just looks so cartoonish. So, but I think with good writing is good writing, and I think if they're free to people allow them to play with these stories, I think they can adapt it to make it more modern and fit the times. I do.
And to piggyback off that, I think Shang-Chi is a good example of that, right? Mandarin is a character that is very dated, and the main villain of Shang-Chi was super dated. So what they did, they used the basic story of that villain, but mixed it with Mandarin. And now we have a really great character that people love and one of the best villains in the MCU. So that's something you can do where you can update, like that character that was Shang-Chi's villain was a racist caricature. But his relationship with Shang-Chi was so important. And then they're like, wait, we messed up Mandarin. Let's smack them together. And now we have a really great villain for Shang-Chi to face off of. So I think that's what they could do, where they can either combine things or just take pieces of what they need and update the character so that they're not either racist or too 90s and saying one-liners and talking weird and or like the weird idea that you think might not work will work. Like Guardians of the Galaxy is a weird idea, right? A talking raccoon and a tree, and then they did the dog with Cosmo, and then they have all these weird looking aliens.
Cosmo the dog.
We got the guy that whistles and he has a pen that flies around, and then you know what I mean? Like this, if you put that on paper and tell someone, yo, this is the movie we making, they're like, what?
Yeah, it sounds trash.
It sounds trash. But then you watch the movie and you see the vision, you see the person who's created it had a vision to do it, and there's love in there. I think that's where you can take those comics and update them. Like the Evangeline thing that's coming out. I think the fact that Margot Robbie's there, I think that Olivia, what's her name?
Wow.
Wilde, who I think is a talented director. Just don't need to write. She's a talented director. And then the person who wrote
they're about to throw that same Brie Larson hit her way, man. Don't Worry, Darling, I thought was a good movie, but
it was a decent movie.
The stuff she said before that, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed Don't Worry, Darling. Don't at me. That's a hot take, I guess. I thought it was a solid movie. It was better than I thought it was.
She was about to lose his mind.
He got the Home Alone happening. Whoa.
I wanted a refund. Finish your point, though.
I mean, I didn't pay for it. I was one of those people when she said all of those things. I was like, I'm not watching this. So I watched it when it came on streaming, and I watched it the way I watch all things when they come on.
So I knew nothing about what she said. Even now, I don't know what she said. I saw the movie, I didn't like it.
I respect that. Like it definitely was a very unique project. That's what I will say. Very unique.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed it.
Unfortunately, smaller black film projects don't do very well because we don't support them. It makes sense to do a swap for something like Little Mermaid. Obviously, Killmonger don't agree. Other people do.
Since then, I have now changed my mind. I think CC Clemens.
Don't come on here and lie. I will unsubscribe. Don't do that. We also have to know our history. A moment in time film is the best we can get sometimes.
And we have to. Oh my God, we have to know our history. And then you talked about settling. We have to know our history. Settle.
We're not in control though, for real. They'll Elvis our characters too if they want to.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Everybody could be right at the same time. Like everybody could be right at the same time. And everybody could be wrong at the same time too. But both of you make really good points. Like she's right, and I feel you're right too. But
it's also Disney's CEO's problem too, a little bit. I mean,
yeah.
I'm speaking out of like not in the whole loop thing.
And you're speaking right.
What is right?
Big movie has a black lead, but people don't go see it because it's a race swap. It sends a message that people don't want to see black-led movies.
This is true. Like the Little Mermaid, man. I feel like it's also true.
Mama Bear's also accurate.
Also true. Also
Mr.
very
Fantastical.
Bear, I beg to differ. How many of them are women, but they're just too smart to get caught? curious what you'll
Oh, we
say.
can't. We don't have the statistics on that. So
You
Yeah,
don't have
statistics.
She'll like that though. She'll like that though. Yeah.
Oh, what's up, Movie Hunter? What's up from 4 hours ago? How are you doing?
Honor.
I like Dune and the original and the remake. I even like Children of Dune. Yeah, that's
Okay.
take. Black would have done better if it was re-released before we saw her demise.
Yep.
They should have did a Black Widow right after Iron Man 2.
It's definitely a phase 3 movie.
After she jumped in that hallway and did that little the leg wrap thing and the Hurricanrana, like after she did that, they should just greenlit the movie right there. That movie would have made a lot of money after Iron Man 2.
But you know what's funny? Because I remember Kevin Feige and Chadwick Boseman talking about this. Kevin Feige almost had to quit in order for them to greenlight Black Panther and Captain Marvel because they were so adamant that these movies were not going to make the money on the budget that he wanted.
I don't believe that, but okay.
Look,
He called Cap.
I'm not gonna. But I'm just
not-
saying he felt like he needed to force their hand because he's the one that curated this thing. They didn't want to have to he quit and then have to replace him and then build those relationships and focus on that stuff.
Sounds like a
That's
cool thing
what I
to say.
feel. Okay.
I never
So
heard it
I-
till you told me that, Zach.
Huh?
Yeah, that sounds like a cool thing to say, man.
Yeah,
That's
dude.
fair.
I never heard
I
it
remember
till Zach
reading
started
about
saying
that actually.
Oh, okay.
Ike Perlmutter was removed from his head position by Bob Iger right around that period of time. So it's very believable that was the ultimatum, and the ramifications was Kevin Feige gets to be president of Marvel Studios.
That's true.
Was it that-
Those movies started
was it that-
happening once Ike got moved, right, Joe?
That was the same week. Yeah, the fight was real. It was the same. It was all related to each other of why Ike Perlmutter and Marvel TV and Marvel Entertainment was separate from Marvel Studios.
So I'm more believe it because he championed those movies, and
Yeah. No,
you can
it's-
see
it's
other
definitely-
executives not believing in it.
yeah, it's believable. I don't know if it happened. I mean, there's a lot of things. You guys hearing your viewpoints, we can all say something that it'll be believable that you said. Don't mean you said it. But yeah, I'll roll with it though. If you rolling, Zach, I'm rolling.
It just makes sense to me. Black Widow failed because of COVID, but also, how are you going to make a movie with her after you kill her off? Have we seen a successful movie like that? You kill the character, and then we get a prequel, and people was like, we want to see more of this character from before.
Is Andor a
Alien?
successful?
Yes,
You
because
said Andor?
yeah,
What did Kal-El say?
Alien.
which one?
I'm trying to think. Which one did she die? She died in 3. So we had. How successful was the 4th film?
Oh no, that was Resurrection. That was a terrible film, by the way, but that
But
was
did it do
Alien
well?
Resurrection.
Did it do? Did it do?
It
Numbers?
wasn't a prequel though. It was a pre. She
Oh,
came
you
back
saying
to life.
prequel? Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, not
Logan
saying that you
won.
killed the main character. Huh?
Wolverine is the main character of Logan. He died. And then in the Deadpool movie, which is called Deadpool and Wolverine, does that count because it's like a tandem?
Yeah,
Mm,
I think it
different
does.
universe.
I think it doesn't count.
I mean,
I
the
don't think.
latest thing that comes to my mind is the newest Halloween film, the last one,
Oh,
when they
Anakin
killed off
Skywalker.
Michael, and I'm sure they're going to try to redo something with the next one.
Bro, they threw them in a wood chipper. There's no way they bring.
We've seen.
I mean,
worse
does
things.
Jamie Lee Curtis count? I mean, I guess it don't count because it's even though it's a prequel, they say the other movies don't exist, but they're telling
Yeah.
another story with her character. I don't know.
It's a multiverse.
It seems like it has
The whole
worked.
timeline's weird.
Yeah.
Black Widow was an all-time fumble by Marvel. Wrong place, wrong time. I wish Black Widow movie got the love it deserved by actually releasing when she was still alive.
After Iron Man 2.
Gore kills one god and takes the rest of the movie off.
Just haunting little kids, man. That's a,
No, he really did haunt little kids.
It's a creepy scene, man. My kids, that scared the hell out of my kids.
Yeah. I'm a Doctor Who fan from way back in the 60s, and we say the hate when they first made her female as well. And we say the hate when they first meet her female as well.
We probably met.
Saw not the same.
Saw the hate. Yeah, saw when they
Oh,
saw they saw the hate
Yeah.
when they made her a female. The
Oh,
last
okay.
Doctor Who was a female, and they definitely bombed on her too.
Yeah, I got Zach to laugh. My work here is done. Hey man, that's all you got to do. Not settling. It's just what it is. It's the little situation. Doesn't mean lean into it and not change things. It's just what it is what it is.
CC thinks just like me. I'm the most pragmatic human being ever.
Kal-El, there has been a few women in black serial killers. That's why the 5%.
Did it make you smile though, M Bear?
That's what he wants to know. Ooh, Star Wars prequels told us Anakin's story after killing them off.
Touche. But those are terrible prequels. But go ahead. I'm gonna let y'all
Well,
cook.
Really?
Some people,
I don't know.
Some people like them.
3 is my joint.
Okay. I will give you that. Revenge of the Sith was a solid movie. The rest of them were terrible.
I watched all 9 of those films, and I still don't even know the timeline, to be honest.
And you know what? Lucasfilm doesn't
Here
either.
go one. There go a movie right there. Saw. They just bring back a Amanda character that they killed off, and it's supposed to be taking place.
And
before-
Jigsaw.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
right. Jigsaw.
Jigsaw
too.
too.
Right.
Yeah, Saw X did well, and we're getting another one.
That was the
Yeah.
biggest fumble in all movie history, killing off Jigsaw in part 3. They could have made so much more money if he would have stayed alive after.
And yet they bring him back all the way these later for 10 to make it a prequel.
That's crazy.
But
I mean, that
would
makes
you
sense.
agree? First 3 is just really good. Like if you just watch the first 3, you could be satisfied.
Facts.
Well, I'm scared to watch anything after 3 because I hear 4 through Spiral is just garbage.
Pretty much.
All facts.
How do you guys feel about that Evangeline movie? Because when I was gonna actually do like a regular show today, but then it wasn't enough stories for me to cover that I was like passionate about. That was like the only one. Did you guys hear about this at all?
From your
No, my
post.
timeline's kind of dead on Twitter, to be honest. I don't hear a lot about these things. That's why I come to your stream, so
I appreciate that.
my timeline is dead.
So look, so obviously we're getting this is not official, but they're sending a package. So they're selling this to Warner Brothers. Margot Robbie stars, Olivia Wilde directs, and then Tony McIntyre is the one who made Deadpool. No, Rob Liefeld made Deadpool, and this is one of his like staple comics, basically. And like T said, this is like an old school, very 90s, 80s kind of film, comic book.
90s. Yeah, 90s.
You know, you like look at the picture.
Yeah, big boobs, like like you run around in a bikini, like that. Was
Yeah, that
the 90s.
definitely feels 90s.
Very 90s. But I think with this, like these people that they're putting together, they're going to update this. Because if you look at what the basis of what the character is doing, I think that's where you can focus on that and not have to worry about like the boobs and making it scantily clad and like bringing in new fans into this.
Mm-hmm.
So I want for prosperity.
Yeah.
This video will be saved. I can guarantee you. Let's see, Project A before. Whenever this movie's gonna come out, probably a month before the movie come out, it's gonna be a huge scandal that's gonna wreck this movie.
A scandal from like another one of the people on the set, or like
somebody within this movie is gonna say something that's gonna upset the masses, and that's gonna be the reason why this movie doesn't do well.
I can see that.
I can see it.
It has become a pattern. Like I don't know if everybody just paying attention. Like there's certain movies that come out and they have things happen prior to the movies. And Olivia Wilde, once again, before Don't Worry Darling, like there was Oscar buzz for this movie prior to like the whole Jason Sudeikis thing. There was this huge buzz behind this movie. And then there was this huge scandal that pretty much derailed the movie. It completely sank the box office. And it's not all female-led movies, but there's a lot of them that seem to have the same pattern right before it's coming out. All of a sudden, there's this huge newsworthy story that stops people from going to see the movie. So don't be surprised. And this is on film. This is on. like something a month before it comes out. It's gonna be like some crazy. It's gonna be something minuscule too, and it's gonna affect the movie to the
I hear
point
what you're
where
saying. Are you saying purposely though? You think that it's
yes,
okay?
not purposely by the person, purposely by the
Mhm.
media. Like there's certain
Okay.
media outlets that are just pushing certain things, and they
They're gonna
get
set
sound
that person
clips.
up.
And
Okay.
and it might be a setup. It could be the Rachel Zegler thing, which they just don't know how to shut up. You get asked certain questions and you just answer honestly. And I don't find it to be very weird what people are saying because a lot of times it's the truth. But a lot of times people don't want to hear the truth. They want to hear
Mm.
the norm.
The fantasy,
Yes.
the matrix that we're plugged into.
Yes.
It's easy to slander someone. You take a photo with the wrong guy, they're associated. Did you see that? That photo? That proves it.
Mm.
It was weird. Like Zendaya said she didn't go out with her 2 co-stars for challengers. I don't know if that was the reason why, but she said she refused to be seen in public with them, like other than like press junkets. I saw a story about that, and that's sad. Like, why can't you go out and have beers with your co-stars, right? Like she can't do that because of course there's gonna be some type of story. Now Zendaya's with Mike Face or Zendaya's with Josh O'Connor, and poor Tom Holland.
Nowhere to
Yep,
be.
Tom Holland's gonna get tagged in all these tweets. Oh, look at what Zendaya's doing.
Poor
This, that,
Tom
and the
Holland.
other. It's like,
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's look at
You
anyone
don't
but
want to
you.
be
It's
seen
Tim
at a Diddy
Sweeney.
party. Right. I don't want to be seen at a Diddy party right now. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think he's partying anymore.
Totally different.
Even the old
totally
party,
different.
them pictures are popping up, and people's all like, "Hey, wait, well, look at that one." I'm like, yeah, all right.
Man, but that's the way I feel right now. There's certain things that are just these machinations of certain projects that just get this vitriol and things just seem to happen right before they come out. A lot of it has to do with female leads, not all, but like a lot of them, God, I hate that word.
I'm tired of that word.
I'm tired of it being misused.
I love that word.
I love the word.
It's
but I'm tired of
constantly
it
being
misused.
misused. There is no right. Nobody has used it right since it first was since the first month that word became a thing. Like people,
It's a lazy word. In my
Extremely.
opinion, I feel like whatever you don't like, people just lump that in. Everybody has a different meaning of what it is to them. It really
But
feels
it's
that way.
literally a real definition. You can Google it. I've done it.
Yeah.
People don't look up the definitions. Of
I know.
words.
I'm just saying. I remember I was on a stream
because you're woke. You're woke.
and I'm called in my friend group. I'm called the social justice warrior, right? Like, and I have no problem being called that. I don't have no problem being called woke. I have no problem with me being the one that supports everything, as long as you're not killing anybody or taking away someone's rights. I F's with it. You know what I mean? Like that's just how my personality is, and that's why I think I get along with so many different people because they know like I'm not going to judge them for whatever you do when you're at home and you're not hurting someone. And then if you're doing something that hurts someone, friendships get ended. I'm not just going to overlook it because you're my friend for 8 years. I brought that up because that happened recently.
You be hurting my feelings though. You don't feel no way about that?
No, Kal-El, not at all.
Okay.
You deserve
right.
it.
No,
See?
I believe
Again.
I agree. I hate that it's misused. Yeah.
completely.
And cancel culture is volatile nowadays, even though it doesn't kind of exist really. If you're talented, you can just power through cancel culture because Kanye West is thriving.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
kind of
moment in
slowed down a little bit. Like it's there, very sprinkled in, but it's not as loud as it once was.
Only things that cancel culture hurt is people who are not talented in the first place.
People who are dependent on a cancelable entity, and Kanye is pretty independent.
Yeah.
Yes, that I can agree on.
But I also don't agree with that because the girl from Star Wars, what was her name? That
Daisy
got kicked
Ridley?
out of Mandalorian.
Oh, Gina Carano?
Gina Carano,
Yeah.
right? She went to a non-cancelable source and still flopped. You know what I mean? It's just because she's just not it. Like Kanye has a talent to go somewhere else and still thrive, right? Go independent, has that reach. Karina Jarino, or whatever her name is, she tried to do it. She made these movies. No one went to go see them because she's not. I'm not going to watch this movie with you acting.
Yeah, she went and did a Daily Wire movie. Nobody watches those movies other than people who subscribe to the Daily Wire.
That's still a thing.
In
It is.
2020, if I asked you in 2020, Gina Carano, is she a A-lister, B-lister? Where would you rank her?
D.
C or D, I guess.
Then that's what she made the movie and the box office gross of a C-list, D-lister. That's all. She
She actually
she's
made
not
a really
Kanye.
good movie. She I can't remember. Damn, what the hell is the name of this
Terror on the
movie?
Prairie.
No, fuck. What's the name of this movie?
I
It
mean,
was
we got
really
computers
good,
in
though.
front of us.
You're right.
Look-
I hate looking at my
Look
computer.
at this, this random lovely man just jumping in. So
Why? The Sparkster has arrived.
All right, I'm about to leave now that Kenny showed up. The
Oh,
Philadelphia
damn.
76ers beat my Knicks.
Like that?
The Knicks got beat tonight, and I'm
Oh
really
yeah,
salty.
you saw that.
I did.
You saw that overtime.
What was the
what
name?
were we showing this for?
You saw Maxi.
I'm
hit
looking for her
46.
movie. Gina
Oh,
Carano.
yeah, she was in Deadpool.
Yeah, she was.
In the
And Fast and
not in the
Furious.
blood. That actually was a solid movie. Haywire. That was the name of it. Haywire. That was actually a really good movie. Haywire.
Kenny
I
Love.
don't even know if it's up there
Oh, I thought you saw it.
because it was directed by Steven Soderbergh. It was really good.
Hmm.
Yeah, 2011 Haywire.
I had not
Yeah.
seen
Damn, that was that long ago. Wow.
Yo, time is going by really fast.
Yeah, you
Show enough for you.
Ugh.
In the Blood was that one was good too.
Okay, so Kenny, I gotta
Yeah.
catch you up on the last 3 hours of controversy that we've been battling, arguing, fighting over, right? So
Okay.
what's your,
Brie
opinion, what's your
Larson.
opinion on women's rights? You like them or not?
I love it. I
You
love
like-
it.
More nine. It's crazy.
Look,
Gotta have it women's
Rapid
rights.
fire session.
Gotta
What-
have
what's
it
your-
women-
what's your
gotta
feeling
have it
about
women's
race swapping?
Is April O'Neil white or black?
rights. According to my sources, she was black. But
Mm.
My Lambos too. You know what I mean?
Oh my God. Is Mufasa something you're interested in, or is that movie gonna flop because who liked the first one in 2019?
The Lion King is my favorite movie of all time. The Lion
2019?
King. No, hell no. The Lion King. The Lion King 2019 is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. And Mufasa doesn't interest me because, well, for one, the first one was a flop, but for two, I don't want to watch the childhood of a nigga I know is going to get thrown off a cliff. Like that's not what I don't like. The whole time you're sitting there, like, man, he really going to get murdered. He's really going to
Came
get
in
this nice young man, this orphan, is going to get thrown off a cliff by his brother, and that's the inspirational story you want me to watch.
How do you like Andor? Because he dies.
Circle of life.
Andor's okay. I don't think Andor needs to exist.
Ooh.
Honestly, I'm kind of tired of Star Wars doing everything they can to dig into the little crevices between the episodes and just try to pull something out. You know what I mean? I would love for them to go full Old Republic or go all the way into the future. Like either one of those, or Star Wars Visions it up. Like take some of those and make them full series. Even though some of those series that are in the crevices have been good, not great, but good, and I've enjoyed parts of them, I really want them to stop. Like, what this little slither of time between Return of the Jedi and Force Awakens. Let's see if we can pull something out. Like, stop trying to make the leftovers a meal.
Can I
That's
can
a
I ask
bar.
a
Kendrick
ser-
Lamar.
can I that is a bar. Can I
I
ask
feel
a
like
serious
Kenny
question,
eats his
guys?
throat.
Huh?
But Kenny, I don't know. All right.
Can I ask
Yo,
a
what's up,
question?
Cal?
Hold on, let T go first, and then Cal
Yep.
go.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In the 90s, there was an animated movie called The Lion King.
Oh yes.
And
Remember that?
it had songs by Elton John.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the 2000s, there was a quote unquote like live action CGI movie that was made beat for this animated movie. What the hell is the difference? Am I missing something here? What is the difference?
The difference
they're the
is,
same movie.
The difference is the director was afraid to tell his voice actors how to voice act. I've never heard Donald Glover sound worse. Like Beyonce sounded terrible, and she's one of the most talented women on the planet. And it's like lions attack. Like, ma'am, you are doing voice work. You're not in your living room. So yeah, I don't understand why. And also, I don't care if the lions look realistic. That's not what attracted me to this movie.
Fact.
So
the hippos,
the voice acting was
the flamingos.
I think it is the voice acting though. I think that because it feels like it's the beat for beat the same movie, but it feels like it's missing something, and what it's missing is the voices.
It's missing Elton John singing, and it's missing Jason Weaver singing. That's to me. Yeah. I don't get the Lion King hate. I thought they were.
That's not enough. You have like that's like when people tell me like they say, well, you should like this movie because such and such is in it. That's not enough. That's not a movie. A person being in the movie is not a movie. You know what I mean?
I'm just asking. I'm only asking because I'm not trying to come at you. Like I just think they're the same movie. Like there's so many people who hate that Lion King. It's like and you're right, Beyonce. I did not like Beyonce. Like hearing her voice actually, other than singing, I don't want to hear her voice.
Because the wild thing is Beyonce and Donald Glover are two of the most talented people like in Hollywood. And they both sounded bored. They both sounded like it was a dud. Like, so I struggled to understand like how, and also not for nothing, bring back voice actors. There's tons of people whose profession is voice acting. It's okay to hire them. I know why they do it because you want to attach the name to it. I didn't know who Simba was back in 1994.
Jason Weaver.
These niggas? Yeah. So. It don't matter.
At the time we didn't know Jason Weaver, but now we know who Jason Weaver is. But
you ain't no Smart Guy? You didn't watch Smart Guy?
Of course I did. I didn't know his name was Jason Weaver.
Yeah, I didn't either, but
also Jason Weaver's mom is the GOAT. She said, "What? You want me to a little check? No, give me the royalties every time this movie is played and sold. Give me the royalties." That man got a check every year of his life. Because his mom negotiated it
forever.
Yeah.
See, I'm with you though. I don't understand. It's a mystery with that movie because it is literally the same movie except he don't have his red hair, but it's the same movie. Other than that, and it just don't hit the same. It's wild.
It's those things that matter.
I have a question. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You say it's the same movie, but the animation brings things to life that doesn't, right? Because I hear people say there's not emotion on these lions' faces because they're trying to be realistic. Right. A lot of the emotions and the animation and the charisma from the Lion King is a lot of the reason why that movie's beloved. The voice acting, the singing, and the animation, how charismatic when they react. Right. You know, but when you watch that movie, I just watched it. I know I was This is my thriller.
Dude, some Brodus Clay over here. Sorry, we're not going to talk about him.
But like when I looked at the clip of Mufasa, like the trailer before the trailer or the teaser trailer to the trailer that's supposed to come out, that bullshit they always do.
Yeah.
When they showed Mufasa turn around to react to something, his face was just. I could have did that. I'm not
he looked like a lion. Right. Yeah.
He just looked like a lion.
Right.
So I think that is the main part. I think the voice acting is a big part of it, but I think if the lions were more emotive and stuff like that, I think it would work better for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And kids are liking it. The same story. Yeah, the kids are liking it though.
And here's the sad facts: it's going to make a bunch of money anyways, regardless of what we say.
I'm going to go see it, so I'm not sitting here telling you I'm not going to go see it. I'm going to go see it because I see everything.
I'm old, guys. Like I'm old. I grew up with some of the worst VFX known to man in the 80s and the 70s. The fact that y'all say the lions aren't emoting, that movie is a technical marvel. the fact that it like what it does to like it looks lifelike to me. I've watched. I didn't watch it in the movie theater
Mhm.
because like my kids were too young when that came out. Once again, that's just not my thing. I'm past the Lion King. I watched it when I was a kid, but my kids watch it now and they love it. Like, and I'm looking at it, I'm watching it with my son, and I'm like, this looks photorealistic, like they say. So like
Mhm.
emoting, I get it. Like it's hard to if freaking tigers, like it's hard to emote that. Yeah, it's easy to do in a 2D animation, but
Yeah.
I mean, for what they did, like not for nothing, it looks
Yeah.
beautiful. Like,
Yeah,
like
It's
it
the
looks
voices.
great.
It's the voices.
Sure.
It's the voices.
I respect it.
Mhm.
I mean, I respect it.
Yeah.
My kids are going to see
Yeah.
it. They ready.
You know,
A
you made
good
me-
movie is a sum of its parts. You can
Mhm.
have the most gorgeous looking movie in the world and still be terrible. I've seen a couple movies this year. You know, some of us will disagree. I know me and Zach disagree on this, but Civil War is an incredibly well made film. It's also not good. I know we
No,
disagree.
it's not.
So with Rebel Moon, I'll tell you this: Michael Bay and Rebel Moon, Michael Bay and Zack Snyder both make gorgeous looking movies. Is anybody saying that these are the greatest movies ever? No, they look good, but the substance ain't there. You know what I'm saying? Now I love 300 and I love certain Zack Snyder movies, but let's talk about Rebel Moon Part 1, Part 2. It looks amazing. It is disastrous. So a movie is the sum of its parts. You got to have most of it, not all, but most of it. So yeah, I'll stop preaching now.
Kenny brought a new passion and energy into the stream. So I want to run through some of the stuff that we talked about, see his opinion, and see how he's going to cause people to fight. Well, how do you feel about this?
Prey, the prequel to Predator, it's phenomenal. It's absolutely
Fire.
I love that movie.
Got you. How you feel about this?
Knuckles is terrible. Knuckles is absolutely garbaggio. I cannot express how much I hate that show.
You finished it?
I finished it, yeah, and it's literally the Wade show. Knuckles is probably in 10% of the show, and you can't name a show Knuckles and then have him be the third, fourth, fifth dairy. I don't know if that's a word. Character in the show. The whole show is surrounded by Wade and Wade's family. It's not about Knuckles at all. I don't understand. Anyway, but yeah.
Then why is it called Knuckles? That doesn't even make any sense.
Because you can't sell a Wade show.
Same reason the Joker is called the Joker, and it's a mental health movie with a little Batman sprinkled.
I think the difference there is at least the Joker is the character you're watching the movie.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is he,
It's a
though?
good movie. That's the point. But yeah.
Is he?
How about this one, Kenny?
He said, "Is he?"
I want to tell you guys the truth. I have never spent much time with either.
Oh,
Respect.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I like both, but
How about this? This was an interesting take.
I think X-Men is just matching the pacing of how anime is. I think X-Men is just matching the pacing of how anime is very fast-paced nowadays compared to how it used to be, just getting with the times.
Yeah.
So you missed the conversation about the X-Men. We were talking about how the older X-Men had like the episodes were more slow paced.
Yeah,
like this
for sure.
97, everything's really fast. Everything's going really fast.
Oh, everything's at maximum speed with 97. I'm still enjoying it tremendously, but I will lie to you not. A few of these episodes should have been stretched out to 2 or 3 episodes to really flesh it out. Like if you look at the 3rd episode with the Goblin Queen and I was about to say Sinestro, Mr. Sinister, that should have been stretched out to 2 or 3 episodes arc. Like there's no way that should have been started and resolved in the same episode. And there's been quite a few like that. Now they've had some bangers where they're doing a lot and it's still great. Like the episode 5 was that with Gambit? Yeah, that they just built on that momentum, and the whole episode felt like a pressure keg. So when it finally exploded, it made sense, right? But a lot of the episodes are just like they're just going. Yep.
No.
Okay, so this one's difficult.
It's not.
I'm going to say that Dune Part 2 is better than most 90% of the movies that Star Wars has put out. I'm also going to say I would rather spend time in the Star Wars universe in general. So that's where it is for me. Like, it's like it. This is a really dumb comparison. I want to admit this up front. It's like the Oppenheimer Cocaine Bear thing. Is Oppenheimer clearly a better and well-made film? Obviously. Would I rather watch Cocaine Bear 10 more times than I would watch Oppenheimer again? Yes. Like, I'd rather have fun over here than just, you know what I mean? Like, the epics are good for the spectacle, right? They're a one-shot deal. Not really. You can watch them over and over again. But for me, I'd rather watch, I don't know, literally Spider-Verse 40 more times before I watch Oppenheimer again. And I feel the same way about the Dune comparison to Star Wars. So
it's like, would you rather have a very well thought out and gorgeous looking history lesson or fun?
Yeah, and I think that there are parts in Dune, there are fun parts to Dune, but it'll never, the funness in Dune will never compare to lightsabers and the Force and all the other weird shit that's happening. I'm sorry, I'm cursing a lot. I apologize.
It's okay. I think the app version of this conversation, I think you made a great point, is that you can eat really well made food all the time if you want to, but McDonald's is $1 billion industry.
Yeah.
And people choose to eat fast food all the time, even though it's not as good as the steak from whatever steakhouse you love.
Yeah.
Or even the burger from that steakhouse. That might be the better burger, but people love that fast food.
Yeah. I'll say it like this. After Dune Messiah, like part 3 or whatever it's going to be, like, I would be cool with never seeing Dune again. Especially like if they land it well and they do it, I would be cool with never getting another Dune product again. If I never get a Star Wars product in the movies again, I'll be disappointed.
That's a fact.
So,
because you like to hang out with the characters in the world in Star Wars.
Yeah, and there's a lot to. That's my issue with the hanging out in the crevices. There's a lot to do in this faraway galaxy. Long ago, but whatever it's called, it's a big ass galaxy, and we just stay in within the same family. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
I will say caveat to the Doom thing is that I'll let you go, Cal. Is that there's a lot of Dune lore and books, so there's an opportunity for Dune to kind of go in that direction if they have the right person to spearhead it. Gotcha. But yeah, Cal, go ahead.
No, just one thing. I think it not. Granted, I haven't seen Dune, so I can't say too much, but I think it's crazy that comparison is there after technically 3 movies, but 2 movies, and we already putting it over Star Wars. It's just like, let it breathe a little bit before you do that. I don't know. Just me.
I don't think time matters, because if you put Fast and Furious versus something that I really love, they have 10 movies and this one has 2, but this is still better than all 10 of those movies.
But the longevity of Star Wars, like all the novels in between, just so much goes into it. I just don't see how you can just I don't know how you can even come to a conclusion, even if it's a hard pick for you and you like it, but I don't think it's a fair comparison at this point. I think, but then again, I haven't seen the movie, so I can't really say, but damn, it's Star Wars though.
But you love that longevity. Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Sometimes longevity can create exhaustion over a period of time.
Yeah.
So let's say
I don't think time has been kind. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Say it again.
I was just gonna end with this. Let's say Star Wars has 25 more films. By the time we get to that, you're gonna be done with Star Wars entirely. Because it's just so much. Not including all the shows.
Yeah.
I think there's certain people who are just Star Wars fans, and like Star Wars, while they are solid movies, I think time just hasn't done them any favors. Like, I've gone back. I grew up on Star Wars. Like, I grew up watching the original trilogy in the theater. I didn't see the first one. I was in 77, I think it was.
Mhm.
But like I saw the second and third. I definitely saw the Ewoks in the theater for sure, which is not like I was a kid, but I remember vividly seeing the Ewoks on the big screen. And as a kid, I loved it. There are people who hate the Ewoks, and as an adult, you go into these prequels and just they haven't done themselves any favors. Like I'm not a big Star Wars fan. I've gone back and watched the movies. I hate those characters. I hate Luke Skywalker. He's a bitch. He just cries and whines the entire time. So does Anakin Skywalker. Like that's what I loved about Dune was that Paul Atreides wasn't a whiny prince-like boy who just complained and kissed his sister the whole movie. Like I'm sorry.
Wow.
I just went on I hate Star Wars tangent.
Yo, he
Like-
just Kendrick Lamar Euphoria Star Wars.
I really don't like I don't like the characters other than Han Solo. And I thought Solo was a solid movie. Like in Chewbacca.
Solo is a solid movie. It
It
has
is.
some missteps, but it's solid.
But it
But
gets
it's
a lot of hate
Vader,
for
okay?
no reason.
Vader, man.
That
I think
section out.
What I do?
Put it up on YouTube
What I do?
because that'll be funny as hell. Just cutting that
Oh,
section
man.
out of him ether and Star Wars.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You gotta cut that out.
I've listened to the like Dune is just both of those movies are better movies than I would say, like you said, 90% of the Star Wars movies. I'm gonna give you the Empire Strikes Back because if I don't, everybody's gonna come in my neck. But like Dune 2 is a better movie than those movies. It's like, and you haven't seen it. And even if you do see it, you're a Star Wars fan. So you you are a Star Wars fan. You're not gonna ever put anything over it.
That's
No,
not true.
it's just-
I'm a Star Wars fan. I'm an MCU fan. I feel like Dune Part 2 is better than 90% of the MCU movies, but I'd rather spend time in the MCU.
It's just hard to fathom. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm not saying nobody's
Mhm.
wrong. You know, because it's all opinion anyway. But I'm not saying that it's not possible for me to even think that way. But it's just like it's so. I mean, it's an old property, but it's just like we just got these two movies and we're already putting it there. It's just like wow, that's what we're doing. And as far as me being a Star Wars fan, I hated Star Wars as a kid. But when I got to a teenager, I really start enjoying it. And then when episode 1, you remember that whole Pepsi campaign, like when they were pumping those prequels out, I became more a fan of the whole thing as a whole. So I enjoy it more as an adult than I did as a kid. But to be fair, I feel like you feel that way about the Star Wars movies because people hate to admit this. All these people that mad about them, they're kid movies. They really are. They're made for the kids. So that I think that discord is going to always be there for with the prequel era, and then there was the next era for the sequel era. I think we're going to always feel that way because they're almost not essentially made for us in a way, kind of.
I've never really agreed that Star Wars movies are kids movies. I feel like they have some friendliness for kids, but there's a lot of amputations happening and a lot of deaths and a lot of niggas just getting blasted and planet.
But we were different.
Being blown up. Like I just kind of like. It's not that I'm saying like it's the most adult thing in the world, but kids, I don't know if I want my child like, hey, watch this. Alderaan's about to get blown up. Like I think And then the homeboy's like, I heard 1,000 screams from across space and the planet blowing up. It's like, whoa, that's you talking about that's a mother approved. I don't know about that.
PG is different in that era though than PG of this time. We had different things. Like there's stuff that was rated PG that we're like, we shouldn't have been watching that at such a young age because it's not really PG, but we did. I just, that's just I think the evolution of how movies have changed, but our stuff was harder back then. Even our cartoons was much more adult, but they were for the kids of that time.
There's an argument that's not 100% true, but continue.
I mean, have you seen some of the cartoons nowadays?
Big Mouth is nuts.
Just because they say it's rated G, if you look into it hard enough, there's some interesting things for being rated G.
I don't think Big Mouth is literally actually for kids. I feel like that's literally not for children.
Yeah, that's not.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
There's like a part in episode, what is it, 5?
Mm-hmm.
Where they're like on a planet and Anakin is crying for like 30 minutes of this movie. Talking to Padme on a grassy field. Like I try to like I've seen every single like they're just not good movies, man. Like Revenge of the
Star
Sith.
Wars Episode 2 is one of the worst movies. Not Star Wars movies. One of the worst movies I've ever seen.
Oh, come
False.
on, Kenny. Come
No,
on.
it absolutely is. It is
Attack of the
ain't
Clones.
bad
a
movies.
horrifyingly bad movie.
He said
Oh,
this. I've
man.
heard him say this 10 times, and not even in
Yeah.
the same conversation.
Well, how many bad movies have you seen? Because that's like, I mean, I'm not going to fight for it, but
I've
geez,
seen
I
a
wonder
lot of bad movies.
Yeesh.
It's
He's
the
acting like that.
whininess, man.
And there's a scene in the movie where a shadowy figure starts approaching Count Dooku, and you go, "Oh, I wonder who this is." This shadow, it's a tall shadow, it's a big shadow, but
Mhm.
it's Yoda.
Yoda.
And Yoda's using the Force. They're playing the music from the last movies, and then all of a sudden, oh, it looks like it's not going to be about the Force, but our skills with the lightsaber. And then here comes Yoda. Doesn't reach in with his hand. He uses the Force to obtain lightsaber from the left side of his pocket into the right side, and then he starts fighting. How is he going to fight? There's a mystery. What does he do? And we're going, what? Yoda does this? What? And so
Tribal
you're seeing
yell.
that movie. You're talking about that movie?
Yeah. The tribal yelling, like a lot of the badness of that movie does rest on Anakin for sure.
Right.
Or yeah, which
I hate that. I hate
you know
that
you can
term.
have the conversation about the way that George, what the hell is it?
Directed.
Yeah, how the way that George directs his actors, which a lot of people will say he doesn't, but which I totally agree with. I don't think everything is Hayden Christensen's fault, but you were also in the movie, and that is your performance. It's not like it was somebody else. So I have to say, Hayden Christensen's performance was awful in that movie, as was the writing and most of it. And you notice that tribal scream that Yoda does in that movie never came back. They stopped that in episode 3. They was like, I don't know why we did that. We gonna stop that now. But yeah, episode 3 is the best of the prequel trilogy by leaps and bounds.
I got episode 3, my number 2. I got it in my top 2.
I have episode 3 in my top 5.
You guys don't like the crying?
Oh no. Okay.
What just happened to him?
But
Oh, he's back.
I'm spinning. I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like when he's telling that story about his mom, he's like, and I hate them. Like that, even though he's still doing his wine thing, that little capsule window of what he's about to become, we see it right there in his eyes and in that moment. And he just slaughtered all these people about his mom. Like I felt that, but I don't know. I don't think episode 2 is that bad.
I had a real shut your bitch ass up response to that. I killed his mom and the children too. Shut your. And then you got Abby sitting here. Oh, you committed genocide? Let me hug you. It's not that bad. It's like, ma'am, what are we doing here?
She looked terrified to me. She looked like she was scared as hell.
She is the most understanding person I have ever met.
It was the cat. Like there are iconic characters in Star Wars, and it is an iconic universe as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it's just certain things that I like after looking back on it, especially after the last 3 movies and seeing what a person Adam Driver becomes. That's what led me to believe. Like that's what led me to like go a little bit deeper and just realize how much of a bitch Anakin was, how much of a bitch Luke was. And then the same thing with like they all had the same character traits and they were all whiny little girls, man. Like, and no disrespect to girls, they aren't as whiny as Anakin and Luke Skywalker were. Like, just,
bruh.
I'm sorry,
See,
man. I can't help
that with,
personally,
man.
They're
For
just
me
terrible
personally with
characters.
Star Wars, I appreciate the films they changed the game, they changed the history. There's a lot of films that would never be made in terms of the sci-fi space because of them.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't rewatch those movies. I have no inkling to rewatch them. I went to go watch the original trilogy back. I watched it. I was like, okay, this is cool. Watched the second one. I got to Empire Strikes Back. I was like, oh, cool. It's just all cool to me. I don't get I think the problem is with me, and this is a personal thing. Your main character has to hit for me. It can't be the main character's okay and your side characters are fire. I need to like the main characters. And the main character is Luke, and I think he's trash.
Yeah.
And it doesn't like Han Solo is cool. Leia. There's Darth Vader. There's all these cool characters around him. Vader's not all that to me. He just looks cool.
Yeah.
He has an iconic line, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Damn, y'all killing
No,
Star
hold
Wars.
on, hold on now. Hold on now.
Vader and Rogue One.
Vader is
When
nice.
Vader showed up in Rogue One, that was an
Yes.
iconic moment.
Yeah.
That was an iconic moment. That was amazing.
But that because that movie is fire, and
I
I
love
liked all the
Rogue
characters.
Rogue One is tied with Empire as my favorite Star Wars movies.
Rogue One is my
mad good.
favorite.
Yeah.
Is my favorite Star Wars movie. I love Rogue One.
But yeah.
But
This
that's
where
just
you
my
people
personal
been.
opinion.
I've never heard these takes. This is where they say there's all types of people out there. I found y'all. So
you be in your bubbles, and you don't understand when I actually say stuff.
you don't
to you,
be
like,
no bubble. You be in your bubble. I'm not a Star Wars I'm not a diehard. I can't stand for Star Wars fandom because they're too toxic. But I just went on how I was like I wasn't too pissed at Last Jedi. It's not a good movie, but I wasn't hating the shit just because of that movie. But but the way you guys he's a bitch, man up. I'm like, damn. Like, sheesh.
True statement.
Yeah. And then it's like the Star Wars fans are like, oh, Rey's a Mary Sue and all this other stuff. Like
She is.
But is Luke not the one who woke up one day, got kidnapped by Obi-Wan, and then blew up the Death Star?
When Chewbacca don't want to hear something, he's just like, I'm out of here.
Like, I'm done.
Because y'all was killing him. He was quiet. Even I was offended. He's probably like, whoa.
Luke got grabbed up by Obi-Wan, got up on the ship, got captured by the Death Star, jumped into a TIE fighter, won something which he has never flown before, and blew up the Death Star. If this nigga ain't a Mary Sue or whatever the male version of that is, I don't know what is.
There is a male version.
I don't.
That is called.
I don't even know what that is. What is a Mary Sue?
Oh, Mary
Sue.
Sue is a female character that doesn't train or earn any of this accolade. It just solves all problems. Don't go through any adversity.
What adversity did Luke Skywalker go through before he blew up the Death Star?
They made a term for that. Who made this term up?
None that I can think of, or I can remember at least.
He did a little bit of training with the ball that was shooting at him, and
he got his hand chopped off, and then they told him his dad was.
That's the second movie. That's the second movie.
Oh,
that's
okay.
That's Empire. I'm talking about the first.
You talking about the first one? I
really
don't like the first
one.
one.
The Death Star.
Yeah, I think the first movie's super overrated. I really do.
So
the first movie's not good.
I'm flabbergasted by this term, Mary Sue.
A New Hope.
I don't.
If half your movie is bad, your movie is bad.
Bro, it doesn't even have like an ending.
Get captured by the Death Star. Then it takes.
You mean it doesn't have an ending?
It's like it has an ending, but it makes you feel like, is that it? Like it feels so incomplete. Like I don't know. I just never liked it. A New Hope. I mean, it's fine, but it's just so overhyped for it to be the greatest movie of all. I don't fuck with it. I don't really fuck with it.
Nobody has ever called Star Wars.
Obi-Wan said, "Use the Force, Luke," and that is all Luke needed to blow up the Death Star.
Well, he was about to say that.
Some sweet Force nothings, and then he was like, "I got it. Let me bend the bullets.
Hold on, Kenny. I want T to go real quick, and then I want Dave to go because Dave hasn't talked. Yeah,
this makes me so happy just listening to other people. Like this really does. This soothes my soul.
And I love Star Wars. That's the crazy part. We just gotta tell the truth about it.
It soothes your soul. They're gonna cancel us for this.
I'm too small to get canceled for this. There's 4 people watching this.
Yeah, you're gonna be like, "Why am I shadow banned?" YouTube gonna be like, "Oh no."
Until Star Wars does right by John Boyega, I'm going to bomb the hell out of them, man. They did my boy wrong, and exactly that's why.
Yeah.
Dave, I don't know if you want to pitch into this because it's a lot of heat. We got somebody to leave because of it. How you feel about Star Wars overall?
As a person who's like just super casual into Star Wars, I'm not into that like lore that much. I'm like still confused by the whole. First, you got to watch the 3 prequel movies. Then you got to go to the original movies. Then you got to go to the new trilogy. It's like that's too much for me.
Yeah,
like I'm not touching any of this. Okay, just give me.
I don't know.
I think that's really interesting. That's not bad. I think it's interesting because the further we get into the MCU, Like when we were getting into Star Wars, like if people who got into Star Wars later in life and felt like it was a lot, it was like, yeah, there's at the time 6 movies to watch, right? And then there were 9 movies to watch. And then with the MCU, with kids coming up behind us, there's 33 movies to watch, and it's not stopping. Like, and then you have what 6 to 8 shows or something like that. So it's like, to get the full picture of this, you guys got to watch literally 40 plus things to get the full picture. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying I'm wondering how that's going to play out as the generations go on.
It's not.
I wonder what people think about the graphics, like far as visually how they look. Like, I wonder if kids think, why does the first 3 look better than the other the next 3? Just graphically. I just always wonder how that would hold up over time.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting.
Yeah, that's gonna happen with the MCU too.
Because the funny thing is,
MCU movies look like sitcom cinematography.
Why not? Let me think.
Yeah, you might get something there. Yeah.
Avengers, they even talked about.
I will say that Iron Man in the first Iron Man movie still looks phenomenal.
I'll say the VFX.
Yeah. Oh, you muted yourself, I believe.
Yep, Zach's muted.
Yeah.
I'm muted. Oh,
yeah.
Can you hear me now?
You're back. Yes.
This is how I know I've been on for a long time. My headphones died. But I'm having fun. I need this because I was having a stressful day. So I appreciate all you guys.
Hey, this is helping me out too. So
yeah.
What I was gonna say. Hold on, let me check the chat because I know I've been saying stuff but we completely
poor chat.
I know.
It's like I'm done with this.
That's the thing. I'm not saying that she's not a Mary Sue. I'm just saying that Luke is too. So I don't understand.
I looked up the male term. It's Mary Stu. That's the male version.
Better than that.
There are a billion movies with a lot of more male.
Yeah.
Whatever that is, like that. Like that's why I don't understand the term. Like it's hilarious.
Well, I understand why it happens because people hate women.
Generally, yeah.
There's like almost no way you can explain it. Like they made up a term for women specifically, and it wasn't only till later till equality stuff happened that they made Mary Stu.
Right.
Or whatever, right? Like they only made it because people realized, oh yeah, guys just be waking up.
Have been doing this exact same thing in a lot of these movies. The hero arc is like 90% of the time it's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
We ain't see John Wick train not one time.
Not once.
Well, I mean, John Wick already came with those set of skills. Come on, he's the Baba Yaga. Let's not.
Bruh, what adversity did John Wick in those first 3 films? My man should have died so many times.
He got hit by cars.
I'm gonna take a lot. I'm gonna take a lot of slander, but I'm not gonna take no John Wick slander. He came in. He killed the man with a fucking pencil. With the pencil.
Yeah, he also got tied up and should have died and got lucked out that someone decided. Willem Dafoe decided to help him.
In the fourth one, he fell out of a third.
His friend in the second one, right? I'm not.
No, it's the first one. He was the first one. Yeah, he was the sniper. But in the fourth film, he fell out of a third-story window, got up, and ran up those stairs and fought all of those people up the stairs.
Can we be real?
And then fell all the way down the stairs and fought his way all the way back up.
Before you even get into that, before he fell out that window, he got hit by cars.
Yeah. Can we be real for a second? I know that they said that the suit jackets that they made was bulletproof, but come on now.
At close range, they were shooting each other like
shooting at close range.
I mean, talking
about something, it's bulletproof.
For a different genre, it's the same thing with Dewey. This man sit here and went through 4 films of getting stabbed to death. Finally got axed in 5, and then he's going to get rebooted, and it's going to be like he never even died.
Yeah.
Yo, that's the only way to save it, man. Act like that was all fan fiction. Like that was a movie or a book that she was listening to, and they're all still alive.
Oh, that could be the girl from Friends story we were reading the whole time, 5 and 6. She's writing books and stuff. Yeah.
Yo, that's the only way it works. Like, yeah.
I really don't want to see this movie with them coming back. I'm not interested at all.
I do. I just want to review bomb.
I still haven't seen 6, man, and I've actually avoided spoilers. I still don't know what happened.
What movie is this?
Scream.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Until y'all do right by Jenny Ortega and Melissa Barrera, man. Just like John Boyega. You lost me. They
I'm
lost
not
me on
excited to
6.
Scream anymore after all the stuff that went down.
This is a hot take.
I don't know. I didn't
Hold
see
on,
6,
let
but
Dave
I ain't
go
seen
real
Black
quick, Kyle.
Scream.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let him go real quick and I'll let you go. What you saying, Dave?
I agree with all you, but something tells me just because nobody else is touching this thing, selfishly, I'm going to go touch it just so I can get a bunch of heat.
Hey,
Okay. Hey, man.
do, man.
I agree with all you guys, but that heat, it's talking to me.
Oh damn! I think somebody unsubbed because of these Star Wars takes. I just went down 2 subs.
Damn.
Told you.
My
Don't
bad,
get
man.
into that. You
Look,
guys was even
can't take
disrespecting
different
Vader.
opinions.
That's a no-no.
If you can't take different opinions, you can't be on the channel.
No.
You're not a part of the TAC Nation. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Nah,
Yep.
but y'all was
Yo,
killing it though. Yo.
y'all talk shit about movies I like all the time, and I let it rock all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, who's calling your characters bitches and shit though? Them people is hurt.
No,
Yeah,
bruh,
that's
they're
Hey,
telling me
man.
that my movie taste is trash because I'm watching the worst movies of all time. I don't care about you. Your one character calling a bitch. That's a personal attack on me.
I mean, Zach, I just be joking with people. You like what you like. It's all subjective, but I think you still a little hurt about that Indiana Jones hate you got. But I feel you. I feel you.
No, I think
What's wrong with
I didn't give
Indiana
a fuck about
Jones?
those old people who got mad at me.
He said, why they gotta be old, yo? Why they gotta be
the
old?
Two Towers hate really was like, oh, okay.
The 2 Towers is old.
Return of the King.
Come on, bro.
2 Towers.
That's how you said the 2 Towers is old. Wow.
That was what,
2000 is old. When did that
26
movie
years
come out?
ago? 20-something years ago? Not 26. But
No.
22 years
Oh,
ago?
my bad. I'm thinking he's saying the people from 2000 are old. I'm like, my bad. The 2000.
Oh,
No.
Yeah. I totally heard that wrong. My bad.
How did I say that?
I don't know. Zach, you say wow time when you get tired, bro.
90.
Yeah.
2 Towers is 2002. That was 22 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's movie. It looks great, and I said
It
the movie
does.
was great, but I digress.
And speaking of that, Zach, they're re-releasing all 3 of them in theaters come June. So
I saw that.
you
Guess
should go
what I'm
see
not
it in the
doing?
theater and then review one of them since you don't want to do it at your house. Give you an excuse to go to the theater.
You know what?
I might do
You're not
Return of
wrong.
the King to theaters. That might increase my experience since I'll be sitting there, I'll be focused. I can't do nothing else.
Right. He's not wrong.
Yes, way. I'm old.
I don't know how y'all
twice
do
the
it.
age of something.
I think I'm the second oldest in this chat.
No,
No way.
you're the youngest in the show.
Yeah. I'll be
31?
34. I'll be 34 next month.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
I'll be 34 in a couple weeks.
Babies.
June, baby.
Kylo's the only one that doesn't want to show his face or age. He won't
Yeah,
or where
he
he's
is.
from.
Bro, I
Madison.
see my
You're
age.
Kylo?
Shout out to
We
my
never
Gemini.
asked him.
I definitely did ask you your age.
I tell you all the time my age. What are you talking about?
No,
you
you
just don't
don't.
listen to me, Zach.
You be like,
Yeah,
yo, yeah, you're my nephew. That don't tell me your age. I know you're old, but I don't know how old you are.
I mean, I ain't calling you my son though, so that's cool.
Don't. I'm neither. We in the same age bracket. Don't do that.
Yeah, I understand T though. Like he's so reserved. He's just like I'm over it. He's like, yo, I got kids. I don't care about this shit like that. That's how he be
Yeah.
like these my opinions. And he leave it there.
Because like people get like I've noticed a lot of people get so frustrated when people don't agree with their opinions. There's certain things that I love that people hate. I love the show Lost. I love that show. Great show. It fell off of course it fell off the hinges. It's not all the way great, but the first few seasons were great. There are people who comment like people I worked with, like people I love that will find ways to mess with me about Lost all the time. And that's my all-time favorite show. That and Office. Those are my 2 shows.
The Office is
You
great.
can't tell me
The Office
nothing.
fell too though.
But
Yeah.
that's what, but I love them, right? And
Right.
you love Star Wars, you love all the movies. Like, so who am I to tell you wrong? I could just tell you my opinion, and Luke Skywalker's a bitch. That's
No,
all.
you're 100% right, man. You can't just be entertained. And you know what pisses me off? what pisses me off is nothing can just be entertaining anymore. It has to be a masterpiece or it's just
Yo.
trash. You know,
Let's
between.
talk about it.
Preach.
Talk
Yeah,
about it, Kello, because
You were
I'm
right.
just saying, like,
Preach.
and it's like you take more heat for that take, and it's just like, yeah, I enjoyed it. No, it wasn't a masterpiece. And let's not talk about most masterpieces is only a once or twice watch. Like we ain't getting into that, but you know what I'm saying? But you know, to each their own. Like,
Yep.
and you know what? Let's be real. Sometimes it's just cool to hate on certain properties. Like Lost is one of them. It's cool to make jokes about Lost. You know,
Mhm.
I like
Yeah,
very
Terminator,
true.
so I get a lot of heat. Like it's cool to diss the Terminator. If anything after 2, it's cool to just take shots, whether you believe them or not.
that happened right here on this stream. Remember? You
Yeah.
was defending Salvation and Dark Fate.
Salvation
I don't
wasn't
think
bad.
so.
Salvation
Super
wasn't
hot
bad.
take. There's no bad Terminator movie. They just don't. They don't
Fact.
equal up to 2. They're like
Exactly.
You could say that like you could call them bad, but they're not bad. Like their movies
No.
about robots. Like
Yeah.
I loved all of them. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like I like Dark Fate. Even. Like it just.
Yep.
They just. It's not.
Hey,
2.
let me sub to him. I'll be back. I'm gonna just sub to him real quick.
Same thing with the rock genre. People
I-
love to hate on rock music nowadays.
Yo, that's actually a really interesting conversation because I can't tell you the last super popular rock band like within the last few years. I feel like I don't even hear rock music anymore. Like the way that we
Yeah.
grew up with it, where it
Yeah.
was, like we grew up in high school, it was cool to listen to everything.
Yeah.
In some circles. Maybe not, you know what I mean? Some of the many men circles, and you know, some other circles didn't accept that. Some of the Nostradamus circles didn't accept that either. But the high school I grew up in, we was on that Green Day, we was on that Stacy's Mom, we was on all of it.
Stacy's
Linkin
Mom.
Park, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We was on all of it.
You know.
I don't hear
why
none of
you
that.
consumed all of that because you watch music videos. A lot of those, I feel like a lot of the music the music I consumed. Like I grew up in a different era. I grew up in the 80s. So a lot MTV, like I had access to MTV, hair bands. Motley Crue, Def Leppard, all of those hair bands. Like that's what I heard and that's what I gravitated to. Of course, you heard
Yeah.
hip hop, but hip hop wasn't on TV, right?
Right.
Like at least like not prevalently. But now, like I can't tell you last time I watched a music video. Like, so I don't have
Dude.
access to that. Like, unless it's in your playlist on Spotify, unless you tell them you like rock music, like it's just not prevalent. Like, unless you listen to the radio, like I haven't listened to the radio in Lord knows how long. Like even Sirius, like you go to certain stations back then, back in the 90s, the 80s, even maybe the early 2000s, you listen to the radio. Like you would listen to radio stations that played different types of music. Now you got to hunt for it, and nobody wants.
And like we grew up with 106 in Park. We grew up with MTV,
TRL.
down TRL. We grew up with
I'll be right
all
back.
these very music centric shows that we just don't have anymore. Like you got to hunt for it for just like you said. Yeah. And then companies just aren't spending money on music videos like that anymore
No,
because they
not
don't
at
have
all.
They don't have to.
You don't. You just put your music out. You just drop a surprise album on Apple Music, and you got to be that type of artist. But you could just put. You can just really put in the streamer revenue.
That's so true.
Like you could just put your music out, and once again, like if it's not in my taste of music, Apple Music won't show me that. Spotify will never show me like any type of rock music. It won't show me country. It won't show me because that's not something I actively listen to.
Yeah,
I have to like.
I'm
that's
sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
I was gonna say that's a genre that's coming back up. Country and hip hop are taking over now.
Country is always soul. Like you just like country artists sell millions of albums. Like even when the industry, even as the industry has gone down, country artists still make tons of now R&B, hip hop, pop, they make more money touring, but country artists, they still make tons of money.
Yeah.
off of record sales and like digital media, physical media. Like they still make
I
because
ain't gonna lie. I'm sorry. Them R&B artists, like T-Pain and a few other ones that's helped writing some of these country songs. I'm a country fan now. I listen to that stuff, that newer stuff, all the time, and it's hitting.
I've heard some really good country recently. There's a young lady named Tanner Adele. She's dope as hell, and she's black and she's super dope. Yeah, man, I dig like so. For me, like I've always been, if the music is good, I don't care where it comes from. I just haven't really gravitated to country that much. But if it's good, I will.
The modern stuff is very easy to gravitate toward because you hear them 808s in there, you hear the influence of hip hop in there. So it's like it feels like the same music, a lot of it, with a country accent.
Yep.
Boy, those country purists.
What you said, Dave? About Post Malone?
Yeah. I was gonna say he's even gravitated to country now. He's making an album. Beyonce made a country album.
Yeah.
So there's a
Post
lot of
Malone went back to his roots, just like Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
Man in the Woods.
And I think that the fact that country is taking on some more of the
Man in the Woods
feelings, the flows, the sonics, and stuff like that. I think that's what's opening it up.
Yep.
Because even pop music, I heard a pop song, and I was like, "Whoa, okay, you taking that?
Where they getting it from?
Yeah,
you know
where country music came from, rock music, where it came from. You know where they originated from, and now they're just circling back.
You want to tell
Dave? I want to apologize. I didn't know that this was going to be a black ass stream.
I'm vibing. We're fine.
You were uncomfortable.
I don't care. This is good. I don't care.
Okay. Good.
Now your other boy, what was your boy that left? I forgot his name. He was here.
Toby?
Chillmonger.
Yeah.
Or
no,
Toby
was here too.
Yeah, Toby.
He said I had enough.
No, Toby, it's like 4:00 in the morning in Norway.
Yeah, Toby in Norway.
Yeah.
Y'all would have kept the MCU talk today. No, I'm just joking.
I'll hit up the group chat and be like, yo, I'm trying to watch a movie tonight at like 9:00. Toby like, I'll be there. And I'm like, Toby's like, yeah, it's like 4 a.m. here. I'm like, Toby, don't you got school tomorrow, though?
I feel bad. Yeah, like I don't know. To be young.
Oh wow, he in school?
Oh yeah, he's 16.
Damn.
He sleeps.
Damn, got young viewers.
I got when I look at my analytics, it's from 15 to 44.
Zach love the kids. Love the kids.
Whoa. No diddy.
It's a more in line, bro. It's Marty Moore. It's Marty Moore.
I'm older
Marty
than your demographic.
That was
This is an interesting.
Come on, bro. Hunter. See, I forgot. See, TT get it. That was a Morton line, bro. That was, that's all right.
I'm bad with like remembering lines and quotes and stuff like that. I used to watch Martin all the time, but I don't like. That's not my thing.
He used to always say that Marty Moore love the kids.
Well, yeah, Dune is fighting for hierarchy where Star Wars is fighting against it. That's interesting.
Bro, I can't believe you just did me like that. And then when I say pause, you be like, "No, we don't do that here." But yeah, you like, "Whoa." All right, I got you. I didn't mean it that way.
I like just mess with you in a hypocritical way. Come on.
I know. Pause.
He is brilliant. I subbed to his channel. I want to know more about him. Hey.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's hilarious.
And when I have you on for the movie that made you, it's gonna even be more subs coming your way. I'm excited, man.
T is that dog.
Yes.
I'm bringing 80s movies to the party. That's
movie hunter didn't like that Star Wars take. I'm telling y'all.
I know. How many subs I got now?
Oh man, I'm sorry.
I'm fine.
I mean the rough.
It's not gonna be the first or last time I lose.
We was really out here calling Luke a bitch.
You like his whole bloodline.
He ain't said once though. He was doubling down.
Right.
He said that 4 times.
Him kissing his sister though, I swear that's the one he ain't living down though. That's the one he can't get away from.
Who thought that was a good writing material?
That's how you know they didn't know what the hell they were doing.
No, in the 70s, man, like
yeah,
You
Yeah,
look
true.
at some of those movies in the 70s, man. Like the stuff that went on, man.
I was just watching a
edgy.
movie about the dude was mad he couldn't get with his cousin. I'm like, she came to live with them, and she ended up being a witch. But he's mad he can't get with his cousin. That the cousin ended up taking one of the other cousin's boyfriends. But he was really just mad because he couldn't get with her. I'm like, bro, that don't work. It's not happening. She ain't checking for you. You her cousin.
You sure you weren't
Weird.
watching that on like the Hub or X videos?
Are you sure you
No,
weren't
it's
visiting
called-
Arkansas? Because I'm like, that sounds something from the South.
Wes Craven, 1978. It's called Summer of Fear. I enjoyed it though. Y'all ain't gonna catch me up.
Do influence a lot of IP. Star Wars is one of them. Yeah, we know that. Like
That's
Yeah.
a fact.
the guy who wrote Dune almost sued George Lucas. So he blew it up to protect dating. People from him looking for love in adolescent places.
All the wrong.
All the wrong places. Ha!
That's
Ah.
hilarious.
Mama Bear, you're on fire today.
Straight dad joking it up.
Facts. Someone hasn't seen Kill Her Goats. Oh yeah, that movie's awful.
What? Oh,
That's a movie that me and Cal will like though.
I've heard of that movie, but I don't know.
Why is Chills Yoda Irish?
it might have been when he was talking about the Yoda scene. I
Oh,
guess he had it sound like he had an Irish accent.
oh, what? Oh, okay, I got it. Chill, manga. That is hilarious. Episode 2 is terrible.
Yeah.
Zach 8 line. Damn. Kenny on to something. We got another one in the chat.
Hey.
Bert did. Oh, wait. Hold on. Super chat. What the? And you messaged me just now, Kenny, about it. DJ, what's up, my guy? What's
DJ's
up, guys?
Family
I'm
News.
tonight.
Oh, movies.
Appreciate
DJ's
and
Family
we
News.
talk about the greatest characters: Yamcha, Jar Jar, Modok, and Mojo.
Wow.
Okay, Yamcha's not
Yeah,
the
yeah,
greatest character at all.
Wow. Yo, if y'all don't know,
Kenny.
this is not a joke. Yamcha and Jar Jar Binks are DJ's favorite characters.
What? For real?
Yes.
I
Dead up.
respect.
And I don't blame him. You know what I mean? Love who you love.
Love who you love.
But yeah, he rides for Yamcha, he rides for Jar Jar hard. He don't take none of the Jar Jar slander, and I respect him for it.
Who's
Oh, yeah,
are you talking about
you,
Mojo Jojo?
No, you're talking about Mojo from X-Men.
Oh, from episode 4. of
Love who you love. That was deep.
Mhm. Yeah.
DJ, since you give me a $5 super chat, tell me which channel you want me to promote, because obviously, with the super chat stuff, put it back down here. I should have kept this up here.
Kal-El's.
Just FYI, Zach, you got one more in the chat.
Oh, what?
Mm-hmm.
I'm out here just tripping, dimming, and slipping. I'm gonna whoa! I just saw something that says Zach is old as hell. How dare you? Who said that? Hey, Jay Pylon, my guy. Definitely already. I already
This
have
is
you
true.
in my super chat thing, so I'm gonna post you on Wednesday with DJ. But DJ, tell me which video you want me to share, and I'll definitely promote it. Whether it's your gaming channel or your movie channel, doesn't matter. And thank you so much all the time. You support me a lot, and I appreciate you, Jay.
You mean Zach looks like he's 19. What you talking about?
Oh, I appreciate that, because I feel old as shit. You know what's crazy? So like I was like depressed for a couple months, and so when that happens, I don't shave, I don't like do shit, and I was like, damn, I look
Oh, you
mad
look
raggedy,
old.
old as shit. And then I shaved my beard, and I looked in the mirror. I was like, yo, what the heck? I took off years off of me. I was like, nah, I can't do that again. But let's see. Let me get to the chat because I appreciate you guys. Kenny's cooking. Always some new
Good
hope
if it
is
brings
born.
some female viewers though. If he see an uptick in viewers, he'll have that beard going. He'd be having that Rick Ross going. Bet you.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, that's crazy. My beard can't go like Rick Ross. It's too.
That shit
Yeah, no.
uncomfortable though. Trying to do that.
Yeah,
You can get the extensions.
You're wild.
He said the extension. He said, I
wish
got I
was
pay
in
enough for that already.
Big feelings. Damn, Purple's like, yo, I feel the exact same.
That's what I'm talking about. Perk.
See?
Yo,
We get it.
y'all think
Says
that
Zach
Star Wars
Olaf.
stuff was gonna be light? Y'all gonna hear about that? I'm telling you, y'all did some damage.
Nah, I was thinking Zach should just rename the stream Luke Skywalker's a bitch.
Yo, don't please don't. Please don't.
Oh, man, the hate you would get,
That way.
the hate you would get from that, like,
I would put like a picture of him like screaming like no, and just put a picture over his eyes.
No, Zach needs to do that
Yeah.
on Star Wars Day. Schedule this stream for
oh
Yo.
man, made the
No. You trying to have me
That would be wild.
never be loved ever again,
That would be wild.
darling. I accept
Tell me
you
y'all don't love that
at
meme though.
high level,
When
but
he
not
say
over.
nah. Tell me y'all don't love that meme where he say nah. He's like, the fuck you mean nah? That cracked me up.
I had jokes about Lost, but can't find them. That's a good one. That's a good dad joke.
Mom-
It took me a little bit to catch it. I was like, oh, where you
Mom-
lose them to? But
mom jokes. That's
Oh,
what
by
I'm
the way,
talking
T,
about.
I forgot to mention. I also like Lost, like quite a bit. I got confused, like right after Penny's boat. I got super confused about what the hell was going on, but I still roll with it.
I mean, to this day, does anybody know where Walt is? Like, has Walt been seen since like
That's right. Walt never.
just
He
Walt
just
just disappeared, man? Like,
yeah.
Walt just disappeared.
Damn.
music videos just
I don't know,
hit like
man. Lost held up better than Heroes. Because remember, Heroes was beloved like Lost was. and
Yo,
Hero- Heroes get it bad now.
I should have listened to my friends. My friend literally told me like watch season 1 of Heroes and don't watch nothing else. And I was like, no, I can't be that. Yo, that John.
Season 2 is decent. It's decent, but it's somewhere in the middle of it. It's like, what happened?
The season I watched all of the seasons except for the one when they revived the show. I couldn't deal with it. Season 4 is one of the worst seasons of television I've ever seen.
There's a new reboot coming out this year.
Nah, they can chill.
The Office is getting rebooted for next year too.
That might do okay if they just don't like reboot it, like try to make another Michael Scott. If they just try to keep it in the same universe with different characters and just make
That's
the old
what
ones
they're
pop up.
doing.
Yeah, it can work.
Universe with different characters.
I'm good.
Yeah, that might go
I
work.
just watch Adam.
Funny is funny.
I watch-
It's funny. It's whatever.
I watch Abbott Elementary. I think that's got it covered.
Don't be that way, T. Don't be that way. Give it a chance.
I tried watching The British Office.
Yeah,
Nah.
no bueno. I don't like it.
No.
Yeah, we just attacking all the fandoms. Ooh,
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That was a very true statement, man.
And if you want to be real, every season of CW DC after season 2 is trash.
Nah.
What?
I
Go
don't
ahead.
agree.
Bye,
I'm
Kenny.
joking. I don't believe that, but
Bye, Kenny.
I halfway believe that.
Oh, can I piggyback? Can I just jump back real quick? Zach, earlier you said when we were talking about 90s wouldn't work, 90s stories wouldn't translate well to today. A lot of them. Now, and you said something about racist characters. Remember you said something like that? Like
Yeah, I was saying
He was
that like
like-
you just change those racist characters. Because like the example I was using, Shang-Chi's main antagonist
Right.
was a racist caricature, and they changed it into Wenwu because they was like, let's just combine these characters and get rid of all the racist stuff. That's what I was saying.
So when you said that, now my question for that, now when you said that, how do you feel about? I like the way Black Lightning was handled with anybody remember the villain, the albino guy?
Tobias,
Tobias well.
Killed it.
I think that was handled. He was dope, and that is one of them type of characters. I mean, I don't know if the MCU would go like something like that, but I think
DC.
a character like that could work, like because that is in that vein of like nah, you don't say that, but he was
I have
saying
a
that stuff.
question.
Tobias Whale was wilding.
He was
He
wild.
was great.
But I have a question on that, right?
Wow.
Like, do we have an example
Mhm.
of a 150 to $200 million, let's say even $100 million film, having a character like that in it?
Well, I don't know how much Django costs, but I feel like if you're talking about like high, not high value, although I do love that movie. Like
Hateful Eight.
What's the word I'm looking? High profile. I'm talking about like a high profile film.
Okay.
with a character like that.
It costs $100 million.
Yeah, Django and Calvin Candy.
But
I'm
how
so
much is that?
confused.
Is Quentin Tarantino Jamie Foxx.
Yeah,
You know
but
what I mean?
Hateful
And
Eight
also on
too.
slavery. Huh?
Hateful Eight probably. How much did that make? Because that's a lot of race in there. A lot of race
Isn't
stuff.
that still Quentin Tarantino?
Yes.
But we can't take that away from it fully. It still made its money. I don't know.
What is the question? What's the
Yeah,
question?
my question is because he's saying to do this in a superhero comic book film, can a character like that be done? Well, actually,
A character like what?
Zorro.
like
Races
Tobias
like-
Whale from Black Lightning.
What about
He's
like
just
with the-
wilding.
like Wildin' how? I'm so confused.
These
Like,
big
Tobias Whale was calling
black,
people
yeah,
big
yeah.
lip black monkey. Like Tobias Whale was wild.
He was
He was.
but that was all directed towards Black Lightning. Like every
He's
time he said
still
that, it was
wildin'.
directed. He was like,
no. I'm saying,
No, he was talking about his people though. He hated black
Yeah.
people, bruh.
yeah, are
Did
people
he?
going to go?
I didn't see.
If they show that in the trailer, are people going to go watch that movie?
Well, all right. How about how much? I know this is a while ago.
I mean,
Zorro had some racist characters in it. The one Zorro with the guy that killed his brother, he was racist.
For sure.
So
I
I don't know
think
how
that
much
was like
money.
the whole
Time ago.
premise. I felt like that was the whole premise, was like they were racist against
True.
the Spaniards. Like they were
True.
like that was their whole gimmick, was like, oh, the
Oh,
white people are bad, and they're like
Braveheart
So that-
did that, but you know that's not as.
that's part that was part of the story. Well, I mean, I guess to me, maybe I wasn't paying attention enough on Black Lightning. I thought he was just roasting Jefferson.
Just go
every
get you a highlight reel. Go get you a highlight reel, Tobias.
No, he used to
Yeah,
crack
but
me up. I love that character, man. He would crack me up because he would just like every chance he got, he was just going at Jefferson and his wife's neck. Like,
Yeah, but no, he was talking about his people.
Yeah.
Wild.
I respect
like
it.
crazy.
Man. I need to rewatch Black Lightning. That was
Weirdly enough,
Yeah, I gotta finish it.
This is a dope character because of how much he was wilding. It's like any of those characters that you love to hate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like Calvin Candy is a dope character, but he's also one of the most racist people. Steven from same movies, from Django. Like these characters are great, well put together characters, but you want to see them get got.
The closest we had is the Guardian 3 villain in terms of like the Tobias Whale comparison and how it could translate, because he was wilding, right? Like, what was it, the High Evolutionary?
Yeah, he was on it.
Yeah, he was wilding. So like, I could see maybe if they can take the sophistication of his character and then make it like that for Tobias Whale. But it's just, if he's just saying black lip, big nose, monkey,
He'll get away with it if he just say black. He better not say nothing about the Jewish people, or he better not.
Fact.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Fact.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
I don't even want you saying that on my stream. I'm gonna be.
Hey, look, I'm saying don't say that. Is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
To be clear,
I don't even want to talk about
but
it.
But look, I think the race thing can be. I mean, they can play it off in classism. They can do it like, oh, these people are beneath me. I think you can definitely do it on that. Like, I am a higher, whatever hierarchy. They can definitely do villains like that. But Tobias Wells, I think people will let that rock. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
They would. I like I said, I did not see a problem with it. So
in a way, they're doing it right now with X-Men 97. But
all these things are like small niche things.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like a movie that's going to be expensive and you need a big audience to come.
Mm-hmm.
That's
what you talk about, like a main villain it's not a racially charged movie. It's just like a standard superhero fare, and the main villain just so happen
to do Black Lightning live action. Gives it $150 million budget, and Tobias Whale is the antagonist.
That movie would make a ton of money. Like, as long as they get the same actor, I think it works, because that dude was great. Like, you could say he was Wilding, but I thought he was great.
I think with Wilding, though, he was still good, though. Don't get it twisted, though. Too, we still think he was good.
Yeah, but he was. That's what I'm like. Yeah. So I think he would. I think that villain would translate on the screen. One, because, and I didn't want to say this out loud, but people love to hear people down black people. Like that shit is a fetish for some people. So if he were on the screen and he was doing all that, people would eat it up because they enjoy that. That is that's not a statement of opinion, that's a statement of fact. Like there's a lot of enjoyment when it comes to
Dave.
the degradation of
Don't do that to Dave.
There you go.
Cal's just messing with you. He likes to troll people. Don't worry.
I know, but I'm just saying a lot of people, mostly in my demographic, enjoy going to movies like that to talk shit.
It's not even just white people. It's black people too. Like it's not like it is.
It's a bunch of Tobias Whales.
It is what it is. Like people enjoy that. Like they would laugh at it, and it wouldn't offend anybody because that isn't deemed offensive a lot of times until it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I hear you.
No comment.
He said family of nerds is fine. Okay, I'll pick your latest video, DJ.
Speaking of upsetting fandoms, I got a new one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shoot.
After like season 4 of Riverdale, the entire show is trash after that point.
I gotta tell you, I've never had the pleasure of enjoying Riverdale.
Me either. I got the first season, but I never seen it.
Yeah, it's good for like the first 4 seasons, but after that, it just goes.
I don't think that's a hot take. I've actually heard that from like CW fans. I hear that they say like the first couple seasons was fire. That's why the show went on for so long, and then after that, it just falls off a cliff.
Yeah. Same thing happened to Dexter. After the Trinity Killer, it's not good.
The problem is some people have like a great idea, and they don't know how to get past that great idea. You know what I mean?
Well, sometimes the fans just want more. They don't want it to be over. Like me, I didn't want Smallville to be over. I didn't want Supernatural to be over. Now, you could have ended them at the times that they ended them, but if it was up to me, I'd have kept them going. That's how much I love those characters, but sometimes there's just no more stories to tell.
That's why I think it's going to be interesting. Hopefully the girl who played in Riverdale, you know, the one in the Strangers commercials, can't think of her name at the moment.
Yeah.
Hopefully she ends up doing well because she's known for just that whole series.
Well, there's a couple of Riverdale actors that are like making it, like the guy that was in that Netflix film May December. Like he almost got nominated for an Oscar. You know what I mean? Like because of that role. And like I think he just got pushed for another like auteur film that's supposed to be big. So like he's found success. What's the twin name from Sweet Like Zach and Cody?
Is it Cole Sprouse?
One of the Sprouses have been like popping and stuff. They just did Lisa Frankenstein. People like his performance in that film.
That's Cole.
He's about to be in something else. So like I think Lily Reinhart was in that. She's been in things. So a couple of them.
Yeah.
This is funny though. Office reboot. Are they all working remotely from home? I hope they make a joke like that.
Yeah.
That should be one of the episodes. That'd be kind of funny.
Guys, we have a bedbug infection and we're all working from home. Easy jokes.
High key, another show that fell off mad quick was Pokemon.
Ooh.
I know a lot of people may or may not agree, but after he loses to Gary, that show just nosedives.
But to be fair though, Kenny, Pokemon has fallen off in every category, if we're going to be honest here.
Oh, absolutely. How many times are you going to make the same Pokemon?
I don't know what
Well,
that
how many
means.
times
Like,
are you going to make
I don't know
crap
where it began
game?
and ended.
The show ended last year, I think.
The Ash version.
Ash's Journey ended last year.
Yeah.
Ash's Journey.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yeah. He's been 11, 10 for like 20 years.
And they didn't even have the balls to release it in the United States. They kept it directly in Japan.
Oh, it's coming to Netflix.
Oh, for sure.
It is?
As
Yeah.
a matter of fact, Ash finally won a championship like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So you telling me he been going this long and never won none?
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Other than Orange Islands,
crazy.
after Orange Islands, and he won Orange Islands, it was like 10 years of not winning.
And then they made his character look completely stupid looking. These new
Also,
characters-
hot take: Digimon is way better than Pokemon.
but
I don't know about
financially, it got destroyed though. But
Oh, I don't care about finances. I'm talking about the substance. Digimon's way better in every not statistic, in every category that you can mark it off. Probably except for money, Digimon is way better.
Theme song's
YK
better.
reviews.
like
YK.
No kidding. Themes, they got a better theme song though. Pokemon.
1000%.
that is true. They've done that theme song so different ways.
I thought that was
Yeah.
Michael Jackson singing that.
That's true.
You got it, a metal version, a rock version, the
Yeah.
classic version.
I'll
I'm
give you
sure.
I got T with that one. He was like, "What?"
I have no like. This is young. Y'all talking young people cartoons.
I don't know. I didn't even know. It was,
Years older than
Young
us.
people. What
I've
you
never
talking
watched an
about,
episode
young
of
people?
Pokemon.
This was
No,
20
'cause-
years ago.
Yeah, but 20 years ago, I was in my 20s.
Ah,
20. Yeah,
that
past
That's
my
true.
time.
Makes sense.
See, I know Power Rangers.
Digimon
So
had
you
something that
40
Pokemon
something.
did not, which was character development.
Same
that's
thing with
also
Full-
what the problem with the show is and why it's not successful because people don't like character development. They just want to hang out with their favorite characters.
Yeah.
It's
same
the
thing with
Dune versus
Full
Star
Metal
I
Wars.
almost forgot that it still existed. See, I think
Still
they
going
ended
on.
for
New
me around
season
that
on right
Nintendo
now.
N64 era. You know, that era was at 98 to 2001. Like that's where I tapped out. So I didn't even. I'm still unaware of. Even if it was still going on, I thought it would have been new characters because I remember when I did vaguely watch it. There was a big thing when Brock left. That was a big thing.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. When Brock left, I was kind of,
Yeah.
yeah. Because why was the question for me.
Pokemon is only behind GTA as the most money-making
Yeah, now you
franchise of all time
I mean,
in media.
isn't Dragon Ball still a moneymaker?
Oh, 1000%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What the
I
hell
never got
happened to
into that.
Full Metal Alchemist? That's one that confused me. That went away very quickly.
What happened with what?
Full
Full
Metal
Metal
Alchemist.
Alchemist.
Oh, that's an opening Chuck case.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
not
What?
a thing where you get spin-offs and
Right.
keep doing
That
seasons.
series is, yeah.
Yeah.
see, like, where's the Transformers and GI Joe talk? That's what he's saying.
There you go. There
He's
you
over
go.
here confused. Like, are you guys
There you
done yet?
So, T,
No,
how did you
hey.
feel when Optimus died 5 minutes into the Transformers movie?
So, if you
Anybody watch
haven't-
any of these shows? Wayward Pines, Jericho, Space Above and Beyond.
I've
I don't think I've
I've
heard
heard of
of
Wayward Pines. I think I've heard of Jericho, but I haven't watched
Yeah.
any of those.
I've heard of
I
Space
know of
Above.
them.
Yeah, I know of them.
Never seen
But
those.
I've never watched. Yeah, I watched one episode of Space Above Me on. That felt like that was like 20, 30 years ago.
Firefly was like in the vein of those two. That was like a
Mhm.
niche show that people love.
Serenity, so underrated. Such a great movie. I love that movie.
Summer Glau. Yeah.
Is that
Yeah,
like
was
the
in it.
Battlestar Galactica kind of thing?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Somebody asked me a question. What was the question?
I asked you how'd you feel when Optimus died 5 minutes.
Oh, yes. So my last stream, so I running joke, me and a friend of mine. I'm an emotional movie watcher. I cried like a fucking baby when Optimus Prime died as a kid watching it. Watched it again probably like 10 years ago and I still cried.
Mm.
Sad moment, man.
You ain't the only
never,
one.
I never finished the movie. Just
There's no
because-
need to.
Yeah, I like when I grew up in the 90s. I was born in 1990. Beast Wars was my Transformers. So I go back and I watch Transformers the movie. I'm like, yeah, this is really cool. The music in the beginning was amazing. And then Optimus dies and I'm like, well, why am I here? I heard this was about an Optimus.
It does not hold up, but I still love it. It does not hold
Amen.
up. Once they go to the planet of junk, it's terrible, but I still love it.
Mm-hmm.
And to piggyback off of UT, I cry at things too. So I
Same.
cry during TV shows with lines. I've cried during movies. So
I be crying.
You too.
Nah, I cried different weird stuff. Y'all be like, yo, Kyle, why you didn't cry at everybody dying in the movie, but you cried because the Terminator went into the hot metal? Like, yeah, I cried. Like, that
Come
always
on,
gets
man.
me.
I'm about to say,
Yo, that gets me, man.
I thought everybody did. Come on, John Connor was sitting there reaching out.
Yo, I get laughed at. That really strikes emotion. Like, that was like his dad at the end of the movie. He went into the metal like that. He's like, I know why you cry, but I can't do it. I'm like, man.
Mm.
In the Home Alone, when mom come home, like, that was always a little, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have
She left him
PTSD
at home like
over Infinity War, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. I don't feel so good.
Yo,
If I just
was
see
rough.
that clip, tears start coming out of my eye. I'm not even crying. It's just my brain is like, this is devastating to you.
Yeah.
I can't watch Infinity War anymore. When Chadwick Boseman
Oh,
gets dusted,
Yo.
can't do it. Can't.
the way they did it
like,
though, this is not the place to die. You son of guns.
Yeah.
It was after he
Nah,
passed away. Like, I watched it one more time after he passed, and I was like, boy, Waterworks. My
Nah.
kids looking at me like I'm
The
terrible.
only one for me is Spider-Man. I don't know what's happening, Mr. Stark. Like, that was
Yo,
crazy.
that was rough.
That was rough.
Yeah.
There's been
Right.
multiple
I
moments.
die.
There's been multiple moments during The Walking Dead where I've cried. There's been a couple moments in the Scream TV series where I've cried.
Mhm.
One of
Underrated.
them were
I
like,
swear- yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
there was one episode where this dude was Noah. I think Noah was his name. He was in the casket, right? And that sad song starts playing. I'll have to look it up because I can't think of it. But when that whole scene started, tear works for me.
Mhm.
Because that
Yeah,
song was sad. That moment itself struck fear into me. The combination of
about
those
The
two
Walking Dead?
things. No, the MTV Scream series.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I started crying early. Like
I'll
I
have to
told you guys, my favorite movie's Lion King. My other favorite movie is Forrest Gump. Like
He said Lion King. We already knew.
Mufasa falling off that cliff, and somebody like,
Man.
wake up, come on, get it. And then him like crawling up under Mufasa's paw. I was like, yo, this is crazy. I was like 4. I was 4 when that came out.
What do you know?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
we
that's
were
sad.
like, that was 1994. Yeah. And then in
yeah.
Forrest Gump, when
Uh-huh.
Forrest is standing at Jenny's grave, he's like, if there's anything you need. I'm like, no. Oh, and the other scene in Forrest Gump, where he's like, when he first meets his son, he's like, is he smart? He's not like me, right? I was like, yo, what's going on? I'm like 7. I'm like, yo, he understand? I'm like, yo, that was crazy. So I've been crying
What about
since
Ricky?
young.
What about Ricky?
Ricky was crazy because I saw that later in life. And by the time I had seen it, I had seen all the memes. I had seen all the, you know what I mean, all the jokes. And sometimes that takes it out of it. Same thing with like Luke, I'm your father, which he didn't say actually. Like if you want to call it spoiling, because the movie is like mad old, like The Simpsons spoiled Star Wars for me. Like that's how I found out that Darth Vader was Luke's father. You know what I mean? But 1977, like, you know, I don't know if you call that a spoiler. So I found that out without even watching Star Wars. I just expected him to be his father. So yeah. But yeah, I cried like the happy tears in movies. When people are reunited, I cry like the sad tears when people
Pursuit of Happiness.
Pursuit of Happiness, when he's walking down the street crying, dog, I was no good. Actually, the scene where he's like, wear a shirt tomorrow then, okay? Like when he finally gets the job, yo,
that's when it started.
Y'all ever have is there a scene that's supposed to strike that emotion and you're like, nah, I ain't having it? Because like for me, Man of Steel is one of those. When he tells him, don't come over there, I'm like, are you serious? He could have grabbed you before they seen what even happened when Jonathan Kent dies.
I never felt emotion during that scene. I was like, this is messed up. That's the most I got from it. Damn, this sucks.
The hardest I ever cried during the movie was The Whale.
Yo,
Whale, that dude, man.
Yeah.
From, you know what it was? Because like I felt it. But I was by myself, but I was in the theater with a bunch of people, and I was like, I'm
Mm.
not crying in front of all these people. But then I started, and I'm looking over, everyone's crying. Oh, I'm joining in. Just
Yeah.
let out, and I think I cried all the way home. Like I got to the train station, lady came to me. I told the story on stream before. Lady came to me, was like, "You okay?" And I'm like, "I just watched a sad movie. I'm just being stupid. Don't worry about me." Like,
I think my last good cry in the movie was the Iron Claw.
Bruh.
Tough. That
Yeah.
was tough.
That
At the end,
final
when he's
scene,
talking to his kids.
when he's hugging his kids,
Oh,
he's like,
my
it's okay to
God.
cry. I was like, yeah, it's about to be okay because I'm about to be with you.
Y'all really went from Luke Skywalker's a bitch to talking about having good cries. Like, yo, this
Hey,
stream
man.
is going to be crazy replay.
We got
Crying does
range,
not
man.
make-
We got
Crying
range.
does not make you weak, man. So I'll
Yeah.
tell the Passion of Christ. I
Mhm.
was in the
Yeah.
like, whatever year it came out. I'm in the army. They took my entire battalion, which is like 500, 600, 700 soldiers to see the movie. The chaplain's like, "Hey, we're gonna go see this movie," and I was like, "I don't want to see this, man. Not my cup of tea." When I tell you that entire theater of soldiers, I'm in my chair, I'm in my seat, and everybody we took like 3 or 4 theaters. And
Mhm.
everybody's in their
Mhm.
seats, and I'm looking over, and everybody's crying, like literally the whole movie, because it's a snuff film.
It's a massacre.
Christ.
The whole movie.
It is literally a snuff film. You're just watching somebody literally get beat to death, and it's tragic to watch. I still don't understand why anybody greenlit that movie to be made, but another story for another day.
it's getting a sequel.
But you know what? In that movie, despite what you believe in, it feels more realistic take. Like people just think like he got smacked around, he went and got some nails in his hand. Nah, like it was gruesome like that. Realistically, if you're jumping somebody, you think he didn't get jumped all the way to court? Like, yeah, it just, yeah.
Yeah,
I cannot watch
2
that
hours
film.
of crime. I never again.
cannot watch it. I will not watch that film.
That movie came out what year?
Can't remember. I think it was like
03?
either 99
02?
to
2003, was it?
Like
Nah,
03.
it couldn't have been.
Easter.
Was it?
Yeah.
03?
Because I was the, yeah, I was
Yeah, I
like,
saw that
y'all,
movie.
nah, because we went to the movies. I was like, nah, I don't want to see that. I don't feel like, I didn't feel like that emotion. We went to see Hellboy instead, and I fell asleep on that.
That is a hilarious.
Oh, it's 04. Okay.
Nah, we ain't gonna go see the Passion of Christ. We're gonna go see Hellboy.
Hellboy. I didn't.
It was 04.
So yeah, I was 13 in the theater watching Passion of the Christ. I should not have been in that theater.
04. Man, that's crazy.
So that song I was referring to real quickly is called "Hold On for Your Life." That's what that song was called.
I'm
See, that's
looking
what
at this
happens,
year's
see?
movies.
When you got
I'm trying to
kids, man,
figure
it
out-
makes everything feel like yesterday.
Yeah,
That's
I'm looking at 2024 movies. I don't think any of them have given me a good cry yet.
No,
Bruh.
2024.
Yeah, you looking for
Maybe-
the good cry?
Yeah, I'm looking to see if I
I'm
had
always chasing that good cry.
none so
Nah,
far.
I'm
Nothing,
that,
man.
actually, I
I'm not
do.
looking for that.
I
I
will.
think Good Grief might have done it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Good grief got me.
Y'all different. Y'all looking for them movies. I mean, if it happens, it happens. But y'all looking? Yeesh.
Yeah.
The only thing that made me cry this year so far was just a line in like the Ones Who Live. But other than that, movie wise, I don't think I've had any that have done that yet.
Y'all capping.
Spaceman.
I think
So
Origin
Madam-
got me a little bit,
Origin
Madam Web
was
made y'all
another
cry.
one.
and I
Yeah.
cried
Stop.
at the end of Sometimes I Think I'm Dying. T.
Okay.
That movie did not affect me that way.
No, yeah.
I don't
just
think I
had-
got Origin.
I thought it was good. I was more impressed.
I don't know why I feel like I cried during Across the Spider-Verse, but I don't
Bruh.
know why I feel like I did. I might not have though. But I know I'm just looking at my list from last year. The Iron Claw got me. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 definitely got me.
Oh, Rocket Man.
and I think that's it.
Oh,
No, I think the Holdovers got me too. But yeah, I think that's
Y'all
it.
still capping.
You know what made me
No
cry
matter what.
unintentionally? Mia Coppola. from laughing how stupid this crap was.
Both of y'all are hilarious.
Zach, did you review Sometimes I Think I Dying? Did you put a video out?
No,
Oh.
I didn't put the video out.
Wonka got me last year.
Ooh, Wonka almost got me. I ain't gonna lie. It did. I didn't cry, but it almost got me.
The very last scene when he started singing World of Imagination or what have you, and the reuniting is happening. I won't spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it, but when the reuniting and World of Imagination at the same time, it had me. I was going.
Got you.
Yep.
I did lie to you guys. Sorry, I forgot. Arthur almost got me this year.
Arthur. Oh, the dog movie?
Yeah, Arthur the King almost got me this year.
That looks like gonna make me cry. Kind of.
Yeah.
Once I saw the dog was sick, I was like, oh nah.
Nothing about animals makes me cry.
Wait, the dog was sick?
I can't.
That's what they said in the trailer. He wasn't doing well.
I'm good. I can't watch it. That's why I haven't seen Marley and Me, because I will, like, anytime I see something with a dog, I think about my boy, my dog. And sometimes I just think about my dog dying in general. Like, it's like, yo, if he dies, I don't know if I'm going to be able to function. Like, that's my guy, right? So, yeah, that's why I can't watch movies like that.
Bro,
I can't watch
take
all
y'all
dogs go
nowhere.
to heaven, which is great.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I can't take y'all nowhere.
That's amazing. I can't take guys nowhere. I love that we just talked about that for like 30 minutes. That's amazing. Because like a lot of people
men talking about feelings. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I was getting ready. I was getting ready. Like, I don't do
you
it.
said, Kal-El?
I was getting ready to be the one on here. Like, no, I don't do that. I don't know what y'all talking about. I gave y'all 2 movies though. I gave y'all 2.
Yeah. Thank you joining in. What's your thoughts on Yu-Gi-Oh series? Any season you feel is the best or worst? I think the last Yu-Gi season was the best.
Really? I thought it was the worst. No. That's not the worst. The worst is a part of the season, which is when they go into the virtual reality world to fight against Kaiba's father. That sucked. Like, I just wanted them to get out of there. It was in the middle of the season when they were dealing with Merrick. It was like, why are we stopping to deal with this?
Oh, that's not the last season of the Yu-Gi season.
No. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I think that's like season 2. In the middle of season 2, they go into this digital world to fight Kaiba's dad.
Yes,
I hated it the whole time.
Super filler. Like,
yeah,
what is this?
I was like, we're in the middle of fighting Merrick. We're about to go up on the blimp thing to finish the tournament, and we get stopped by this, and then it's never brought up again because it had nothing to do with nothing.
Yo,
it be like that, man.
We used to deal with a lot of filler in animated shows. It was like, oh, we gotta hit this 22 order. Filler episodes.
Yeah.
Bro, filler is life, man. You was doing something today, this filler ain't even gonna matter ever again. It's just filler. Like, you know,
that's true.
Okay,
but
some filler is
I'm not
good.
watching Yu-Gi-Oh for life.
But I'm just saying, filler is everywhere, man. It's everywhere. There's good filler though. Let's not be. You've seen an episode of something, you're like, yeah, that ain't had nothing to do with nothing, but that was so good.
Yeah,
oh,
I think Dragon Ball Z does a great job of filler.
But when it's good, I don't mind. But this Yu-Gi-Oh shit was not.
It's like Naruto. They spent like 50 episodes looking for Sasuke.
Yeah,
Once I found out that I could skip all that, I did.
Some of those filler episodes are like when they fought the bee, I was like, this is my shit.
Even though I'm a giant Dragon Ball fan, I will admit this. Sometimes the filler, depending on what the episode is, we could go without.
Okay.
I don't get into all that Dragon Ball Yu-Gi-Oh.
With every fight episode, we don't need, and they do this all the time, we don't need like almost 45 minutes of training montages.
Yeah.
But I'll say 2 of my favorite episodes of Dragon Ball are filler. The one where he has tried to get his driver license.
That's a great episode.
That was funny. That one was good.
And where Gohan is trying to be Mr. Saiyan, he's just being a superhero.
That was funny.
I want to tell you the truth. I despise Gohan as the superhero character. I hate it so much. I'm like, I feel the same way about Gohan being Saiyan as I do about Luke Skywalker. I really feel like Gohan just turned into a bitch.
Yeah.
That's what he did when he was a little child when Piccolo was trying to give him some tough love. That's what he was doing all that time.
Oh no, but he was a child. First of all, he was a child being thrust into some intergalactic stuff that he should not have been a part of in the first place.
And then but here's the thing. He then somehow transforms into this badass during the Cell Saga.
Oh yeah, I loved him in Cell Saga. And
so
that's why I hate
Piccolo
the Saiyan character.
actually helped him in that scenario.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all made T leave. You see what y'all did? He's like, the child didn't have nothing to do with it. Like, y'all, hey, the passion.
I'm too old for those cartoons like Pokemon. I thought I bought them for my kids back 20 years ago. Damn.
Hunter, I caught a
Obi
little
Hunter
bit of
gets it,
Pokemon,
man.
but I understand. I know nothing of DBZ and stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, Brandon,
Hey,
what's up?
Brandon's
in the house.
My last words I want to be, I know, right, Stark? I don't feel so. Oh boy, don't do that. Don't get me staring up.
I remember when I almost got arrested for shoplifting. So I was watching Beyblade, and I love Beyblade. And my mom had bought me a Beyblade, and I was playing with it in the street and all this other stuff like that. It fell right into a gutter.
Oh.
And then my friend, who was a bad influence, was like, "Yo, we can go get some more," because there was a Kmart or a Walmart for, the Kmart's kind of a local thing. So there's a Walmart like around the corner from us that we used to walk over and buy Pokemon cards from all the time. It's like, yeah, we can go over there and get some Beyblades. He's like, for real? I was like, for real? It's like, yeah. This dude went into the bathroom. He's like, yo, hold this for me. Put it in his pocket. Went into the bathroom. He's like, and told me to be a lookout. Mm-hmm. So we are walking out the front door, and we get grabbed on the shoulder, get taken to the back. It's like, what's your parents' number? What's your parents' number? They call his parents. They drop us off at his house with his parents, and his parents want to find out what my parents' phone number was. I forget how it happened, but I just left, and it was never spoken of again. My parents don't even know about this, by the way. So, yeah, man, I almost got it.
Live stream.
If I would have got caught, well, I did get caught. If I would have got, my parents would have found out. I don't know, man. I might be a different.
Probably wouldn't be here right now.
Yeah, I'll probably be in a life of crime, for real.
You say you want to cry your eyes out? Check out the Bray
Yes.
Wyatt.
Pokemon cards for
man. Yes, that was bad.
Come on, Craig. On your day off.
That documentary, man. Whew.
She said, "I'm going for milk. I'll be back." She's not coming back. Just like my
father. Wow, Zach.
I don't know how to take that.
When is your therapy?
Exactly what it sounds like. You went for milk and everything back.
When is your therapy appointment?
Oh, I'm Jamaican. I don't believe in therapy.
What?
Zach, you live stream upsetted me yesterday. I was just saying Dark Knight. I was out of college when that came out. What? Yeah, I know. Yo, Brandon was wilding out in my life.
Yeah.
Brandon was mad.
He was so upset that people who are 30 years younger than him like different movies.
I was like, how you gonna get mad at him because of his experiences?
Like Luke is 30 years old.
He was like, Requiem for a Dream. What about that? I was like, hold on.
It's not that serious.
That was funny.
Also,
your boy here, man. I'm always shocked to see he likes something, because he always said he don't like something. So that's probably why, not to play devil's advocate, it's probably why your boy got mad, because he's always saying that he don't like nothing. So maybe that's what it was. Just saying. He had enough. He had enough.
I guess
your boy.
But Luke likes a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, you just pulled up? I'm sorry, I forget his name.
Brandon.
Dude's comment you just said it.
Oh, he's on Brandon. Oh yeah.
Brandon don't like anything, bro. I know one day there's he's a troll, and he's like, I am not a troll. Zach, tell him. Cal, you seen me on Spoiler Kings? Tell him. I was like, yeah, I know him.
Like that, yeah, he be around.
Yeah, I know.
He likes.
Nah, I ain't mean it like that.
He's just more verbal about the things he don't like.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, you had Luke up there? Oh yeah. Luke be going in sometime though.
Yo, that's a good trip, Jay. The
I hope it's
Mummy
not
is
the
a
yeah,
Tom
great
Cruise
movie.
movie.
The Mummy's a great movie, and so is The Mummy Returns.
Y'all didn't cry during Ben Button or Everybody's Fine. What's that?
Yeah.
I've never heard of either one of
Benjamin
those
Button.
films.
Benjamin Button? Nah.
I
I didn't see
fell asleep on Benjamin Button. I watched it on a plane, and I couldn't handle it.
It was a good movie.
Pursuit
Yeah.
of Happiness. Great film.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Sound of Freedom. Ugh. I still have not watched that movie again, by the way.
Mm.
Once was enough for me.
Yeah.
I watched
Tough watch.
20 minutes of it, 30 minutes of it, and I was like, all right, no thanks.
Oh, all-time crier for me is Armageddon.
Mm.
At the end, man.
Funny
Every time.
story. Once again in the army, man, a whole bunch of dudes. It's like 30 of us.
Mm-hmm.
Like we all just different groups of people going to a theater. And at the end of Armageddon, you just looking around, seeing everybody just tears in their eyes. Like, man, it ain't just
Yeah. It's like when movies the thing that gets me with movies like that is when it's a scenario like if this just wouldn't have happened, then that would not have needed. Like if the other bomb didn't like get lost on the other side, what's the name? I don't know why I'm not trying not to spoil it because it's from '96, but he don't need to die if that don't happen, or if the bomb doesn't malfunction. Like he don't need to die. If the bomb just worked, everything would be fine. He'd be going home with his family, and that type of stuff gets me all the time.
Another
Nobody
movie
wants to
that's going
die.
to get you guys is Courageous.
Courageous.
Never. I don't even know what that is. Is that a
What's that
religious
about?
movie?
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's
I think it's a
religious
Christian
film.
movie, right?
Yeah, it came out like in 2011.
Okay.
See, thing about Passion of Christ, you know how the story ends already. But seeing it,
Yeah.
Bro, yeah, bro.
I
It-
just, I won't
felt
and
it-
I can't.
Book of Clarence. I felt similar. Like the Book of Clarence ending was rough, man. I don't know if y'all saw Book of Clarence. but
I
that
did. And
ending-
it felt like it came out of like it shouldn't have felt like it came out of nowhere. But when it started happening, I was like, "Whoa, this movie was funny. What's the hell?
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. Like man,
What's going on?"
it took a turn. Yeah, it took a turn.
It didn't even
Not good, like-
allude to it was going to take a turn.
No,
But
it
it's
didn't.
bro, I mean, for me, I didn't see it, but I would think that it has those type of themes in it because of the time it's taking place.
Mhm.
You know. Yeah.
No, but I
mean,
didn't know they were going to do similar things to like there was no illusion that what happened to Jesus was going to happen to the character or attempt to happen to the character there because it's following the
Yeah.
Bible, and
You
I don't
didn't
know if
get
that's
that?
even in the. Nah,
I thought it was gonna be a
another one.
I
comedy.
didn't see it happening like that.
That's another one I need to watch next week when it comes out on Netflix that I didn't get
I had
to.
a feeling that was going to take place.
yeah.
I did not. I would not have gone to see it if I did. Honestly. Like
Yo.
I thought it was gonna be a straight slap. Like I thought it was gonna be funnier than what it was. It was a good movie. I enjoyed the hell out of it. But
I don't know if y'all have
See,
seen
but that's my
Origin.
bag though. I like biblical movies. So
Mhm.
Mm.
yeah.
I know Zach, you saw Origin. I went to go see Origin. I thought it was a romantic drama. That joint opens up with Trayvon Martin getting killed. I was like, yo, what am I watching?
What?
Yeah,
It's not a romantic
Wow.
trauma.
it's not a romantic movie at all.
no,
And it's my fault
It's
because
a little bit, but
Yeah, it
not the
has some
main plot.
elements. Yeah, but
That's another one I didn't get.
Origin is like I'll say this: two of the most important modern films in the last like 5 years that we've got. I feel like Kills of the Flower Moon, even though I don't think it's great, but I think it's an important film people
Mhm.
see, and I think Origin.
Yeah,
Those two films, at least a one-time watch, because the things that Origin brings up in terms of like race relations and world relations is like, for me, I know people who are smarter than me probably knew this already, but it was mind-blowing to me and kind of changed.
Like,
Two, I'd say, but I wouldn't. I mean, The Hateful. One of them I'll watch again, but the two for me would be Detroit. I'll never watch that again. Great movie, but it was just too much. That was crazy. And The Hate You Give was a good movie, but that was heavy too.
yeah.
I think those are two. I didn't like Fruitville Station. Of course, I didn't like the subject matter, but I didn't even like the movie either, man. It it was like you talk about a death sentence. It was like you're just waiting for it to happen. The whole movie, it just felt from the moment it starts like, yeah, I don't know.
I actually didn't feel it. I did not know the story, so I went in thinking it was just about a guy that needs to get out of his situation. So when it happened, I was like, oh, and then I went and researched the story, and then I went down the rabbit hole.
Well, I gotta go, guys.
Later, man.
All right,
Thank you for
Dave.
being on this thing so long. Everybody go sub the
Later,
Dave
man.
Show. Great reviews on movies, television shows, wrestling, everything. Multi-variety channel, all the energy in the world. Go sub.
Not draft, man. That's a whole. We're not gonna get into that draft.
Yeah. Go see his opinion about the WWE draft.
Let Roman finish his story.
Hilarious.
What was tragic about The Passion? We know he died. We know he was tortured. What really was good about it was just a snuff film.
Did you watch it though?
That's it.
I don't know. I don't know. It's a rhetorical question. I mean, like, I don't. If you've seen it, you know why it was.
He said
crazy.
it didn't move
I don't
him
know.
because he knew where it was going. If you
That
read
is
about
that
it,
violence?
That for
I
me
don't know if
always
that's
matters.
valid to me. Like just because you know something's gonna happen when you don't maybe you don't imagine it in a way. Like I know slavery happened, but then I try to watch a movie called Underground Railroad. The first 30 minutes, I had to turn it off. It was too much. But I know how it's gonna end. I know where this is going. I know some of the details, but seeing it is too much.
Yeah.
Like Jay Palon just said, Saving Private Ryan. Like, you know, D-Day, right? But like the first 15 minutes of Saving Private Ryan, when those soldiers are storming the beach,
It's rough.
bro. Like, imagine that. Like, once I watched. I'm kind of a historian because I served in the military, but like, so I know a lot about it. But like, I couldn't even imagine that. Like, just getting off of a boat, running into 50 cal fire, which is not like a normal bullet. Like, that shit is not cutting you in half. That shit is ripping your body apart when it hits you. It's
Yeah.
like, it's insane. Like, you know, like I know what happened on D-Day, but like watching that on film, 15 minutes of just straight destruction, like straight death. Like, that's insane to me. Like,
I don't know if you saw All Quiet on the Western Front from 2 years ago. Bruh, it's a great film, but there's something similar to that, like with a tank, and it's just like, holy crap! Like, so I get what you're saying. I haven't seen Saving Private Ryan yet.
Great movie. Vin Diesel, only great actor movie Vin Diesel's ever been in. And that's another hot take.
Random. Well, I don't think it's hot. Random question, but what's your thoughts on Dune franchise as a whole in comparison to Star Wars? Do you think we'll get more films after Messiah produced by Villeneuve? Okay, I can see him taking over the producer role and let somebody else get creative with it.
I think it's possible.
So, has anybody here read Dune Messiah?
I haven't read anything.
I bought the first book, but I haven't read it.
Because I just heard that Dune Messiah is supposed to be like a leap forward in time, right? And
Yeah.
That's what I hear.
feel.
That is like 12 years ahead.
Exactly.
I don't think they're gonna do that though.
They can't do it for a movie if he's already writing it. This movie is probably going to get made within the next 3 years at the most, because of how well Dune 2 is done. So
I don't see why they couldn't go 12 years
Because
ahead.
he has a movie in between this that he's already greenlit, so it could be 5.
Wait, but why are you guys saying that it won't? Well, I'm not saying it won't happen for 12 years, but why are you guys saying that they can't do the 12-year jump?
Well, because Timothy Chalamet still looks like a boy.
And a little bit of makeup can do.
Okay. Like, I can't buy 3 hours of him made up like a 40-something-year-old man.
And
Like
Zendaya too. That's hard.
Yeah, like that I don't think is a good idea. It can be done, but like I don't think that would be a good idea.
Would you recast? Would you recast?
No, you can't recast.
No, you can't recast.
That's the question.
No,
like, you
that
can't
performance,
recast.
he gotta be in the third one.
You also can't recast because, to my knowledge, no other actors that are 12 years older looks like Zendaya or Timothy Chalamet.
That's debatable.
Looks like them?
You don't got to be
find
perfect.
someone.
But like, you could definitely find someone to like.
But I hear what you're saying. They might not,
Well, if you
do
wanted to
that
go
part
with like
right.
this is a stretch. you want to go with like a Thandie Newton or not maybe Zoe Saldana, you could do that. And for Timothy, I don't know. Like
There's somebody out there for him for sure.
Yeah.
It's the Anna Taylor-Joy thing.
Johnny Depp.
Like, because
that's over. He's like 60.
Yeah.
But like Anna Taylor-Joy was like that one spoiler, but she was in a snippet of Dune 2. So like she's like at some point in the third one, she's supposed to be like a fully fledged adult. Like Anna Taylor-Joy's in her 20s. She can't be playing like a 15-year-old girl.
No.
So that is wild. Oh man.
I think the fact that he condensed time in Dune Part 2 makes it feel like he's not going to do the 12-year jump. Because when he meets the Fremen, and it's not spoiler because it didn't happen, meets the Fremen, and a bunch of stuff happens. When we get towards the end of the film, that was supposed to be 10 years. That was not 10 years. Yeah. So I feel like he's just gonna, because he just it makes sense. These actors and stuff like that. Let's get it going. And just like with the Avatar movies, he's like, you know what? I'm not even gonna wait too long. Let's just film them back to back, because the kid from Avatar 2, that's the kid from Scream. The difference between how he looked in Avatar 2 to where he looked in Scream is crazy. So, and it was only filmed a couple months back to back. He just grew up. So
they're gonna do a spinoff, like find something. What can he say? The nooks and crevices. They're gonna do a movie in between about something.
Yeah,
I can see that. There's a bunch of books for Dune.
Yeah, I could definitely see them, because the way Dune 2 ended, like I didn't know there was a huge time jump in between Dune 2 and Dune, or at least the books and Dune Messiah. So I think they're definitely gonna. I feel like they're gonna continue the story almost where they left it off, like where he's going out to fight and do all this other stuff. I hope they do that, because
I guess they could do an Endgame situation. They continue the end of this movie, whatever happens, and then they go 5 years later or 8 years later. That could happen. Arthur with Russell Brand got me. That will make you cry.
Terrible movie.
2020 or sad movie, maybe Ordinary Angels. Haven't seen that. Heard it was good. Someone Like You, The American Society of Magical Negroes. How's that? Sad that it was made. Maybe.
Someone Like
that
You.
title is crazy. It just still gets me.
Yeah, I just want to know if you're serious about the American Society of Magical Negroes.
I found out that there's people that like that movie.
Well, yeah, I mean,
they're out
there. Surprised that there's people that like the movie, but
I think the last one that made me cry was Atonement. Okay.
Somebody just told me that.
I love Brandon said it. He was like, "I'm not a troll." Ben Button, everyone is fine with Robert De Niro. I gotta find a streamer's my age.
Everybody's fine. That's about his kid. I think I saw
but sometimes when you're not up here, somebody gets something a little bit out of context. They say, well, you said this person said this and that, and it ain't really what they said, and they can't defend themselves fast enough, and everybody's up here laughing at them and saying, oh no, that's crazy. It hits different. Like, you was up here acting like I really like Batman Forever better than the Batman, and it just was like I was trying to type fast enough to make you like, no, that's not what I said. Like, and it just wasn't hitting. I was just like, he's lying on me. This is slander, and it feels away.
Oddly,
because I have to troll Kyle because he be trolling me all the time, coming for me, calling me a baby. I just started watching movies 2 years ago.
You gotta 3. It's been
sometimes.
3. It's been 3.
See, so look at that. Fibs gotta be told. You like Batman Forever better than Interstellar. I get it.
I do. I have a huge appreciation for it though, which is weird because I didn't like it when it came out. But I just look at it as an Elseworld now.
I like Batman Forever. I'm fine with that. I understand what it is.
Is that the second one? No, it's the third one.
That's the Riddler one.
I love that movie.
Love?
Actually, I love the first 3, and I thoroughly enjoy Batman and Robin because it's terrible.
It's bad.
But I am entertained.
And it's fun bad. Yeah.
Fun bad. Godzilla -1 got me close. Yeah.
Yeah.
I went and saw Batman Forever. Oh, Batman and Robin the day I graduated high school. We all went to the movie theater. Yes, I'm old.
I saw it in the theater as well.
And we all went to the theater. I wanted to go see Face Off because that came out, I think, the week after that.
Yeah.
But
That's my
But
movie.
yeah,
It's one of my
I
favorite
love
movies,
Face Off.
man.
I
Ever.
love it.
Face Off 2 coming soon.
They don't talk about
Yeah,
it. Please,
it's crazy.
God,
God.
no. It could be great, maybe,
Yeah.
but there's something
Hey.
special about John Travolta and Nicolas Cage being in the same movie together.
Well, they're going to be in
Yeah.
the same movie again too.
Wow,
It's
and
a sequel.
they're not
yeah.
in the sequel.
No, I'm saying
Yeah.
this new one is a sequel. They're in it. The director said, "I'm not doing this movie unless they come back."
Yeah, he
Castor
put a
Troy-
harpoon through his. He put a harpoon through his heart.
Don't.
hit the heart.
Die!
I'm just telling you.
That's my.
Nah,
Yo,
then the
he
son
really
gonna
wanted
grow
him
up.
to die. Like he was serious.
Yo, this
But,
one gonna be crazy too. He's gonna be like, "You raised my son," you know what I mean? Because they took his son at the end. So it's
Legend of the
it's gonna be
Fall is such an underrated movie. Legend of the Fall.
Yeah,
so
I
good.
think that's one of the best action movies. Like, I'll stand on it.
Yeah. But Castor Troy died.
Yeah,
Look,
Yeah, I don't
I'm
know
not
how,
telling you,
but I'm
I know
watching
how
it.
it works. I'm just telling
He
you.
died.
That's
though.
what
He
the
can
director
come back as
said.
a cyborg. He
That'd
can
be
come back as a.
He said
robot.
it was the wrong guy. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna say it's gonna be the Michael Myers thing when he put the mask on the paramedic. You're gonna be like, he put the face on somebody else, so that wasn't him. I don't know.
I respect it, man.
That would be incredibly
That shit would be
complicated.
stupid, but it'll happen.
That
Sandy
news-
Newton is older than 50.
I'll be there though.
She for sure is older than 50.
Yeah, she's
She
She's
fine though.
51, just a smidge over 50. Just
Oh,
a smidge.
really?
Gridlock. What y'all know about Gridlock?
Or you can just make the spice
Nothing.
keep them young. They don't seem to give a damn about the spice, which was the point of
All right,
Dune.
hold up.
The point of Dune is not the
Gridlock-
spice.
Gridlock is Tupac, Tim Roth, and Thotty Newton, and they're all drug addicts trying to get clean. Good movie.
okay.
Did
Word.
you just call her Thotty Newton?
Thotty.
Who?
She's a thotty.
That's crazy.
It's her name.
It's Thandy.
Oh, Sandy. Oh, man, I hear it so many different.
Yo.
Yo. That's
Yeah.
funny. That's not even her real first name. That's her stage name.
Yeah, right. That's what she. Never mind. It's definitely different.
Melanie Thandy Newton OBE. OBE is her last name? What the?
Her and what's the Colombiana person?
Zoe
They're-
Saldana.
There you go. Those two look exactly alike. Like she
Zoe
looks like
Saldana
her.
told a story how her
Yeah.
mom saw Thandy Newton at a red carpet. And she's like, "You didn't tell me you were in that movie." She said, "That's not
That's
me."
crazy.
Yo,
Yeah, I
your
did
own
think they were the
mom.
same.
That's wild.
They look so much alike, man.
So Zoe's 45 and Thandy's 51.
Who you think? Who y'all think is better though? Like, and I mean, just looking
You talking about looks or acting?
looks.
Oh, Zoe.
They look the same.
Yeah, that's
Said they
wild.
Literally look the
They
same.
look that different.
Literally look the same. Like
I
I'm
think Sandy Thotty, she's aging a little bit better than Zoe. Zoe's starting to age. You can see it. It's a little different.
that happens when you're older, man.
Yeah, no, but she's just aging more gracefully. How about that? You know what
Why
I
are you
mean?
looking at
Come
me- why
on.
are you looking at me like that?
Because you talking about bad, on the stream.
What
She's
I
like, "Oh,
do?
word? That's what you doing on the live at 12 o'clock? Talking about women?
Right.
5 hours?" Okay, I'm gonna take a few more comments and then wrap this up because I didn't realize we've been going for 5 hours.
It's
Glad to
that-
see you
it's
have
that
Kenny on the
small.
channel. Both Kenny and I were recent guests on Have Cheetah Will View. Yeah, that was dope.
Hi, YouTube people.
Nice.
Zach said
Hello,
I
Miss
couldn't- Zach
Marks.
said I couldn't leave. So
Hello.
it wasn't my fault. I had to stay and support my friend. You get me in trouble, Zach.
Okay, let me wrap this up. It's pronounced Tandy. Okay, thank you.
He gonna just put it on me because he don't see me as much. He gonna be like, "It was Kyle."
Nick Cage new movie Arcadian was fun. If you like quiet place type movies, they're definitely gonna check it out. It's coming on rental next month. I'm not next month, next week. I'll check it
The
out.
Quiet Place is great. I'm looking forward to the sequel.
Me too.
I didn't see the second one yet.
Second one's good.
Second one's good. Not as good as the first, but it's
Nah.
good.
That's the first I heard. I hear most people like the second one better. If first one I didn't like on first watch. Second watch I enjoyed it.
Nice. I noticed you like things on second watch a lot more.
Yeah, I
There's
do.
another one that I cried on.
Oh, yeah, that was a sad moment.
And he did the. I don't know sign language, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's you trying to
You
do
just cut
language.
somebody out. You just cut somebody out right now. Somebody watching the stream is like, "What the fuck did you just say to me?" And
Yo, right, Kenny. Blink twice if you're in trouble though. We'll send somebody.
He did it. I'm gonna start with T. Talk about your channel. Tell where they can find you and what you got coming up.
oh man, well, it is your boy T. I am the overly emotional movie reviewer. So I found out that I'm not the most overly emotional because everybody here cries a lot. But you can find me at Have You Seen That with T? Well, other than Cal, because he's a man, I guess. And I just dropped the Challengers review and Boy Kills World. Tomorrow I'm going to see Fall Guy. I'm so excited. That is my most anticipated movie of the year. Yes, that includes Deadpool and Wolverine. And you can find me on Letterboxd and Have You Seen That? And yeah, I'm here.
Nice. That was great. That was hilarious. Almost removed you by stage by mistake. Kal-El, you're next up, even though you don't got a picture.
Yeah, but I look good though, don't I? Look at me. Look. That's the side view. That's the left view. See. I'm moving my head. Y'all just don't see it. But anyway, yeah, I'm Kal-El. I appreciate last video I put out. It's been kind of old now. It's been about 2 weeks, but y'all can check that out. I was trying to aim for getting the video out by tomorrow, but now I know that's not going to happen. So this week for sure. And just stay tuned. I got a lot of stuff coming. So thanks for having me, Zach. This was very spontaneous. Appreciate it.
Was. And last but not least, Mr. Kennel Sparkaroonies.
Whoa, that's a lot.
Sparkaroonies. That was crazy.
Hello, fellow. Excuse me. Hi, my name is Ken Sparks. I am the leader and designer and creator and reviewer of the Kenny Sparks YouTube channel.
I hate you, Kenny.
My name is Ken Sparks. I run the Kenny Sparks YouTube channel. I just put out a review for Challengers, as well as some other very recent movies that have been coming out. I just saw Fall Guy tonight, which is a film that I thoroughly enjoyed. Spoiler alert, I enjoyed the film. And I will be putting out my review for that sometime this weekend because I'm too tired to record anything tonight, although I probably will anyway. And yeah, thank you so much for having me on, Zach Attacks. And thanks so much, guys, for just allowing me to come in late and add like 2 hours to your stream, which Zach messaged me, yeah, we're about to stop in 30 minutes. I was like, all right, I raced to get back here, and I had him on for like an hour and a half longer. That's my bad. So, yeah, thanks for having me on, Zach. I always make your streams longer.
Hey.
Your boy, he outroed like Troy McClure from The Simpsons. He's like, "Hi, my name is Kenny." Like, I was like, "Damn, he can right go in." Yeah.
If you haven't already, first of all, Spoiler Kings, thank you so much. Just coming in and hot. I appreciate you guys. Message me what video you want me to feature in the post for tomorrow. You guys got me on all my social medias. Just message me and let me know. I appreciate the love and the support from you guys. Once again, a couple people on here: Kal-El Daily, Kenny Sparks, Spoiler Kings. If I didn't meet these guys, I wouldn't be on YouTube still. I would have quit. And I'm really glad to meet T because he's hilarious and he's the best. And I want him to win and get all the subscribers in the world. So definitely go sub to him to continue making great content. And I love your new background. It fits you so well. And the coloring, you need to know how to do cinematography for Black movies because you did a great job making yourself look good. Yeah. With me, I have what do I have? What do I have coming up? I have a Fall Guy review coming up. I have Lord of the Rings: Return of the King.
Oh, really?
I have Attacking Zach episode 3 coming up. And next week, Zach Attack News Live will return. It was just this week, the news stuff was garbito. I'm gonna be honest with you. It was nothing. I have polls coming because I want to get your opinions on the channel and how I should structure things. There's certain things I do in live. I might want to do edited. Certain things I do edit, I might do live. So be in tune for that. Give me your opinion because this is not only my channel. This is the Attack Nation, and I do it for you. So appreciate you all. Let me see. Everyone, be sure to sub. Zach, get close to 1,000
Remember
subs.
what T said about Luke. take that with you and do. You know,
Mhm.
that's
We're not ending the stream on that. Don't do that.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if Spoiler Kings were here for the Luke Skywalker's a bitch conversation, but
it wasn't me.
just so you
That's all.
know, Spoiler Kings, that's something that Zach has been endorsing since we, man.
Wow, Kenny, you can never come here again. How could you do that?
It was a whole like 30-minute segment.
Yo, that was crazy. Don't clip that either, Zach, bro. You're gonna kill us. Well, I ain't saying that,
Right.
but I'll be part of it somehow.
It was like Kylo didn't defend Luke hard enough. You know what? Let me stop before we get into another hour conversation about this. Peace out, guys.
See y'all.